Welcome to Jocelyn's Cabaret. Your every desire will be fulfilled. Your wish is my command. I'm here to please you, baby. Do it like it's your B-day. Do it like it's your B-day. Do it like it's your B-day, baby. Do it like it's your B-day. Do it like it's your B-day, baby. Do it like it's your B-day. Do it like it's your B-day, baby. Do it like it's your...
Okay, so hello, hola, ¿cómo estás? I hope everybody had a good day. I had you asked me how my day was. It could have been better. But today we're going to power through, and today is Therapy Thursdays. Okay, so we are going to talk about wrestling today first for about an hour, maybe an hour, 30 minutes, and then we'll move into the Therapy Thursdays, okay? So there are a couple things that I missed that I do want to talk about. I don't have the graphics for it because I didn't have the opportunity to put it up yet, so we're just going to have to look at my pretty face and be happy. Only thing I have a graphic for is NXT 2.0 and the actual show, so that's where we're going to leave it at. Jared, can you turn that fan off for me just so I can hear, please? Okay. So I missed NXT 2.0 this week. I had to work, so I found out about Carmelo Hayes cashing in on Swerve to become the next North American champion. Congratulations to Carmelo. I did not suspect that. They kind of used that contract like a Money in the Bank situation. Very clever. Very, very good for Carmelo. I like the fact that that title is changing hands to another Black superstar that is absolutely amazing in the ring, is developing beyond at a rapid speed in terms of developing his character, moving forward, presenting forward that character that has pretty much been there the whole time. The arrogance, the how can you put it, the strong male personality that he has, that he's exhibited before, we're now getting a chance to see it in NXT 2.0. So it is what it is, okay? I'm very happy that Carmelo has the title. I like Trick. I like Carmelo. And I just like the whole vibe of NXT 2.0. It's new. It's fresh. Everybody on the show is fairly new with a few people who aren't. And for the most part, everybody is moving and shaking. And the new people are taking over. You're seeing new personalities. New people have already come in and really set their, stake their claim to NXT, from Joe Gacy to Lash Legends to Mandy. Mandy really developed and really came through in the clutch for the women's division for Gigi Dolan and for JC. You also have Indy Hartwell coming into her own as a character of her own. You've got Braun Breaker coming in and really just displaying what he's capable of right off the bat. So there's a lot going on in NXT 2.0 that is great and it's fun and it's fresh. And I know sometimes the main roster can be a bit stale and a lot of people want to see new people, and NXT 2.0 is where it's at. So hello to everybody who's here. Hi Alexis, Brandy, JSAP, and Jonelle. If you are here and you haven't put a comment in the box, you can say hello. I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to do anything to you. So, main roster stuff. So let's go to Monday Night Raw, since I haven't been on YouTube in a while. This past Monday Night Raw wasn't that good. It was okay. It had some okay moments, but it wasn't as good as it could have been. Or as it has been for the last couple of weeks, at least for the last month. Monday Night Raw was a bit shabby, which I kind of understand, because there's only so many times you can keep running this storyline, or it can't get ramped up any further, but it seems like that it is trying to. Now, on my Instagram, I alluded to the fact that they might turn that women's triple threat match into a fatal four way because they keep adding Charlotte Flair to this match in some way, shape, or form. Think about how long Charlotte has been. Charlotte has been. I'll answer your question in a minute, J Sab. Just give me 1 second after I go through Raw, and I'll go back to NXT. Charlotte was on SmackDown when she got drafted night one, attacked the girls in the middle of their match, and ended in a DQ. No, it didn't. It was a win because Becky, um, interfered in the match, costing Bianca the match and giving Sasha the W, which she has been doing that to Bianca for a while. I'm not quite understanding why she has such a hard on for Bianca, but don't give a shit about Sasha. Um, anyway, she cost Bianca this match. She ended up costing Bianca a match on some Monday as that following Monday as well. And then the Monday after that, she ended up they ended up wrestling, fighting, and it turned into a massive brawl. Even in those matches, like Charlotte was in the match on Monday against Bianca. Charlotte also attacked Sasha and Bianca after their match had ended. And she on Monday, she ended up getting attacked by Sasha. And then that following Monday, they all ended up in a brawl and in a fight. It was just it's too much. And for me, involving Charlotte at all, it just glaringly is obvious to me that that is the route they're going to take. Now, if they don't do the fatal four-way route, winner take all bullshit, that's fine. I'll be happy because honestly, I don't want to see another double champion. I don't want to see unified titles. I don't want to see that. And I don't think that's going to happen in terms of unifying the titles. That is something that keeps getting brought up for some reason. But that's not something that I generally want to see. Hold on, y'all. So it keeps happening over and over again. And I just see her being added to this match. However, if she isn't and they leave her off, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that either. I just feel like if you're going to have this triple threat match, then let it be what it is. Don't add Charlotte to it. Let them fight it out. Don't give the title to Sasha because it's going to be fucking confusing to figure out how you're going to get that title off of Charlotte other than have her defend it and then drop it, which to me is ridiculous. It's just stupid. But another thing that I found out today was that WWE has canceled TLC for December. It is not happening. Apparently, they want the focus to be on January's pay per view, that night one pay per view that they're going to do. They do not want to do a pay per view after Survivor Series. So after Survivor Series is going to be new, but you're not getting a pay per view in December. It's going to be pretty much a straight shot to focusing on January's pay per view, which honestly, in hindsight, makes a lot of sense. Survivor Series is on the 20. What is it? It's usually the week after Thanksgiving, or is it the week before? Let me look it up. Okay. Um. Yeah, so it's the week of. It's likely it's the week before. I like to say it's the week of because it's a Sunday, and that Sunday usually kicks off the week. So it's the week of some Thanksgiving. It's that Sunday before. So they're going to have Survivor Series, and then they're going to have nothing afterwards. And I think that makes sense. So it's not too crowded. There's not a lot of pay-per-views this year. There's one like every month, which is fine. But having them take a break between there and focus on, the next pay-per-view, which is in January, it's fine by me. So there's going to be two pay-per-views in January. One is going to be at the beginning of the month, and then one is going to be at the end of the month with the Royal Rumble. So they'll still be a month apart. We'll have plenty of time between each. And I hope this year that they have a bit more planning when it comes to the Rumble, and they're not just focusing on announcing everybody, but I feel like they're gonna announce all the participants in the Rumble. And I fucking hate that. I hate that they do that. It annoys me. I wish they would leave it so that it could be some sort of a surprise. Okay, do you think Mandy is getting that title at Halloween Havoc? I generally don't know. I would hope so. I feel like Raquel has ran her course. She's been champion for 6 months. That's longer than she needed to be champion, to be honest with you. And I feel like she should have dropped it a while ago. Um, I honestly think she should have dropped it to Mercedes Martinez, and then they should have let Mercedes run with it for a while before they, let her go. Um, Mercedes was owed that title, if you ask me. I'm glad Mercedes is an Impact though. She's doing great. She won that knockdowns tournament, I think it is. So good for Mercedes because Mercedes deserved that. Any whoosies. Do I think she's getting a title at Halloween Havoc? I think that it is highly possible. If she does get it, I don't see Mandy keeping it long. Um, I wouldn't let her keep it long. Honestly, I would be focusing on. I would have given it to Frankie at the last time she defended it. But I wouldn't let Mandy keep it long. Mandy doesn't need to keep it long. Her having a title for I'd say about 3 months would work for me. But I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna have her keep it longer than that. But 3 months maximum for me would be enough for Mandy. And then they need to move on to somebody else. And do you think Toxic Attraction or Indy and Persia are getting the titles? What I think will happen is Toxic Attraction will end up holding all of the titles. And then Indy and Persia will somehow get the tag team titles from them. And that's probably going to start the breakdown of Toxic Attraction. Um, because she's gonna be booked as a face. I don't see her being booked as a heel right now. And I think what might happen is Indy and Persia may end up fighting each other rather than being a team. They may end up imploding because Indy's married to Dexter. Persia's probably gonna feel left out. And a lot of shit's probably going to end up happening with them, which is going to allow Toxic Attraction to possibly keep the titles. So to recant what I said before, I see Indy and Persia being the next people to contest for those titles, but I see them possibly breaking that team up at some point and letting them, pretty much work as individuals. To me, it works out better for Indy Hartwell that way. I know that it'll help Persia be introduced to the NXT and WWE universe, but in my mind, if you wanted Indy to be a standout, she doesn't need a tag team partner to do that. She would work better as a solo and let Dexter and her kind of move as a unit, if that makes sense.
So I got a quick question. Can you hear me? I'm driving. I just wanted to ask this before I forgot about it. Are
Yeah,
they
I can hear
having
you.
are they having two pay-per-views in January then? This day one and then Royal Rumble? Is that still going on
Yeah,
in January? Okay.
yeah, because that day one is happening the first week of January, and then the Royal Rumble is usually at the end of the month. So, and it's gonna be in St. Louis this year.
I know it's on a Saturday this year. I'm trying to convince the husband we should take the kiddo and go to St. Louis to see Royal Rumble.
Yeah. What is this? Is 2000? It's gonna be 2002.
2022.
Yeah, 2022. My bad.
So
Um.
I saw. Sorry, I've been like at work all day. I saw where they canceled they're not going to have a December pay per view. I mean, that's actually a really great idea because their December pay per views are always like the lowest watched shows anyway.
Well, everybody doesn't like TLC, and I understand why. Like, I only one I liked in December that they had was Robot Block End of the Line. I like that one. I thought that one was fun, and they had a lot of good matchups at that pay per view, but they haven't used it since then.
Yeah. I mean, I got like last year they had good numbers, but because that was like Bray and Randy Orton being in a Inferno match, and when was the
Yeah, we
last
were
time?
all at home.
When was the last time WWE up to that point allowed an Inferno match that didn't have anybody from Undertaker or Kane involved?
Oh, it's been a
So
while. Like the last Inferno match or the last Inferno match I remember was the one with MVP and Kane. That was the
yeah,
last one I remember. And MVP got burned, and then after that he was gone. So I
yeah, because
I don't remember any Inferno matches that didn't involve Kane, but I'm sure that there were. I just don't remember it.
I have a buddy of mine. He used to do that kind of, not like in wrestling, but he used to do like pyrotechnics for like Broadway shows and stuff. And he said that smell was so bad, like the sulfur and all the stuff they use for the fire.
Hmm.
It smelled so bad. He had to take like 3 showers when he got home, and I mean he scrubbed his skin raw trying to get that smell off.
That's gross.
Yeah, I'm like, that's disgusting. He's like, it was bad. And then like the clothes you wear when you do it, you're never able to wear them again because you never get the smell out of it.
Oh shit.
But yeah, so I mean that was the thing, because they're like, fuck it, let's try to get people to watch it, because honestly, I mean by the end of Thanksgiving, I mean we go on a hiatus for the show,
Yeah, we do.
unless unless it's something major happens or we want to do a roast session.
Right.
But who, I mean,
There's nothing that's gonna happen. Like,
right. And then
like
it's like, what was it? Well, it's like right after Survivor Series, it's like it's the holidays. People aren't going to be always home to watch wrestling because they're going to try to work, or they have to go holiday shopping for whatever you celebrate. And, they're going to want to not just be like, you know what? I just spent 16 hours on my feet in retail. I'm going to bed. I'm not watching this crap.
that
And I don't want
I can
people.
understand.
Well, I always hate it because people are always like, well, I don't like it. It's not sucking, dude. It's like, okay, this motorcycle needs to get off of my fucking ass before I brake check it if it's in him flying. And he's got his fucking bright on, and I mean it's right in my fucking rear view mirror, man.
I'm not
Um,
surprised.
huh?
And I'm not surprised. People do that shit all the time.
I hate that shit. It's assholes like this why my husband won't let me get a motorcycle. But I mean, it's like I don't look like, because people are like, well, I'm like, look, the superstars are ready to go home, because I think the first week of December is when they stop doing live shows anymore, and then everything else is taped.
It's like midweek. It's
Yeah.
like middle of the month, and they start taping stuff. And like it's usually right the week of Christmas
Mm-hmm.
and the week of New Year's is when they
Right.
have everything pre-taped. And the tribute to the troops, they go do that.
Did they do that last year?
Um,
I
yes,
don't remember.
yes, they
Okay.
did.
Okay, I didn't remember if they did or not, but
Yeah, I remember them doing it because Sasha and was Sasha and Bailey. I want to say yeah, they did. I could be wrong. I could be
I
confusing it with the year before.
I'll Google it when I get home. I think that's a really great idea, because by then it's just like people are. I mean, even like football, when you think about it, like NFL is probably the only major thing WWE has to really go up against anymore, especially on Mondays. People aren't really watching the NFL either, because again, they're tired. They just want to go to sleep. It's colder. People are just like, they don't want to really do anything. They just kind of want to space out, you know?
Right.
And and then I hate it when people are like, well, that's just me wrestling. Yeah, go the fuck around me, you fucking asshole. Hope you get a flat tire, you fucking prick. This is why you love me. Oh, he almost fell off his bike. Fuck you, dude. No, because I don't like it because people are like, oh, people don't watch WWE. I'm like, because people don't want to watch, because people are more like the holiday spirit or whatever, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Yule, whatever you fucking celebrate. People are more focused on that instead of what's going on with Charlotte Flair this week. Let's be honest.
I mean, I agree. I think that WWE should take a hiatus. I think they should. I mean, they do their season premiere in September.
Yeah.
And I think in WrestleMania, they should take like at least 2 weeks, maybe 3 off the air completely and revamp and just reset everything. And they don't do that. And I just be like, why? Like, you could do like a mid-season finale of your shows because you've been going for like a whole fucking year, basically. Yeah. And like, you can come back in 3 weeks and do like a mid-season premiere and just do it that way. Like, that's the best way to do it. It's either WrestleMania or SummerSlam. It's when you need to take your break. Because
I think they would need to do it after WrestleMania, because from there on out, whatever happens at WrestleMania, it pretty much sets the pace for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
And I think that if they just took off, like, and it's a long ass show, even for the people who are, not just the people who are going there, but it's like, because you have an extended vault where you could be like, you know what, let's run it back how we did with COVID. Okay, we lose some viewers, whatever. Just run some old stuff. And in those 2 weeks, all the writers sit down. We figure out what the hell we're going to do for the rest of the year. And we got plans A, and then we got B through Z in case plan B or plan A falls through. Like, right. That's what they need to be doing. And I have been saying that shit for a really long time. It's like, you need to give the writers some time, not have Vince McMahon breathing down their neck. You need to let them just sit in a room together, bounce ideas off each other, come up with something that will work, and then come up with plans just in case something happens. Like, and I don't wish this on anybody, say like Becky is supposed to go up against, I don't know who's going on what show anymore.
Well, Becky and Bianca are on Raw, and Sasha and Charlotte are on SmackDown. So
okay, and I don't like Charlotte, but like, God forbid she actually gets legit injured.
Yeah,
and like her, like, say Sasha has the title, and then like Charlotte goes out. God forbid. I don't like Charlotte Flair, but I don't ever want to see someone injured and have money taken away from them. That sucks. They need to come up with something from like B through Z, and then double A through double Z,
right?
Just in case, because like you can do a lot, but you have to. The other issue is that the writers, not even the writers, but the people themselves in charge, need to give people a chance. So that way they can prove themselves. So say, like, God forbid again, Sasha goes down, or Charlotte goes down, or somebody goes down with an injury. They'll be like, you know what? I don't know, like, Liv Morgan's really been impressive. Let's see what she can do with Sasha. No! I dropped my sweet potato. Fuck! Oh. Is it still good? No, it's not good! Damn it! Moment of silence from my sweet potato, please. God damn it. But they need to, well, it's still in the styrofoam containers, but it's still good. I'll say this, and then I gotta go eat, and then I'll jump back in later. They really just need to give people a chance. Like, you know how, like, is Natty on SmackDown?
Yeah, Natty's over there, and Tamina's on Raw, so they split them up.
All right, well then, I know, Odie, hang on. Then, I hate to say, depends on Natalya, but if she can get Lacey Evans to be a decent wrestler, she needs to be working with these girls and see if they're ready. Because, honestly, SmackDown's women's division as of right now
is better than Raw's.
It's right. Yeah, but it just, there's no big major stars outside from the 4 horsewomen.
Shayna's over there. Natalia's
Okay.
over there.
Come on.
Oh, I had to damn.
Like I said, I don't know who's over there anymore because the damn draft got everybody, and they're not even like they should have waited till after. Because they should have went ahead and just switched the damn shows because now everyone's confused about who's going where.
Yeah,
Or at
they
least
have
I am.
Shayna. They have Shayna. They have BFAB. They have Aaliyah. They have Shotzi, and they've got Tony Storm and Naomi. So out of the whole draft, like even if you just don't like, let's say for whatever reason Charlotte Flair does go down, you still got Shayna, Shotzi, Tony, and you've got
Right.
Naomi. You got stars. You just not using them.
And that's the problem. And I mean, I said it, and it's just like they're depending on the same people over and over again. And you can't do that. You can't just depend on 4 women to carry a show for the rest of their careers.
And I'm hoping that doesn't happen. But I think what Fox did was they wanted to keep Sasha, but they know Sasha's going to be in and out pretty soon. So they brought Charlotte over to kind of fill that void. Because USA Network wanted Bianca. And USA Network said, fine, give us Bianca. We'll switch Charlotte out. Because, I mean, to me, that's an even trade.
But so where's Bailey going to go? Because then there's Becky and fuck, see, I can't remember who's on what show any fucking more.
Bianca are on Charlotte are on SmackDown.
So they have.
If I were WWE, I'd send Bailey over to Raw. I wouldn't let her stay on SmackDown. And it's not because I don't want Bailey to be there or because Bailey can't do anything. But it's just the fact that I don't want Bailey and Bianca to have another fight. But I do want to see Bailey and Becky go at it. They haven't had any interaction since they really came into their characters. Because by the time Bailey became champion, Becky was champion on Raw at that point. The only time they had an interaction was when they did that triple threat, which it was ass. And that was the only time you got a fight out of any of them. And I was like, no, they need to revisit it, but they need to do it now. And if that's what they're going to do, then Bailey would need to go to Raw. Like I would have Bailey be a floater for a little bit. Like she just do what the Usos do. I go where I want, whenever I want. She stays on for a little while, does her 1-2 with Becky, and then she can go back to SmackDown if she wants.
Well, see, I'm just kind of worried on SmackDown because then you have Charlotte, Sasha, and Bailey. And like you just said, Tony Storm's there, Shotzi's there, Tegan's there. I'm just worried about. Did I salvage you? Oh, thank God you're okay. 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 Never come between a white girl and her sweet potato, especially when it has marshmallows on it. But because my biggest concern, and I'll sign off here, and you guys can have a open talk amongst yourselves. I'm just worried that having 3 of the 4 horsewomen there, Tony and Shotzi and Tegan, and as much as we give her shit about her knees, and all the other girls, they're going to be like lost, and Shayna, they're going to be lost in the mix.
Well, the reason why I'm not worried is because Bailey's more of I'll work to put you over before I try to get a title from you. So Bailey's not gonna do what Charlotte would do. Charlotte is pretty much the workhorse of the company. Whatever they give her, she works with. Now she'll make her point and say, "Hey, I want to do this with this person," and they'll say yay or nay, because she has been advocating to have a program with Naomi for years, and they have denied that. And she's been asking to wrestle certain female superstars for years, and they've denied it. Now, on Raw, to her credit, like I said, Charlotte has wrestled pretty much everybody on the roster. As they were there, Charlotte went up against them. So, in fairness, Charlotte is not like closing off, but she's not putting anybody over. So that's the problem. Whereas with Bailey, Bailey's going to do it. She'll be your workhorse, but she's going to build you a star. She's not going to bury the star. So that's the difference. That's why I'm not necessarily like, yeah, I don't want Bailey over. I'm fine with wherever Bailey goes, because I feel like anybody that's on the roster with her especially if you're new, like Tony, Shotzi, and not Shayna, because Shayna's not new. But if you're on Raw, if she's on Raw, you've got Knox over there. Who else is there on Raw that needs
I don't know anymore. I really don't know.
You got Knox over there. You've got Vega over there. A program with Vega would be fine. That would help build up Zelina Vega. You've got Mia Yim. Definitely would need to work with Mia Yim. Liv Morgan is over there. Rhea Ripley is over there.
Fucking finally, man. Like, shit.
Yeah, Nikki Ash is there. You got Carmella. I don't need to see a program with Carmella and Bailey. Like I said, Tegan Knox, Dana Brooke.
Bailey would annihilate Carmella. Bailey would annihilate Carmella on the mic. She would.
I don't even want to see that. Like, I'm good.
I'm just gonna be like,
so you
no, sir, you get away from that right now. I worked hard for that today. Back, demon dog.
You can build up Paper. You can build up Knox. You could be where she could have a good program with Rhea Ripley. That would be fun to watch. When Nia Jax comes back and her arm is healed, she can go up against her. Like I said, you've got Vega over there. And I think pretty soon Dakota Kai is going to pop up on Raw at some point.
She needs to. She's been in NXT for way too damn long.
Yeah, she's not back in NXT. She's just a free agent. I think Kai's probably going to end up showing up in the Rumble, and then she'll be placed.
That makes sense. I just want fucking Mia Yim. I want Mia Yim to wrestle. I've been waiting for her ass for almost a year now.
Well, I think Mia Yim is going to start wrestling right after Crown Jewel is over. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. But I'm not opposed to Bailey being anywhere, because Bailey always works to put people over. She did it with Bianca. She worked to give Sasha her first Hell in a Cell win. Bailey's very selfless when it comes to wrestling in her career and really working with the talent and being a voice in that locker room for the girls. Like, she's always been that type of person. So that's why I don't have an issue with wherever Bailey goes. Bailey will be a mid-card person and still be a shining star and not take away from somebody else possibly getting that opportunity to push forward and be at the pinnacle of wrestling like her, like where Bianca is, Sasha, Charlotte, and the whole nine. So you just have to wait and see. I'd rather her go to Raw and do a program with Rhea Ripley. I would rather her work with Knox if she could, to help her get over. I just would rather her work with some of the other talent rather than being on SmackDown. I don't have a problem with her being on SmackDown, but because she could do a lot with Shotzi and she could do a lot with Toni Storm especially. I'm just curious as to how they're going to use Storm. I think Storm would be great working with Charlotte, and I also think Storm could work well with Sasha. It's just in how they place the stuff. They just got to start working on it now. They need to be doing it now, since they already know they don't have a pay-per-view in December. They don't have anything set. Survivor Series pretty much works itself. You don't have to do no storylines for that. Do an invasion. The other one invades on the other. We just keep going back to Survivor Series. That's simple. You could cut off these feuds now at Crown Jewel, because it seems like Crown Jewel is going to be your last hoorah before everybody's rosters take place. And then they're going to start Survivor Series, which is fine. Start working on that now. Start working on the feuds that are going to happen after Survivor Series. You can start hinting at it now and then move forward with that up until day one, which is the January pay-per-view. And then you can move into starting out with Royal Rumble. It ain't hard. They just have to start doing it. And I think that they be so busy with planning these big things for the pay-per-views that they don't think about the end result and then working on making that work into the storyline later. They're very much present, and then they think about the future, literally in the future. They don't really care about it now. And I just it's frustrating.
Honestly, I would make I'm gonna go say this and then go. Honestly, if we're talking about like season premieres and stuff, Survivor Series needs to be their season finale. Because even in December or whatever, the TLC titles, no one really cared. I mean, like everyone watched TLC last year because someone was going to be on fire.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
But I
That
think,
would make sense too, to have it as Survivor Series that ended there and then just go on a hiatus for a little while and
yeah,
then come back January. That gives them plenty of time. Everybody gets a break. Everybody's bodies gets to rest.
yeah,
You
and
know,
they're going to come back refreshed, ready to go.
or you could just do live shows, and the people who want to work can work. You don't have to do any shows, any house shows, none of that. You can still rent out the smaller arenas. You don't have to do any live tapings. You could do all house shows for that month of December.
Right.
And do like one Raw and one SmackDown. But that would have to be in the contract of their network. And because the network wants them to do live shows every week, that's why they can't do the breaks.
Right. All right. Well, hey, I'm gonna jump. I gotta eat because Odie keeps eyeing my food. So I'll jump back in a little bit later, but I gotta clean up and eat after work. So yay!
All right.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So I got to talk to Alexis a little bit. So there's that. You guys got to hear that conversation. And the podcast does take a break every year after Survivor Series. We go on our hiatus. But and since there's not going to be any pay-per-views, unless there's something really crazy going down, I'm going to take a break from that as well. You won't hear any review like predictions or results or anything like that. And unless something really weird happens, like we're gonna be, on a break. So there's that. Anywhoosies, last thing we're gonna talk about, because I promised Donnie that we would talk about it. So um we had a conversation on my live yesterday, and if you missed it, it was about an hour in. The live is up on my YouTube. You can go and watch it. And we're talking about AEW and we're talking about WWE. Now, as much as I love WWE and as much as I have an affinity for AEW in terms of them providing a alternative of wrestling and being able to showcase wrestling as to what it could be and not what it has to be or the absolute standard, they are showcasing another side of wrestling that people want to see. There was a bit of a discrepancy when it comes to AEW and WWE. And a lot of people tend to think that because I point out the issues with AEW, that I'm somehow hating on them. But there's no discrepancy when I point out the issues with WWE. No one says that I'm hating on them. They agree because most of the time, that is the truth. That is what is happening. That is what we see, right? So what Don proposed, and hopefully when Don comes in, he can add to the conversation. Don proposed that we talk about the pros and cons of AEW and the pros and cons of WWE. And I was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. That's a great topic. I don't have any problem with that. So let's start off with AEW. What are the pros of AEW? And I know a lot of people are gonna be like, some people are not big fans of AEW, and I'm fine with that. I totally get and understand that. But there are some good things about AEW that make it what it is in terms of being a great company for people to be able to go. There is always a saying you have to have the it factor to be on television. And AEW has proved that that is not the case. You are not going to fit into this box of being, 6 foot tall, 8 pack, 6 pack, 8 pack abs, you know, built like a brick house, um, pretty face, pretty eyes, long hair, short hair. You got perfect ears, your fingers aren't too long, you look like you got a big dick, you look like you got big titties, you got a big ass, or at least you got a nice shape. Like these are things that WWE looks for in most of their superstars. And then on the other side, WWE focuses on personality and character and all of that, right? When you look at AEW, they've got a good mix of people. There are people there who are emo and goth and some people find it to be strange and odd. There are people there who have, a similar aesthetic when it comes to the way that they look. Some people are heftier, some people are LGBTQIA. There are muscular women like Jade Cargill, like Rico mentioned here. They have amazing tag team division that is expansive, that they can just literally put on match after match after match for a month and not repeat tag teams. That's how big their tag team division is and how much they have as in terms of depth when it comes to their roster, when it comes to the men's division. When it comes to the women's division, it is lacking, but there are some very good points in AEW when it comes to the women. Britt Baker is a great personality. She's improved her wrestling skills beyond anything that anybody can say. Like, she has risen to the occasion. Okay. You also have Chris Statlander, one of the best wrestlers on the roster. All right. You've got Nyla Rose in terms of her character, her menacing presence, and the way she presents herself. She's a bit green in the ring, needs some work, but she's not horrible. Okay. You've got Jade Cargill, probably one of the best, brightest spots on their roster. She's beautiful. She stands out amongst the crowd. Whether she's wearing black hair, white hair, purple hair, doesn't matter. Jade Cargill towers over everyone, and she is beauty, and it's at its finest. She is beautiful. Body wise, she is sickening, and she has the personality to be a top contender, and she's going to stand out naturally anyway. She definitely is one of their mega stars that could become a mega star if she's booked right. Okay, you've got Penelope Ford over there, amazing wrestler, very much an aesthetic type of girl, wrestling her ass off. Okay, Anna Jay is over there. You have um, who else is over there in the women's? Big Swole is over there. Okay, you've got Big Swole. Whether you love her or hate her, Kira Hogan is over there. She's a good wrestler. You have Diamante, I think that's how you say her name. She's a decent wrestler. Personality wise, she could use some work, but wrestling wise, she's okay. There's nothing wrong with her wrestling wise. It's just she's not that interesting. Her and Swole put on a very good 3 Stages of Hell match, though. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I watched it on Dark. It should have been on Dynamite because it was great. You know what I'm saying? Um, and another woman that is over there that I don't think gets any shine. I can't think of her name. Ruby Soho is over there, so I don't know how long they're gonna push Ruby, but they pushed her immediately. At some point, she's gonna have to take a back seat to someone else, um, which is what I see happening fairly soon, which is unfortunate. So Ruby Soho is over there. Um, damn. I already mentioned Britt Baker. I don't really care for Abaddon. Gonna be honest. I think Abaddon is weird, and Diamante, is that how I said it? Okay, Diamante. Um, I don't really care for Abaddon. I think Abaddon's too busy trying to be creepy and weird, and she doesn't really do anything in my book. Um, as far as Haikuroku, I don't know how to say her name. How do you say it? Haikuru? Is that how you say it? I don't want to mess that lady's name up, so I'm just calling Rue. Because y'all know I tear a name up, honey. As far as Rue is concerned, I've never seen her wrestle. I haven't seen her. Um, so I don't know much about the Joshi girls. So I tend to not speak on things that I don't know about. So I don't know, but if you guys say she's good, I do trust most of y'all judgment, to be honest with you. Because some of y'all be suggesting good matches to me that I should watch. Oh, Hikaru. Got it. Thank you. That sounded out for me because I'll say it how I see it. And that Japanese is a little bit hard for me. Now some names I can pronounce by looking at it. Others I'd be like, I go real American when I pronounce it. So my bad if I mess up your name. I apologize. But anyways, there are some bright spots over there. And when it comes to the men's division, athletically, most of them are gifted. Personality wise, they're lacking. MJF is probably their best personality over there. You've got Ethan Allen over there. Darby Allen is over there. I think his name is Ethan Allen. If I said his name wrong, I apologize on that too. But Darby Allen is over there. Um, who else? Obviously, you've got Adam Cole, one of the biggest fucking faces and entities over there. CM Punk is there. Daniel Bryan is there, or Bryan Danielson is there. Um, you have oh my god, I can't think of his fucking name. He just signed a 5-year contract. What is his name? Let me go in the group chat and pull it up. Scorpio Sky. You got Scorpio Sky. Matt Sydal is over there. I forgot about Thunder Rosa as well in the women's side, so apologies for that. Who else? Shit. Men's, like I said, the tag team division is very expensive. You have Private Party. The Lucha Brothers are the current champions. You got Jurassic Express. Best Friends are over there. Pride and Powerful is over there. And there's so many other tag teams as well. If you like the Acclaimed, cool. I'm not a big Acclaimed fan. So even before Max Caster fucked himself over, I really didn't give a shit about the Acclaimed. They did put on a good match with the Lucha Brothers recently, though. So I give them props for that. But other than that, I don't give a fuck about the Acclaimed. You also have in the singles division, you can't deny that Kenny Omega is a great wrestler. His problem is he's corny as a heel. He's corny. I don't understand. He's just corny. He doesn't appeal as a heel in a fun way. He tries to come across like he's the big man on campus, and he just doesn't sell it right. Don Callis isn't helping. They're doing this whole Vice City Stories type of shtick that he was doing, and it didn't resonate well with us because even if you knew him as what was he called, the cleaner in the Bullet Club, like, to me, he's still whack. He was just corny, But I'm gonna move past the negative stuff. I'll get to the negative stuff in a minute. Another bright spot that they have is Sonny Kiss that I really wish they would use. Sonny Kiss is amazing in the ring. In ring wise, he's probably one of the best superstars they have. Fun to watch, very high flying, still could do ground and pound, just a fun wrestler to look at. Joey Janela is like a dad bod looking dude, but he has fun. Now he's a heel and he has this big bruising looking woman with him who needs to get a lot of sleep because she got bags under her eyes the size of suitcases. But anyway, he's on Dark too. Like the last time I saw him, he was on Dark. Jarek, have you watched Dark recently? You haven't watched it in the last couple of months? So the last time we watched it together was the last time you watched it? That was the last time I saw Joey Janela. I haven't seen him on Dynamite in a while. And I haven't seen Sonny Kiss in a while either. But again, you got some great spots on that roster. Some really good talent from Jungle Boy to Sammy Guevara. Like, you've got great people. And there's new people like Lee Johnson and Lee Moriarty and some of these new guys that are on the show that are coming in and getting spots on Rampage and on Dynamite is making their headway to the main roster in terms of being on the main stage of television. And I think that's great. I'm happy for them. But where it turns for me with AEW is a couple of areas. There is a gray, almost black area when it comes to diversity. There are not a lot of people of color on that roster that are shown besides Jade Cargill, Will Hobbs, and Lee Johnson. He's a part of the Nightmare Factory. Very rarely do you see anybody of African American descent besides them and Ricky Starks on TV. Now, I'm not saying that they don't have any wrestlers. They have a full roster and they have some indie darlings at their fingertips that they could bring in, but they're the ones who touted themselves on diversity, and they have left that moniker and pushed forward with being pretty much having the stunt queen model, which I'll get to in a minute. AEW lacks in their women's division. Britt Baker is a good spot. She had a great match on Rampage in her hometown, which she won against Red Velvet, which I forgot about Red Velvet. My apologies. So Red Velvet is over there as well. Yeah. Hold on, y'all. Anyway, another big problem, like I said, with AEW is their women's division. It also lacks diversity. It also lacks just opportunities, period. They get one match a night per each show. Most of their women's matches are shown on Dark. Most of their women's storylines are shown on Dark or Elevation. And it's a little disheartening for me being a woman and being a woman of color looking and trying to see somebody who looks like me. And when I do, they don't use her well. They don't show her on TV. We don't get to see everything that they're capable of. I'm not saying Jade isn't great, but I want to see some women who are on the show who are going to wrestle Jade and be black or be a woman of color. And I want to see a mix. I want to see some LGBTQIA plus people. You have them in your show. You have them in your company now with Nyla Rose and Sunny Kiss and others, and you are not using them. And I don't understand why. Now, I get Nyla Rose. Nyla Rose was your champion after Rio. She was the second champion, I believe. You got her as champion. When you got the immense amount of backlash, you cowered under the pressure and you cut her from being champion. You let her to keep the championship a little bit after that, but you dropped her from being champion. Now, to your credit, I am not mad about that in terms of her ability to wrestle and be safer in the ring. She needs to tighten up and clean up. But other than that, like, you didn't do anything with Nyla, and you didn't protect her either. You didn't come out with a statement when people were attacking her online until after you were pretty much attacked yourself for not protecting her. You also had somebody in your company who was staunch against that shit. Like, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna move on. But anyway, you did not give her her just due in terms of standing behind her and being there for her. It was you who came out and said that you guys were going to be all inclusive, diversified, and we're going to provide you with wrestling that you want to see. You have done that on one part in terms of providing us with multiple matches of different matchups of different people and providing the world with an alternative to wrestling outside of the production, the overly produced corporate style of wrestling. You've provided us with that. But where you lack is the ability to create storylines, to have sustainable storylines, consistency in your storylines, and have a beginning and a middle and an end. You lack diversity on your roster, and you lack the intelligence to maintain a person who may not know anything about Kenny Omega or Adam Cole or Daniel Bryanson or even CM Punk. Somebody who is new and just happens to come across your show, you lack the ability to draw them in. You are only focusing on maintaining the audience that you have. You're not focusing on growing it. And that's where your problem lies. And that's why it reflects in your ratings and it reflects in what we see on your show. Your content is lacking and you need to beef it up. You can't constantly put on cold matches and then give us these star-studded dream matches and think everybody's going to be content with that. Because after a while, people are going to start to say, okay, so what are we going to get now? because you keep trying to find ways to rev up the engine, right? AEW is kind of like, the way I explained it last night, it's like having an ex-girlfriend, right? You are new, you finally moved on from your toxic ex. Let's make AEW the toxic ex. Don't read too much into it, just listen to what I'm saying. AEW is your toxic ex. And you move on, you find a new girlfriend, right? Let's say your new girlfriend is MLW. You're loving it. You're watching MLW, you guys are living together, you're having a good time. MLW might have a bad night. So you're like, okay, I'm gonna go see what AEW is doing. She comes out and she's like, hey, I got this new matchup I want you to see. Okay. Daniel Bryanson and CM Punk, marquee match. Two guys weren't in the company at the same time. They were, but they didn't get to wrestle on TV. And now I get the opportunity to put these two together and put on a banger of a match. We're going to put on the slobber knocker of a match. Everybody's going to go wild. So you saunter on over to AEW and y'all cozying up. You happy for a couple months. Then that newness of that match and the newness of them being there wears off. And you're like, let me go back to MLW because this ain't giving me what I need. You go back over there, you chilling over there. And all of a sudden, here they go, like Rico said. Hey, big head, did you miss me? Listen. Adam Cole's coming, okay? And we're going to have this big match between Adam Cole and Daniel Bryanson. It's going to be amazing. So you go back over there to go watch that match because it's massive. It's a big match. What? Daniel Bryanson and Adam Cole, are you kidding me? That's bomb. They put on a banger of a match. Amazing. Wow, that was great. Let's see what else they got to offer. And then you sit and you look, and they just keep revisiting Jericho and MJF. They find a way to make their way back to Hangman Adam Page and Kenny Omega, which has been going on for almost a year, maybe 2 years. And then you're like, there ain't really much else going on here, you know? Sammy Guevara got the title. That's great. You know, I'm happy for that. Miro wasn't really doing shit with it anyway. So then you look and you're like, let's look at the women's division. Maybe the women's division got a little something going on. I go back over to the X right quick. I'm just going to peek. I ain't staying, you know. You go over there and you look and you're like, ain't really nothing going on over here either. You know, it's kind of dead. So you go back to MLW. And then they find a new way to ramp it up. Ruby Soho's popping up over on AEW. Let's get it. What they do? Have her win the buy-in Royal, what was it? They're like Battle Royal. Had her win that, gave her a title shot. Of course, she lost it. Red Velvet gets a title shot. Of course, she lost it. Big Swole has yet to get a title shot. So many people getting title shots. So many people getting opportunities, but nobody's winning anything. It's still keeping the titles on the champion, right? Which, to their credit, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's no consistency in a storyline. Who is Kenny Omega in a storyline with right now? Besides them just getting him into Kenny, getting him back to Hangman Adam Page. Prior to this, Kenny was playing second fiddle to Adam Cole for a little while. Then before that, you know, Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks were pretty much going at Christian. Before that, you had a lot of things going on that didn't really make a lot of sense. Those are cool, babe.
That's it.
Adam Cole and Evil.
Look at the channel.
It's AEW Games. Well, I mean, they do have a gamer channel. How long has the gamer channel been up? I think they've had a gamer channel for a while. Because they play video games, so I'm not surprised. Adam Cole looks like the villain from the last Far Cry anyway. Say he don't. He does. Like, go, what is it, Far Cry 5? Go Google Far Cry 5, and you'll see John Cena on the cover of that game. He looks like Adam Cole. 100%. I'm going to start calling him John Cena because he looks just like him. But anyway, like I said, there's not a lot going on when it comes to AEW having actual storylines. And no one can tell me when's the last time they had a storyline that we've actually seen. that we've actually been able to follow 1, 2, 3. You can't tell me that. Yes, they have great matches. No one has denied that. Yes, they have, like, what has Malachi Black done since he got there? I forgot that Malachi Black was there. The only thing that Malachi Black has done has been going up against Cody. And I know that he lost to Cody the first time. No, Cody lost to him. And I think Cody lost again. And they started a whole program with Art Anderson and Cody. But they haven't done anything with Black since then. Nothing. Hey, AT2. Hey, we get into Therapy Thursday, so you might want to stick around. We got 30 more minutes of wrestling. So if you want to take a break and go get yourself a drink and chill, but Therapy Thursday is coming. And I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. So you stick around. As far as I know, they haven't really done anything with him. It's not to say that they won't, because Malachi is a treasure and WWE fumbled that bag. So I'm not like, dead set against AEW, but I want them to improve and stop being so big on themselves. My biggest problem with them and their fans, their diehard fans, not the ones who understand what is being said, the ones who immediately attack you for the ones who immediately attack you for criticizing their company. Those are the fans I'm talking about. The ones who are immediately on the defensive and who constantly want to clock WWE, but have nothing to say about AEW and their troubling factors. That's a problem for me. See, what I don't like is the pandering. You cannot sell me a dream and then not produce the dream. Okay? The AEW has done that. And the reason why is because when they brought the Elite out, everybody was focused on the Elite. They were watching them. They loved them. They're like, yes, we want the Elite. We need this in our life. This is amazing. And that's where they stayed, because that's what was getting them money and getting them numbers. But what they failed to realize is the Elite is not charismatic enough. They are not good enough actors to be able to push AEW into the stratosphere of being on the same level of WWE. And that's why I say they are not competition. They are an alternative. And that is not disrespectful. That is the truth. When you're looking at the numbers of the company and how they present themselves, AEW does not present themselves on a level where someone from Hollywood would go, hey, I want to have the Young Bucks in my next movie. Hey, Kenny Omega would make a great actor, because he doesn't present himself in that way. He is a wrestler first and entertainer second. That's not a bad thing. That's just the way that it is. Whereas with WWE, you got to have both aspects. And if you don't, you need someone to be able to counter the fact that you can't sell the aspect of the story, which is why guys like Paul Heyman exist, which is why Vega was with Andrade for a while, because she was the entertainment factor. She was the mouthpiece. She was the bravado incarnate for Andrade. Meanwhile, Andrade is one of the best wrestlers on the roster, outperforming and outworking just about everyone. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not the fact that AEW isn't competition. They aren't competition yet because they are not presenting the same type of product WWE is presenting, number one. And number two, it's the way that they're going about it that is not making them true competition. Are they an alternative to WWE? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Do they put up decent numbers on occasion? Of course. 100%. They've gotten millions of views. No one is denying that. And no one is denying what they're capable of. But if they don't get their shit together and start straightening up and really recognizing what they need to be doing, they might as well kiss their TNT contract goodbye. Because this right here, this barely rising to the occasion and then coming up with these stunt queen tactics to get people to come back and watch, you're losing half of your viewers, and you do these stunt queen tactics to get people in, and you know what happens? They leave. They leave after that. They don't stay. And that's the problem. So if AEW switches course and starts to maintain their superstars. As a matter of fact, maintain their audience and start to get them to have some retention with their audience and grow it and keep it, they will then truly be competition. And WWE is going to have to step their pussy up in order to keep them off of their ass. Speaking of WWE, let's get started with what's wrong with them. WWE rests on their laurels too much. They are 100% stuck in this box of we're at the top, no one can touch us. And you're 1,000% wrong. When there are other alternatives for people to watch, AEW, NLW, Impact, Ring of Honor, and so many others from New Japan, okay, to countless of other wrestling promotions, including NWA Power. No one is obligated to watch your show. People watch it because it's one of the oldest and longest running shows on television. Most people recognize WWE. You've birthed an entire generation of fans that have left WWE. Most people know who The Rock is. Most people know who Stone Cold is. And some of these people have never watched wrestling a day in their life, but they know they can smell what The Rock is cooking. They know who the most electrifying man is in sports entertainment. And they know Stone Cold is going to... They know it's going to be Stone Cold 316. They know that. Okay? They know that. They recognize that damn music. When that music hit that glass break, everybody knows what that means. So WWE knows their reach. They know they have their finger on the pulse of pop culture. WWE has affected music. Most hip hop artists have referenced WWE and Ric Flair at some point. Ric Flair is beyond influential when it comes to how people present themselves. Just about every wrestler talks Ric Flair as someone that they admire and have followed and want to be like. Look at Bobby Roode. Bobby Roode damn near emulated Ric Flair from the roads to how he arrived at NXT, everything, how he presented himself. The whole nine. But you rested on that. And you're not expanding on the fact that you could be creating new stars. Now, I'll admit, you took the time to give Bianca her space. And those 4 horsewomen need to be working towards building up the division, not maintaining it. You need to be looking outside of Sasha, Bayley, Becky, and Charlotte. You need to be working outside of them. They need to be making sure girls like Naomi, girls like Shayna Baszler, Nia Jax, Toni Storm, Shotzi Blackheart, even Tegan Nox, Liv Morgan, Zelina Vega, okay? You need to be working towards building those girls up. Xia Li. Dakota Kai is there. You ain't did nothing with Dakota yet. Bring her ass up. Put her in the Rumble and let her work. When Raquel drops the title, Io, bring up Zoe. Put these women to work. Because I'd say for the last 4 years, the women have been at the key. More than that, actually. The women have been the key to your success. The women are the ones who were putting on the main event matches that people were trying to see. And even with the ones who came in and left from like Ronda Rousey did, they were working to push the women forward so that they could be the closers of the main event on the show. So they can close out a pay-per-view. But you can't do that if you constantly circling the same people. This also applies to your men's division. All right? There's no reason why the only ones who are getting any shine are Drew McIntyre, The New Day, Roman Reigns and the Usos, Bobby Lashley, Goldberg. You keep bringing back Goldberg for whatever reason. Goldberg doesn't have to be in title contingency every time he comes back. You want to bring Goldberg back, then let Goldberg put somebody over. Stop having him wrestle the superstars who are already at the top. And you've got to start building some people up. Might I suggest Drew Gulak? Probably one of your best hidden gems that you have who can put on a 5-star match without question. You are missing an opportunity with him. And if you don't want him as champion, he'd be a good mid-card heel. He works beautifully. He's a workhorse if you give him the opportunity, but you are too busy with your head up your ass and only focusing on what the networks are telling you, and you're not thinking and using your head. Whether the networks believe it or not, the fans are the ones who control the narrative of the show. If we don't watch, the networks get mad. So you have to appease two masters. You got us and you got the networks. You got to learn how to find the balance between the two. And if you would just, one, start showcasing the women the way you used to and give them more than 2 or 3 minutes on the show for a match, people would not be mad at you. If you would just rotate people out so we wouldn't constantly see the same motherfuckers wrestling every week, people would not be mad at you. And if you would give people definitive wins, roll-ups, DQs are starting to become the norm, and that shouldn't be. It should only be working in terms of a storyline. And if this DQ happens, it's because you're trying to save a superstar from losing their momentum, fine. But it shouldn't happen every week. You shouldn't have 4 or 5 roll-ups on the show. Piper Niven shouldn't be rolling up nobody on no show to win no damn match. She shouldn't have had to roll up Natalya to win that match this past Monday. Piper Niven is a very good, accomplished wrestler. She's not fucking Eva Marie. She doesn't need to do that. You could put Piper in a decent match with Natalya and she could pin her clean, where there's no question as to whether she can beat Natalya or not. What are you saving Natalya for? Natalya has been champion multiple times. She's been a tag team champion. She's been the Divas champion, I think, twice. She's been SmackDown Women's champion before. She's okay. She don't need to be saved. You got to push forward. You can't keep going at the same rate. If you keep going at this rate, nobody's going to be invested. Nobody's going to watch. And because you put entertainment first over wrestling, that's your core, that's your niche. So you got to improve on that. You got to fix it. I don't know what you're going to do, but you better do something. Because if you don't, it ain't going to be hard for AEW to come up and steal your shine. That's not going to be hard to do. If they somehow find a way to get these dudes together so they don't come across so fucking corny, and they can actually act the shit out and make it look real and make it fun to watch, they are competition if they do that. And then you'll lose most of your core fans that are over here. If they can put their women's division to work and put them on TV and give them shine, shit, that's most of the WWE audience right there. Y'all gotta get together. Both companies present something that everybody can watch, but both companies have glaring problems. And it seems like it's interchangeable between the two companies. AEW lacks diversity. WWE is pushing all of the black people and people of color they can find in their company. Okay. These titles are changing hands, but they're not changing hands to white people. No shade. They changing hands to black people. Swerve is black. He just dropped the title to Carmelo. The title went from Bobby to Big E. Okay? And in NXT, Raquel is Latina.
Yeah. It went from EO to Raquel.
It went from EO to Raquel. People of color are the ones trading these titles back and forth. They're the ones holding the companies down. And Karrion Kross, he was Puerto Rican. Didn't know that, but he is. Samoa Joe, he's Samoan. Person of color. Not Ciampa, he white. Ciampa white. Okay? And so is Braun Breaker if he get the title. Now, I got one question I didn't get to ask it before. Did Joe Gacy win that match? He lost? Oh, that's fucked up. I really wanted to see Joe Gacy in that match. That dude, Parker Boudreaux came out there. Boudreaux
came out there and was beating up on Ciampa, and then he went after Gacy, and then Gacy caressed his face and shit like this, and he just stopped. It just shoved him off and walked away.
He giving some John C shit. Oh, that's gonna be his little minion. Okay, that's cute. That's cute, yeah, because Joe Gacy is messing with cancel culture and shit. And he the one who was like, this is a safe space for you to talk about your feelings. That's Joe Gacy. He creepy as hell. I don't care what nobody say. He creepy. He is very much a cult leader. And that right there just proved my point. So Mama let Don talk because this was his topic. He's the one who brought it up. Come on, mommy.
Yes.
What's wrong?
So it's all stuff from yesterday. So a lot of fans tend to, well, AEW fans tend to be like, oh, they don't do this. They don't put on the right amount of matches. They don't, they don't give us who we looking for. But they don't realize that they also have to please networks as well as fans. Um, and what I think happens on AEW's side, why they feel it's so great, is because superstars leave from WWE and then go to AEW, so then we can get those dream matches,
Right.
dream matchups, and then we get those for AEW, and that's it. I feel like AEW is more based on quick moments,
Facts.
cheap moments. We're gonna throw this dream match out there because we know you've been wanting to see it. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, well, I think a lot of people say, I remember I got to see Dream Match against Daniel Bryan and so and so. Daniel Bryan, Kenny Omega. That story is not gonna sit because they don't really tell stories over in AEW.
Correct.
So that's something they need to work on. They need to work on producing stories to make these moments worthwhile. Like nobody would have thought, looking at The Rock and looking at Stone Cold, two great personalities. Nobody was like, okay, this is it. This is like make it or break it for them. This gonna be hot. Just looking at how they was in two different avenues, two different characters. But when they came together per a story with some background to it, is one of the greatest rivalries
The
ever.
table.
So that's why I feel like AEW needs to work on that. On the tinier scale, but not really tiny. They need to work on same thing with not AEW. WWE needs to work on camera cuts. They have obvious camera cuts to where you can see people preparing for a stunt, whereas the camera
Yes.
should be focusing on the stunt and not the people that's about to get hit with it. Whereas for
Facts.
WWE, we get 50 camera cuts in a minute.
Right.
And I just be like, what's going on? It's a right cut for one kick, left cut for one kick. And this shit back and forth, back and forth. Zooming in and out, zooming in and out. You give me a headache with all that shit. And move on to where Tony Khan think that they are competition, which is pretty weird to me. Because this is not like every other sport, whereas, you could see teams just go up where it's a true competition. We playing football over here, y'all playing football over here. And that's the thing. They don't focus on the same things. Like I said, AEW is based off moments and cheap pops, dream matchups. They are like snapshots, whereas WWE, they want to focus on the bigger picture. So like AEW is like some little girl painting out the garage. And whereas WWE is like basket or something. Okay. So in order to be competition, you have to compete in the same league. We have to be doing the same thing, and they don't give the same thing. So WWE, they are, you could say, well rounded. They're giving you women. They're giving you um, diversity. They're giving you matches, pretty lengthy matches. And they give you stories. Whereas AEW, you get probably out of one match per show out of all the four shows they have for women. You don't really see people of color outside of Ricky Stark, but Ricky Stark is damn near white as hell. So that's speaks for itself. Um, their stories, I can't really comment on the stories for real because I don't watch that show. But from what I grasp, is their stories are kind of um how can I say that? They're kind of short. They have longevity, but it lasts too long. Like they've been telling the same story since they came on cable. It's just been the same thing with Cody Rhodes and Kenny Omega and MJF. Same thing with the Young Bucks. It's been the same thing with Chris Jericho for the past two, almost 3 years, I believe. They just need to invest in different people. They have a lot of tag teams they could put in work for or push through. I don't see what's the point of keeping these certain people as champions. I can see you having them as your inaugural champions. I can see them, you pushing them to go the distance to give the title some prestige, to put value on the title. But for you to be champion this long, it's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense, and nobody is working at the rate of where you've like. I just want to see you lose, or you're actually invested in what they're giving you outside of the match. Because if you look at WWE, we have Roman Reigns, who's been undefeated for a little bit over a year. I think it's like a couple months over a year. We've been waiting to see this man lose, but it's the story that he's giving us that is keeping us drawn to him. If Roman wasn't telling the story like he was right now, I wouldn't be caring. I wouldn't be watching. I mean, I don't really watch now because he take up like an hour and a half of the show. But I'm still drawn to his matches. I'm still wanting to see who's going to take this man down. Um, what else did I say? As far as them competing in the same thing, they go down two different avenues, especially for women's wrestling, which is kind of a big wave right now for women's wrestling. They say the best match on AEW for women's wrestling was Britt Baker versus, was it Red Velvet? I don't know if it was Red Velvet or not. Somebody in the comments could say something. Hey, Brandy, I didn't see that. Um, she said, "Why is my BS sense tingling?" Girl, I don't know. Um, it was Britt Baker versus somebody, and they had an unsanctioned match, and that was deemed one of their greatest women's matches. Um, to credit, if the match was good in general, if the match was good, the match was good. But it's still not competing on the same wavelength as WWE would, because a women's match in WWE can be great and don't have to be unsanctioned. It can be a traditional, regular ass match, and you could deem that a good match. I can watch a match on AEW for the women, and it'll last like a minute to like 5 minutes, and it wouldn't be a memorable moment. Nothing happens within those matches. It's just scrap, 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 signature, finisher, and a pin. Thunder Rosa. There we go. That's who it was.
All right,
Britt
y'all.
Baker
Sorry,
was
I had to
Thunder Rosa.
some family stuff I had to talk to my mama about. Anyway,
Yep,
what
I'm
we talking about now?
talking about how they just don't compete on the same length, on the same wavelength. I was talking about how across all four shows you can get one match per show for AEW for the women,
This is true.
and then it's matches that's held from 1 to 5 minutes,
Yeah,
and they don't
yeah.
have a story. Only person who has a story for the women is Britt Baker.
She's the only one. Is
Whereas
that the next matchup for her? Is Thunder Rosa?
no, I was asking who did she fight in the unsanctioned match.
Oh yeah, it was Thunder Rosa. Yeah, she's pretty much Britt's fought Thunder Rosa. She did have a match with Big Swole last year. It was a cinematic match. It was pretty good actually. She had the match with Red Velvet, and she had the match with Ruby Soho. That's it for right now that I know of. Somebody else in here could correct me, but as far as I know, that's it. And all of those matches were either on Britt and Big Swole's match was on Dynamite, but it was during the pandemic. Thunder Rosa and Britt Baker's match was on Dynamite. It was unsanctioned. She went up against Chris Statlander. She did. I didn't know she wrestled Nyla Rose. She did wrestle Nyla. She had a match with Red Velvet on Rampage, and she wrestled somebody, Ruby Soho, at it was All Out or All In, one of them fucking shows. She wrestled her.
Mm.
She did have that match with Chris Statlander. I think that was on Dynamite. Other than that, she hasn't really done anything else. I mean, and it's not that Britt isn't good. Britt's fine. They just don't book her like they gave Charlotte. Like you get Charlotte. Charlotte gets a program, and she might have a feud with somebody for 2-3 weeks until they get to the pay-per-view. Then it's over. So a month is the length of a feud for Charlotte usually.
Mm-hmm.
Britt Baker's feuds don't last that long because usually they'll start the feud and then she'll have the wrestling match for that person within the week or 2 weeks, and it's over. She's moving on to the next person unless they extend it out, which I have yet to see them do that. She wrestled Nyla at Fight for the Fallen. Oh, interesting.
The fact that they
Anyway,
nerve to say that Britt Baker was more popular than the Four Horsewomen.
no, she's not. No, she's not. And it's because of where she is. In AEW, she'll never be more popular than a Four Horsewoman. Never. And it's because of how she's marketed. It's because of the way, and Britt Baker has the kind of character to where she could be up there with them because of how she presents herself and how she walks and talks. Like if Britt Baker was in NXT right now and was moved to the main roster, she would be a force to be reckoned with because of how she presents herself. But because they don't do that in AEW, it's obvious that that's not what's going to happen with her there. Once Britt Baker is done with that title, they're going to move on more than likely to Jade Cargill if she doesn't get that TBS title. And that's going to be it.
So
They
TBS
gonna
title is the
move
woman.
on like Brit ain't even exist. AEW doesn't care about the women's division. I mean, you're right. In a way, yeah. They cared enough to put the title on Brit in the first place, so that gives them a little boost. Ooh, my back.
But they still not showcasing.
No, they're not giving the women a fair shake. All right. So we gonna move on to Therapy Thursdays, or we gonna stay in this topic?
Which I want to do. I want to shoot.
Oh my God. Oh, damn, Alexis, you ain't have to put them on blast like that.
Unless Kenny's fucking the champ. Hey.
They say the rumor is that Sheeta lost the title because she stopped her and Kenny broke up.
That's shitty.
That's the rumor. I'm not gonna say it's true. They throw their women away after they become champion. I wouldn't say they throw them away, but you don't see them. Like I don't see Sheeta. I haven't seen her in a while. So
And it's really so many avenues you can go down with
it
AEW.
took it forever to actually put the title. It did take a long time to put the title on Britt. It did. Yeah, we could go to therapy in a minute. Rio, yeah, they say he was dating Rio too, but that ain't none of my business.
Child.
That ain't none of my business.
Immunity peanuts.
Right.
What Tony say? He must have the dingling of gold.
Wow. They dragged out Hikaru Shida's title reign, her reign longer than it needed to be, and it wasn't even booked properly. Allegedly. Alexa said allegedly. Okay, good job. Shida just lost to Serena Deeb. Where did she lose to her at? Was it on Elevation or Dark or Rampage or Dynamite? Because that means something. So I'm gonna wait for you to answer that. After they were hyping her up about getting 50 wins, I see Kenny's been hanging around Carl Anderson too much. But Kenny been in Japan, so I will say this. If you have lived in a country for a long time, you're gonna develop an attraction to the people that are there. It's proximity. It is what it is. Okay. So you live in Japan, you're wrestling in Japan, you're working in Japan, you're obviously going to develop an attraction to these people because that's what you're looking at. That's what you're working with. You're eating with them. Okay, baby.
Just take your ass to Africa then. God damn.
Not go to Africa. You eat soup too or cereal? Not Africa. You tried it.
Go to Africa. Get you
Do
some
you think they're
women.
going to have Ruby Soho still chase after the title?
No.
She might chase after the TNT title. But I don't. Yeah, it's a TBS title actually. But I don't think she's gonna chase after the main title anymore. No. Oh, it was on Dynamite. Interesting. On Dark for shifts, 50 match. How many shows do AEW have? They have 4. They have Elevation,
Rampage.
Dynamite, Dark, and Rampage. I believe Elevation is an hour. Somebody in here might correct me. Dynamite is 2 hours. Dark is like 2 hours. And Rampage is 1 hour.
Oh, yeah, that started. I know.
Dope Sick?
This pay-per-view makes no sense.
What pay-per-view?
It says one night stand, but it also says Extreme Rules.
It must have been a one night stand for Extreme Rules when they didn't have that Extreme Rules pay-per-view.
Okay.
I mean, do it really matter? Because dark and elevation are interchangeable, and it's not like their win-loss records actually matter.
No, but yeah, because they promote it like it's something serious. But they do the same shit on all four shows.
Agreed. Now AEW has more matches for the buy-in. They can stack that 1 hour with as many matches as they want. It's not going to do anything with WWE.
You have to be doing the exact same thing in order to compete. Like I said, I will say
Who
that
wants to see Santana Garrett versus Tay Conti on the buy-in going up against SmackDown? I'm
no,
gonna eat my food because I ain't got nothing to do with that.
I will say that um maybe I was like 2 out of 10. AEW made NXT step the game up.
I
Just
don't
by like
deny that AEW has
20%.
something to do with NXT.
But I won't say that AEW lit a fire. Because bitch, you barely made a spark.
What I'll say is that when they had to move from Wednesdays to Thursdays, I don't think it had anything to do with AEW, but everybody else will say that it does.
Mm-hmm.
It had a lot to do with them getting that NHL contract. Also, AEW did beat NXT in the ratings often, and that's fine. That is because they're on a similar vein when it comes to the style of wrestling they were presenting. However, NXT was in dire need of a revamp before AEW came about. They were still doing this small roster version of wrestling. It was supposed to be gritty and hard and all this other stuff. But after a while, that wears off, and you've got to be able to maintain your audience. They know that they were not maintaining their audience. That's why Vince and Bruce and them went down there to go see what the hell was going on. Especially after the last set of people that came up, and all of your main stars are still in NXT. Come on, man. It was only a matter of time. AEW just pushed up the clock. A racist, no thanks. Tay Conti can whoop her ass with that weak ass knee. Ooh, how we thinking? Don't they rank they AEW stars? So if you're number one and a top ranking, you get a title shot. No, you don't, baby. Big Swole was number one on the roster the whole year of 2020. And that woman did not get a title shot.
And we're supposed to, there was that reset on that bullshit.
Mm-hmm. And they tried to say that it was because her Crohn's disease was acting up.
And she said, she came on and said, I was fine. I was ready to compete.
She was out there wrestling in other places, defending her other titles, and was still ranked number one. Then on the main show, they got Ruby versus the Bunny, CM Punk versus Matt Sydal. I don't care. I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Bad Bunny got to AEW and did better. You know, Bad Bunny got to WWE better than half the AEW. And he was on track months.
Okay.
Now, check that.
I think it's real funny that everyone thought AEW chased NXT off Wednesday when it was that NHL contract. Basic Google search. But guess what? Push Dynamite back Saturday. The NHL.
True. Yeah, NHL they broadcast their first game on UFC Network last night. So the season get back up.
That was Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Ooh, how we thank you. It feel good to be right.
They got over coming to them.
ESPN show 2 games on Tuesday. USA showed the game. I think showed the game or two yesterday.
You echoing, Don.
That's me?
Mm-hmm. It wasn't me.
Maybe it's in the area I'm in my kitchen. Hold on.
All right. We done.
I'm really see. Hold on. I'll be right back.
We done with Donnie's gonna come back. We done with wrestling talk. It's time to do therapy Thursdays. All right. So AG2, if you still in here, get your big headed butt in here. We need to talk.
Yeah. What's going on all this beef you in?
TNT has always been a sports channel, and that always brings ratings. Alexis, you know that. We know that. But the AEW fans still gonna say they won the war. No, baby, you didn't. Because you got booted too. Your ass got booted from your show. Your Dynamite got a show Saturday. And them numbers is not gonna reflect the way you think they are.
It's okay. They got hit when the NBA said we was going back live. They said, huh? They said no. No, ma'am, cancel NBA.
NBA season start next week.
Yeah, it start next week.
Ooh, they're gonna get their ass tore up.
Well.
AG2?
The superstar.
Right. We'll never see him.
Okay, he popping in late as hell.
He just out of nowhere.
He just told us yesterday. He said, "Damn, y'all, Becky
I ain't
came
seen him in a
back."
couple days. Nigga, he fired. Where have you been? People like, what is going on here? Yesterday, I was watching his live. This man was on live because this people on YouTube accusing him of hitting women, of attacking women.
Child.
I said in the live, I said, what the fuck is going on here? What is this? Child, I have told you so many times, you cannot help everybody.
Okay.
And everybody don't deserve to be in your space. And to be honest with you, that's still a lesson that I gotta learn because yesterday motherfuckers was trying me.
What happened yesterday?
Child.
I went live yesterday.
On Instagram.
And Don came in late. Don came in about an hour after I was already live. And I was just chilling by that point.
Mm-hmm.
But D came in there and was talking about AEW and shit. Now, what he did, originally, everything was smooth. I didn't have no problem. It was the part where he came in and was like, hey, Tiffany, you got a good mind, you got a good creative mind. You got one of the best creative minds I know. Like, build a Survivor Series teams. So I was doing that. Okay.
Oh, that's something fun. Yeah. Oh, that turned ugly.
When I got to the men and he was like, okay, let's get off of the women and go to the men. Who you gonna put on the men's team? I said, okay, like I would put Keith Lee on the men's team for Raw. He starts laughing. Now at that point, Don was in there.
Mm-hmm.
And Don goes, like, why are you laughing? What's funny about that?
Yeah, like what's so funny?
His response was
like cackling. He said,
let's put the guy who's been on main event for the last month on the Survivor Series team. Yeah. So my husband is sitting here. Usually he drives pretty quiet when it comes to live, but he's sitting here and he is seething. He turns around to say something, but he was like, I'm gonna let Tiffany handle it. This her life. I'm not gonna get involved. Don immediately was just like, why are you laughing? What's so funny? And I'm like, well, yeah, what is funny? He was like, yeah, like, why? Keith Lee, like, really? I'm like, the fuck are you trying to say? Then he goes, he hasn't been booked right. I'm like, well, Keith Lee was injured. He had COVID, and then he had an issue with his heart. And
Right.
WWE started, they're hesitant to push him because they don't want him to get hurt. Right. No, that part was okay. They figured that out. Okay. So that wasn't a problem. But it was just he was like, they were like, okay, we don't want to put a trigger on you. We want to make sure you're okay. Because Keith Lee could have died.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right. It was serious.
Yeah, if he wrestles like that and they don't take it as serious as they do, he could die in the ring. It'd be another Owen Hart situation. And honestly, they don't need that type of publicity.
Right.
Okay, so I fully understand why they don't want to pull the trigger on Keith Lee. But he laughed at me, and that is what irritated me. And he kept doing it. As the conversation progressed, there was another man, little boy in the live. His name was B. Jordan. He was in the live, and he was just like, we were talking about Adam Cole, and I was like, Adam Cole is bigger than the Young Bucks. He's bigger. He's damn near bigger than AEW, if you want to be real. He outshines and outworks every member that you see on the screen, and it's in character. It's in-ring work. It's everything. He's just a more polished wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
They're over there. He's like, yeah, but if Adam had stayed in WWE, they would have made him a manager. And I was like, stop saying that stupid shit. It's stupid. It's not true. Adam Cole himself has debunked it. Stop saying that stupid shit. It's dumb. Don is over there high and just cracking up. And he goes, Tim, are you okay? I'm like, no, goddamn it. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this.
Hell no, I ain't okay.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this. I'm like, it's the same thing. Y'all find some kind of way to make WWE look like a damn fool. I'm like, if you don't like it, why you watch it?
Right. Because they love to watch what they hate.
Mm-hmm.
And it just progressed to getting worse. But where he got shut down at is when I asked, because where they messed up is they go, well, he was like, I was like, WWE, y'all kept telling me that Raw's terrible. Okay, cool. I said for the last 2 months, matter of fact, before that, since after Money in the Bank, there has been a slow uptick of Raw progressively getting better. And I'm like, y'all were the main ones who was saying that it was never going to get better, that it was horrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they just was going off. They was like, oh no, that's not how it happened. It was like, do you know why Monday Night Raw got better? And I was like, okay, what? How did it get better? Why did it get better? It was because of All Out.
What?
I'm like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the pay-per-view? I'm like, are you serious right now? He was like, yes, it's because of All Out. That's why it got better. Like, look at what happened in All Out. I'm like, what does that have to do with WWE? That has nothing to do with WWE. Are you fucking kidding me? So Don was like, wait a minute. So your response is that the AEW effect is what improved Monday Night Raw. He said, but Monday Night Raw was been proven before All Out came on, which is true, right? He was like, no, it wasn't. It was still trash. I'm like, that's by your standards. Going by the ratings, Monday Night Raw went up in ratings every week, and it stayed up. It did not dip. He was like, no, Raw was still trash before AEW's All Out. I stand by that. I'm like, okay.
Then she broke down the timeline to him. He was like, well, I guess you're right there.
Right. So then, here's where it get ignorant. We're sitting there, And I'm like, okay. So if AEW is this massive entity that just created all of this beauty that we see in wrestling, why haven't they been able to do it for themselves?
Right.
Crickets.
Their
No
ratings should be
response.
through the roof then, right?
And they're not.
His other favorite line is, "Oh, that's a good question."
And then I'm like, but you're supposed to answer that question, so I need an answer. No, they chose to deflect. He goes, when's the last time you seen a match in WWE where the crowd went bananas at the start of the bell? I said, you might have a point there, but I've seen them go bananas when they had Bianca and Sasha at WrestleMania. Crowd went nuts. It was going crazy.
Right.
And I'm like, they had when Bianca and Becky had SummerSlam, crowd was going apeshit. They went crazy. Oh, it was just for Becky though. You asked if the crowd went nuts. You didn't ask me if they went nuts for a specific person.
Right.
So
When Brock Lesnar returned, they went crazy.
right. And here's where it got ignorant. He never answered my question. He just talked around my question. And then when he would ask me something, he would pretend to ignore me and start watching something on his TV talking about, oh, I'm watching Halloween. I didn't really hear what you said.
Oh, hell no.
It was the dismissive nature of the conversation and you asking me questions and then ignoring me that pissed me off. And that's when I get mad, I start yelling. So everybody in the live is just quiet. Don is sitting there laughing his ass off.
I'm laughing. I'm eating snacks.
And he just eat. I don't hear him saying nothing.
Did you save this live?
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, it's on her page.
It's up. You can go.
You know
gotta
my
go an
petty ass
hour
gonna go and
in.
watch it.
You gotta go an hour in, and then you can listen to it because it just gets worse. Nicole comes in because we start talking about the Bullet Club, and that's not my field. Okay, I can be honest. There are pockets of wrestling where I have no fucking clue. Okay, I'm a mainstream girl. I have admitted that on many occasions. I will
Right.
dabble
I'm mainstream too.
right. I will dabble in wrestling that is outside of mainstream if I can. But most of the time, that's not my niche. Like that's why I tend to lean on Alexis and Nicole because they have more knowledge than I do. And Janae, she's the numbers girl. Janae will come in and she's rattling off numbers, and I'm like, bitch, I ain't got time to be remembering all that. Like,
Right.
just tell me who had the
Pick a
better
two
numbers
piece.
for the night. And Janae would be like, yeah, SmackDown did. I'd be like, cool, got it. I can't sit and try to remember the fucking numbers and then turn around and I don't have time for that. That's why I just be like, hey, Alexis, I need your help because I don't know who some of these older people are. I know some of them, but I don't go that back far. Alexis be knowing shit from like 1950s, and I'm like, bitch, you remember that? You can recall that?
I can do that, but I can't do math.
I'm like, hell no, I can't do math either, so you ain't lying. But anyway, I can count my money.
No,
I can do that.
what were we talking about, Tiff? Like one day, I think it was you, me, Tirza. I don't want to say it was either Janae. No, it was you, me, and Tirza. And he came in. It was some bullshit that was going on with WWE. I think it was shortly after SummerSlam or something like that. And he keeps trying to bring in AEW, and it's like, you know, you done pissed off if you pissed off Tirza. Because she's very nice and easygoing, but when you piss her off, it's like she will elegantly curb stomp the shit out of you. And he just everything has to go back to AEW, and it's like, what normal wrestling fan worries about the ratings? How about you worry about the quality of the show?
Right.
Nicole came in and was like, you're all about AEW because you claim they're great. They're putting on 5-star matches. She said, where they lack. She was like, yeah, okay. But they don't have any people of color at the helm. a promise that they made for their own company to be diverse. She
Right.
goes, you don't see any of their LGBT plus BTQ plus people. You don't see any of them. She's like, the Bullet Club, their pseudo elite is not a part of the elite. They're riding the coattails of the original Bullet Club, which is what I was saying. And he was like,
Right.
are you serious? I'm like, yes. The original
Yeah.
Bullet Club did not exist of Kenny, the Young Bucks, and Cody and Adam and anybody else. And Nicole broke it down. Nicole was like, the Bullet Club existed with Finn Balor, and then there was somebody else. I can't remember their
Yeah.
name.
Oh, I thought it was
Oh,
Carl Anderson and
He came in
Buttweek.
later. Carl Anderson
he
came
came
in.
in
The
later.
Young Bucks
It was
came in. They came in one by one because they brought in Tomatonga. They brought in Anderson. They brought in the Young Bucks. And they brought, because they had Tomatonga and his brother.
his
Anderson,
brother's good looking too.
yeah, the Young Bucks. And then they brought in Kenny as the cleaner. Shortly after that, when Cody left WWE and went overseas, that's when the Elite started. They broke off from the Bullet Club and became the Elite.
Because
Mm.
I put on Twitter, I'm like, can someone I said, can someone please tell me, because I don't really follow New Japan like that. But
Followed
I
by
I said
it was followed.
I flat out said it. I said, please tell me for the love of God that the Elite and the Bullet Club are like not like, what did I say, Tiff? It was like, please tell me the Bullet Club wasn't ever this fucking cheesy, because I could not picture Tomatonga doing half this crap. And
Yeah,
someone's like,
that
no,
was
no, like every answer was like, no, 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 no. Like even hardcore Bullet Club fans do not like the Elite's cheesy shit. They
so
don't. And
he started being shady. And Don asked him, like, what's with the shade? And he was like, oh, no, I'm not being shady. It's not like that. And I'm like, you are shading me. Like, you sitting here laughing when I'm mentioning something. And I'm like, you're asking me questions and you're laughing. And I wouldn't have had such a problem with it if I had said it myself. If I had started the conversation, he asked me.
Right.
So he
right.
starts laughing at me. That insults my intelligence, and I can only take so much before I start getting mad. And he pissed me off. So I just start going off.
Well, then,
And
then what was the other thing? Me and Tiff were having a conversation about the Plane Ride from Hell episode from Dark Side of the Ring.
right,
Uh-huh.
and he went and Alexis.
I
Oh my god!
I glitched out
The
for like
conversation was
a
about
minute.
Flair. It wasn't about
Oh yeah.
Weston getting fired. It was who got fired on that plane? It was
Kurt Hennig
Kurt Hennig
and
got
Scott Hall.
fired. And who?
Scott Hall and Kurt Hennig. Those
Yeah,
were the
they
two
got
guys who got
fired. And he felt like they shouldn't have got fired, that WWE should have got him help. I'm like, at this point, Scott Hall was beyond helping. Okay?
Right. We
And
know this
then
history.
Kurt Hennig was on his last leg because he had been pulling these pranks for years. Vince got tired of it, told him to get rid of him. He told JR to get rid of anybody who caused problems on that plane. JR chose who he kept and who he got rid of.
And we all know JR played favoritism. We know
Right,
that by now.
because he kept Cody's
Flair.
brother Dustin, and Dustin sexually assaulted a flight attendant, and he is the one who was serenading Tori on the on the plane. So he didn't get no repercussions for that, other than he needed to get himself together. You know, Brock Lesnar and
Brock Lesnar and Kurt Hennig. I mean, I said it wrong in the podcast, but you know, Kurt was a known prankster, and like Tiff said, he had just pissed off one too many people in that locker room. And when you pissed off the new shiny toy, because this was 2002 Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, he wasn't going nowhere.
No.
So Kurt Hennig got fired because he was cutting up on the plane.
Right.
But
I glitched out for a fucking second, and I come back and D's in there.
And he's like,
he's trying to steer the conversation about AEW and all this shit. I'm like, dude, if you're not adding anything, and then he goes, can I finish? Can I finish? And I just looked at him like if looks could have fucking killed, mine would have probably, because I looked at him like, he goes, can I talk now? And I go, I don't know, can you?
Wow.
And Alexis was telling the truth though, because we were talking about Flair and his behavior. He wanted to change the conversation to Kurt Hennig and how they could have kept him there, and how Scott Hall was there for Insurrection, and then all of a sudden he was gone. And I'm like, it was by his own actions. It wasn't like WWE just fired him for nothing. It was his own actions. He did it to himself. Yeah, but they knew he was this way, and they could have, not. And I'm like, yeah, they could have done a lot of things, but he also could have practiced self-restraint.
That was the 2002 locker room. This was years before the Benoit situation happened. They did not care about their superstars. You see it now where they're caring about it because they want them here in the long run. But back then, they could give a fuck less. And I really think deep down, if Vince had not been the one to see Scott Hall being carried out in a fucking wheelchair from the plane.
He's still been there.
Yeah. But Vince saw it and Vince got pissed.
Yep.
Which he had every fucking right to be. But
and I agree.
But anyway, it was just like he was trying to steer the conversation to what he wanted to fucking talk to. He's done this before, and I'm not trying to sound like the white woman bitching here, but it's like every time he comes in and like it's me, Tiff, and Nicole talking on the live, or Tiff, Janae, Nicole, like some sort of the four of us in there. He wants to come in and then he wants to act like he knows everything and we know jack shit.
Yeah,
and I'm
I
just
don't like that.
Are you just waiting for your knee pads to dry so you can go back to sucking Daddy Tony Khan's dick for a while?
But I have a question though.
This is therapy because you know why, kids? It's good to get angry and get things off your chest with your friends, okay?
Yeah,
right. But I have a question though. Like, what stars have AEW made?
Nobody. None. I
don't know an AEW star. I know a WWE star, which they have a lot of them in AEW. But I don't know.
Because they pushed everything onto the elite. They're trying. That's what Cody is trying so hard to be the Miz. The problem is he does not have an ounce of the Miz's charisma.
And that's true. That's true.
Right.
And no shade to Brandy, but she ain't no Maurice. And Maurice is funny. She got personality.
Yes.
She's that fashionista girl, but that's not all that Maurice is. And on her show, you can see every aspect of her. She's just as goofy and weird as the Miz is. It's so funny to watch them, and they just seem to be genuinely happy with each other. And you're just like, that is just so sweet,
Right.
Everything they did, they try to make the elite the front and center, but like. Okay, he's not even an AEW guy. Jericho.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the difference, okay? And I will love this till the day I fucking die, and I want this on my tombstone. When Dynamite was following the NBA last year, everyone from NBA was watching that game. They sent out Chris Jericho, and people are like, he's still alive. Oh my God, what the fuck happened to him?
Yep.
Like, making fun of his body.
Oh my God, they called him like a deformed, what they call him? A deformed starfish or something like that? I don't remember. But then
look like a fucked up Patrick.
NBA comes on before SmackDown. Like that same, like not even like a week later. Mm-hmm. They send out Roman Reigns, and you checked on Twitter, and people are like, "My girl don't even watch wrestling, but all of a sudden she wants to watch it."
Yeah,
I didn't know I was into dudes till I saw this guy. What the fuck? Like people were like, everybody wanted to sleep with Roman Reigns. Everyone was like, "Who's this guy?" And then when Kevin Owens came out, people were like, "Oh, he's not like the guys I used to watch when I watched wrestling." And then they're like, "Oh my God, it's a steel cage. They're having a steel cage." Like people are like, "I haven't watched wrestling in 20 fucking years." And I felt like a little kid again watching it.
That's the difference.
But you didn't get the reaction. And it's like any of the main indie guys who came in, that's the thing. And I'm not sorry, Tiff, I'm not trying to steal your spotlight or
No, it's
anything like
fine.
that. But the thing with a lot of these guys outside of AEW, they were big indie stars on their own. Granted, not a lot of people knew about them, but they did have sort of a cult following. Orange Cassidy is one of my husband's favorite wrestling personalities and wrestlers, but he didn't know anything about him until he showed up, and then he started YouTubing him and watching his old matches. And a lot of it could be said for a lot of those men and women there, because I never heard of them.
Me
And
either.
I'll be honest, if it wasn't for YouTube, I'd never see them, because I'm like, who the hell are half these people? Okay,
Right.
they're good. They're good. Some of these guys I remember just because they had a coffee break at Impact, or like
Not a
for like
coffee
the
break.
hybrid theory, the Lucha Brothers, a lot of those guys, they were in Lucha Underground, and I watched Lucha Underground religiously until like it went off the air. And so I remembered a lot of those guys, because like when I saw Pentagon and Phoenix, I was like, oh shit, yes, you know.
It's not that, and I don't have a problem with AEW, and I have to stress it because people think because I criticize it that I somehow have a problem with it. But they don't have that same issue when I criticize WWE, which I do it heavily.
Right.
We all do.
And it's always like that. But with him specifically, Rico was just like, he likes to get you in a bag. He likes to rile you up and make you angry. He knows which buttons to push, and he does it on purpose. And when I thought about it last night, I was just like, that makes me angry, because now you're doing stuff intentionally.
Right.
And like, I don't live in New York City. I don't live in New York City, but I'll beat your ass, deacon or not. I don't give a fuck. I will beat your ass. Okay? Because you
remember when he got me and Nicole confused?
No, he did that on purpose. And
when I said confused.
And Nicole came in there yesterday. Nicole is usually deadpan when she talks, so it really doesn't matter. But you can tell when she's angry.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Nicole was just talking, and he tried to talk over her, and she was like, "No, you're gonna let me talk, so let me finish." And I was like, "Yo ass better shut the fuck up."
You're about to die.
You better shut the fuck up.
That's
and she was just like, she broke down the Bullet Club from start to finish, and he was just like, he couldn't say nothing. And then he likes to play the passive aggressive game, so it'll go.
Oh, I hate that.
He'll go, oh, okay, it's fine, whatever. That's cool. You know, you know everything. It's cool. I'm like, no, we're not doing that passive aggressive bullshit. You're gonna answer my fucking question. I asked the question, therefore you're gonna answer it. We're not gonna sit up here and you get to weasel your way out of this. He was like, no, but for real, like, no, Tit's usually right. She's always right. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not always right. I'm like, these goons come in here and be on my ass. If I pronounce a name wrong, if I tell somebody their toe was on the line and it wasn't, they be in the comments so goddamn fast correcting me.
Right. They terrorize you. They really do.
My ass good, okay? If I miss a crow, motherfucker Tiffany, you gotta go back in that bathroom. You missed that, okay? You missed that shit. I don't have the luxury of being wrong. Okay, they're gonna correct me either way. So no, I'm not above being corrected. And I don't claim to know everything. But what I do know is from what I see. I'm not fucking crazy, and you're not gonna play on my intelligence like that. And that's the reason why I told you to come in here. See, what you got to stop doing is letting people in your space that don't belong there. Okay?
What are you doing, AT2? What are you doing?
You gotta stop letting people in your space. This is what I was trying to warn you about before you got on YouTube. There's only so far on YouTube I will go, because I don't fuck with people like that. And I understand a vulture when I see one. Now, I'll be real. D slipped by me. Okay? He slipped by me. And the first thing I should have done was listen to them when they was telling me before. You know, Tiffany, maybe you shouldn't let him in the lives no more, because he likes to rile people up. He likes to cause a ruckus a lot. Listen, I was like, he all right. You know, I shut him down. He cool. It ain't no issues. Don said it. Nicole said it. Alexis said it. Tirza definitely said it multiple times. That bitch don't like him at all.
She asked him to drop the address because she's like, I'm in New York, drop the address, roll up, let's
Oh
go.
shit!
She was ready to fight.
I was like,
And,
damn.
and then, like, Rico said it when he first started coming in. He said it, and he was like, "I don't like him. Like, don't let him back in." And I'm like, "It's not that big of a deal. He ain't gonna do nothing." And it had started getting to the point where he would come in, and my numbers in the live would drop. Nobody
Oh
wanted to come in.
damn! It would got that bad?
It was
Yeah.
to the point where when he first came in, it was just because like the catfish was there and all that kind of shit, and we were trying to give him the benefit of a doubt. And I was trying
You know
so
it's a problem
hard.
when K-Doc was calling them out on this shit. You know.
I was trying so hard to be nice to him because I thought maybe it's just like, okay, maybe he doesn't have a lot of wrestling friends around him. But after a while, especially after the first time he really pissed me off, I was like, oh, we like this.
Alexa got a short fuse, and she
I
don't like being talked down to.
Right.
She don't
I
like
don't
being, and that's what happened the last time when we had Maj's friend come in, and he was talking about CM Punk, and he was like, "Oh, you got a list of wrestlers? Okay, it better appease me." Alexa flipped the switch. She was like, "Excuse me?" I'm like, "Oh shit."
I was sober that night too.
I'm like, "Oh shit." I'm like, "Oh shit." I'm like, "Wait a minute.
No,
Wait a minute. Everybody,
this guy came in.
calm down.
This guy came in and his exact words to me were, who's your top 10? You need to appease me.
Yeah, and
Wait,
she
you
was.
need to appease me.
Yeah,
Who the
and
fuck are
he
you?
said, and it better appease me.
Oh,
And
it better
was
appease me.
It was like waiting for a flip to a switch to flip.
This
Because
motherfucker had already gotten me mad because he said there's no way Samoa Joe would ever be considered a top 5 GOAT. I'm like, motherfucker, who the hell?
Off. And I was in the car. I was like, oh goddamn.
And we know how much you love Samoa Joe, so
Okay.
that was
Okay,
definitely the wrong thing to say.
I love my Samoan daddy.
Right.
Okay. No, it's just like, so like when you guys hear women wrestling fans saying men give us a hard time, we're not talking about the decent guys like AT2 and Don here. We're talking about guys like this.
Right.
This is exactly, if you listen to the show, if you've gone on Tiff's Lives and you've heard us talk about the toxic wrestling community, these are the kind of so-called quote unquote fans we're talking about.
And it's not even, I wouldn't have such a problem if you respect what I say. And it's not hard for you can be on your soapbox about what you like and not disrespect somebody else for being on their soapbox for what they like. Like I have said many times, I have no issues with AEW. I have a problem with the way they produce their content and the way they push their superstars because they are not doing themselves justice. They're doing themselves a disservice by that. I have an issue with WWE because they're resting on their laurels and they're not producing new talent like they should.
Exactly.
Right.
So
now, can I throw my soapbox at somebody though?
It's not even hard for you to understand. And the only reason why I don't watch AEW is because they won't let me watch it the way I want to watch it.
Right. And you stuck to your guns too.
I can do the same commentary, so I'm not gonna put nothing on my page and push it. If anything, I'm giving you extra publicity.
Right.
I'm not taking anything from you.
There was one segment you put on your Instagram page, and it was when they did that lame ass Space Jam, all the elite. I'm talking the whitest of white boys.
It was horrible.
Who don't know how to fucking ball. I mean, I was waiting for someone to say the starting lineup for the Utah Jazz.
No.
Like that. Yeah.
Don't do Utah.
All came out.
Okay.
I can't play basketball to save my life, and you think because being 5'11", I would know. I know how to dribble and shoot. But they were acting like they had never held a basketball in their entire life.
Kenny Omega can't dribble. The Young Bucks shoes was 3 sizes too big and tied up tight.
Were they knockoffs too?
Oh,
They missed a fucking
Damn.
dunk shot.
that's a whole other topic for a whole other day. But this
How
is
do
my
you miss
point,
a dunk
AC2.
shot?
Everybody don't deserve to be in your circle. Now, I usually keep my Instagram circle very tight because I don't need nobody messing with me after what we went through with K Love. That messed me up. I didn't like that. And I
Yeah.
become very defensive when I'm around people because I can't trust everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So there's only a certain number of people who are in that little tight knit, and we made it that small on purpose. We all bonded over the same thing. So
Right.
it's hard when you're trying to be nice to people and you're trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, and then they keep making the same error over and over again, especially when it's targeted towards you specifically.
Right.
When you're dealing with people like this over the internet and you can't, the only way you could control a narrative is to keep people out your space.
Yep.
The person you dealing with right now, he not a clout chaser. Let me tell you what he is. He is a master manipulator. And a lot of people can't see that because he will play on the emotions of people who are already against you or jealous of you. He's playing up that. So
No,
he's
dude, you need to drop him fast.
He's using that as a trope to get your goal. That's why he's titling all his videos after you. He's messing with you to push you to do what he wants you to do. You got to stop giving him the ammunition. You did the live last night to counter his live. Fine. You had to defend yourself because he was assaulting your character. If he does it again, there should be no warning. You just need to take the necessary legal steps to stop him from doing it.
Right.
Because you got to protect your brand and you have to protect your channel and your integrity. He is starting to diminish you simply by you reacting and acting to everything that he says and does. And you can't do that. You're giving him way too much power over you and how you operate. Now, I know that the messy stuff on YouTube works. It's views, you get views. But you have to understand, when you lay down with dogs, you're going to get up with fleas.
That's why it's kind of, remember when drama channels, like the makeup YouTube drama channels were really big? They were riding high, man, and then all of a sudden it took one thing to just bust that bubble, and now it's just like,
because even those who are drama channels crave the attention, they crave the fame. They just doing it in a different way. Now, what I liked originally about your channel was the fact that you covered everything. You gave everybody a little bit of the town hall stuff, and you were doing the love finding stuff to match people up, and you had a variety of stuff on your channel that worked for you. That was your niche. That's where you resided, and if you stick with it, it will grow to where it needs to be. But if you keep wallowing in the mud with the pigs, you're going to be deemed a pig.
what was the issue with that singer Jaguar or something?
That Jaguar Rice was a big topic, and I told him, as long as she trends and she keeps coming up, do the story based off of the information, and then let it be what it is. Because there was some of his big videos.
I wish actually, I heard Jaguar has came back, but she's been gone for a while. I wish we can go back to the days at Jaguar, right? Because what's going on now is some ugliness.
I would not.
I wouldn't give it the time of day.
Even get into it, and that's the problem, because you feel like you obligated to, because it's in the community and people want to talk about it, but you have to talk about it from an unbiased viewpoint, and then you need to move forward. And if your subscribers rock with you the way that I see they rock with you, they're gonna go wherever you go. So all I'm telling you is, leave that nigga yuck mouth where you found him. Leave him where you found him. because you was
Yeah.
like last night that you was trying to help, you was being nice to people, y'all talked on the phone, y'all been chilling and being cool. And I know for a fact he done took you to a level where you went in his DMs cussing him out and he didn't do nothing but screen record the voice messages and then put it on his channel like, look, this is how he talks to me. This is how he attacks me. He structured the video so it looked
Right.
like he
That was
wasn't like,
allegedly me
Yeah.
that called him. That was allegedly me.
Right. Like, and
Why
then
should they make
It
it look like
sounded like me, but it was
that nigga
allegedly
said
I left those.
allegedly it was me.
because you
It
know
might have
why?
sounded like me, but I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Look,
But
if
you know,
love don't
like,
fit, it must quit.
here's this.
Stop
Okay,
it.
well, here's the fucked up thing. I mean, you can fake text. Like, you gotta have a lot of time on your hands, but you can fake text messages. And if you guys did allegedly talk on the phone, who's not to say he took the audio and twisted it to make it his own
That's a
narrative?
lot of work, but it is possible. Okay.
I'm just saying, there
All
are
I'm saying
people.
is you got to nip this in the bud right now. Now I got a question.
Mhm.
That girl, the lady Dear Yvette, why her name sounds so familiar?
Uh, because she's been around since December, I would say. At least that's when we were originally friends and stuff like that.
Like, cause wasn't she on your page before?
Yeah. See, all these people are around. See, I was the one who
Oh
took
my
her
God.
Why
Stop
is he?
it.
Don't start singing, because then Don's
Stop.
gonna start singing. Jesus
Right.
and
Christ!
I was the one.
Lord
But
have mercy.
yeah, like you help all these people out, and then they totally turn around and shit on you.
Cause she was the one that was singing, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I knew that was her. I told you, AJ, that was her. Now, see, that's some garbage because I was there when AT2 had that. I think it was his birthday party. Oh my God.
Yes.
And I was there, and everybody was chilling and drinking, and I wasn't drinking that night. I was straight, but they was because she was drunk. I remember,
She had
and
that
she
Yes.
was
ass
That
though.
shit
singing,
was hilarious.
and I
Was
was
that?
like,
I think
and
that was
then
after I left.
yeah, it was after you left, and then
Okay.
it came. We played something. It was some type of sex game.
Never have I ever.
Yeah, AT2 nasty. Anyway, we played Never Have I Ever, and they was drinking and stuff, and they was talking about some shit. I was like, you motherfuckers are nasty and teeth. Okay? But anyway, she was in there, she was lit. And I mean, every time somebody said something, she was hollering and telling me, yeah, just shaking and gyrating.
Started.
I said, whose drunk ass auntie is this? I was like,
Not drunk
Dre.
ass auntie. Oh my God.
I'm like, Dre, sweetheart, I'm gonna go. Okay, y'all enjoy y'all night. Yeah, because
Yo, that had to be like one of my
here.
best birthdays ever.
Y'all drunk ass auntie in here tearing shit up, and she. I was like, I don't think she know that she don't. That's what she looked like, but in the playback, it's the. I think he left that live up there. Y'all have to see that because
Yeah, it's still up. I actually wanted to do like a review of it.
she was going off. Okay, I was
I
sitting
gotta
there
go
like,
watch
oh.
that now.
I was like, oh, I wish Don was here because Don be asking like, what the fuck is this? Don the only one I know for sure that can get some shit set off and then just sit in the bed and finish smoking his weed and drink and
Right.
watch the fireworks.
He don't give a fuck. That's why.
That's why I was like, I need some of my people to be here because they need to see what I see.
Possibly, I was watching from my TV. It was getting a little bit too real. I said, yeah, I'ma head out.
See? Now you know it's a mess if Don leaves. It's a mess.
She was a little bit too good for me. I think she had like that kind of like that decorated cup, kind of like a pimp cup.
Oh, I think I remember her.
I
She
think
was in
so.
the live with me.
No, that was the other lady.
Remember she had
She
the
was
army fit?
yeah, that was
Like the
her.
camo
Oh,
fit.
okay. That's
The
another
girl
girl.
with
I
the
was-
pimp cup was sitting down, but she was real. She was real sexual. You know, she
Wasn't
was.
she the one that was like, fuck them kids?
Yeah,
No, that's
Okay.
you.
yeah.
I mean, I'd say that too, but she was saying that like strong. She's like, She's like, yeah, my kids be like in the other room. We still be doing our dirt. Fuck them kids. I'm like, huh?
Okay. I was like, ooh.
No, we
Oh
ain't gonna
my
do that.
god.
I was
We
like,
ain't gonna do that
ooh.
with the children home, no sir.
I said, okay, wow. I was like, hey, P2, happy birthday.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I typed
go.
my comment. I was
Okay,
like,
I'm
happy
gonna
birthday.
go.
I
Yeah.
was 2 ciders in, so I don't exactly remember a lot of shit that
Poor
night.
Alexis. Poor
Right. I gotta
Alexis.
go back and watch it because I don't remember a lot of shit that happened. All
He
I
was
know is
drunk
that I
too.
had hella fun.
82
You
was
was
tore
lit.
up too, but he didn't.
Oh my
He
god, dude,
didn't
you
do
were
that.
so drunk, everything made you laugh.
Right,
You took your first three shots, drinks,
right at the
sips
beginning
in
of
the
the show,
beginning. You was like,
just
Yep.
to the
you
face.
supposed to wait for the game to start, but I'm drinking
Right.
anyway, so fuck it.
I
Then
come
Right.
it
in
started. I'm like,
I come
damn.
in, this drunk motherfucker's like, Alexis!
Right.
I'm like, oh my god.
What?
If you were that annoying friend in the bar, I would have left your ass there.
You're like, oh shit, he see me.
It was a mess, but it was fun. It wasn't bad. It was fun, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just like, wait. I was trying to think of who he was talking about, and I was like, is that the lady? Because she used to do his he used to play her outro and intro song with her singing all the compilations of songs for him. And I was
Right.
like, okay, she got a little tune. Okay, good for her. And but she was like super lit at his birthday party. I'm like, oh God, like, come on, auntie, like.
Yeah, stop doing
Right,
favors for
come
these
on,
folks. They
man.
want a little promo,
Like
and
maybe
you
you
have
need
to
some
charge. I
water.
gotta charge for promos.
Right. I mean, maybe you need some
Period.
water or like, coffee,
Get her,
anything to sober you up. Cause
Yeah.
get her
You just
some
want to lay
water.
down for a minute?
right. How far back was this? It was last year.
It was
Yeah,
It was
last
in
December.
it
We're
was
coming up on a
in
year
Yeah, it was
yeah.
pandemic because me and AT, my
because
birthday's in
California was
December
shut
and 82,
down.
yeah, and your birthday's in December too, 82, right?
Yeah, December 19th, but we did it on the 18th. We did it on a
Yeah.
Friday.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah,
Yep.
holy shit, man.
It was last year, and he was having the best time. He seemed to be having a good time, but she stuck out because I just could not get over the fact of how old she was and how drunk she was on camera. And I'm just like, I know she got to be over her at least in her 40s, early 50s, and she just is like very
Yikes.
much showing her age. I was like,
Yikes
man,
on yikes on trikes.
I
Yikes,
ain't
yikes,
trying to
yikes.
be mean. I'm just being real, and I ain't calling her out. I'm just saying, like, you're a woman of a particular age and you're on camera with your pelvis gyrating in the camera, yeah, and it was loud. It was not
Oh.
subtle. People would be talking. She's like, "Yeah, we get lit." But I'm like, "Girl, auntie,
Someone come and get her. Someone come get
somebody
her
come
now.
and get her." Nobody.
Yeah.
somebody come get her. She
I
dancing like a stripper.
was trying to figure out who he was talking about. I'm like, that was her. Oh.
Yeah, you gotta protect your peace.
So
Damn. If
he was
we could
like,
go
she
back to
got a
the old
channel.
times.
And then I remember after that, he was like, she got a channel. And wait a minute. Oh, that's Rico.
No,
He
like,
goes, she got a
Hey
channel
y'all.
and
here we
she
go.
Dang.
said she got a channel and y'all can go over there and subscribe to her channel. And a bunch of people did because AT2 sent them over there. So I thought it was mighty strange that not even a year later, it's not even close to a year, and it's already done turned inward.
Yeah,
Like
you
it
done.
has like gotten really nasty. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? And I'm like, I thought about it yesterday and I was like, hell no, I gotta talk to my friend. He gotta get himself together. Cause
Like,
everybody is not,
yeah.
they're not in your circle to be your friend. They're getting close to you to get what they can, and then they finding a way to turn you asunder so they can get what you got. And you ain't even got
Right.
that much for them to get, but you giving them
Right.
everything. Cause you giving them everything. The moment you meet them, you are immediately like, "Hey, you need help." Oh God, thank
Ooh.
they're like,
What was
Who
that?
was
I don't
that?
know. They're like, "Hey, if you need help," you're like, "I'll help you if you need help. Just let me know." And because you are opening yourself up, they are immediately like, "Okay, I know what I got to do." And they're using you to put themselves over. which in turn means that they don't really have any they don't have any content of their own to produce. There's plenty of things for you to talk about. Plenty of things. Like, I mean, the world is going to shit, and anti-vaxxers and vaxxers are against each other. You got music that is just absolute garbage. Music is garbage. Superstars and celebrity gossip. You do the Real Housewives stuff, which I like because I don't see a lot of men talking about Real Housewives. Not a lot of straight men. Anyway.
Yeah, they like a different perspective. It helps.
So you could do a lot of that stuff. Like it's so much that you could talk about. And if you want to do YouTube gossip and YouTube drama, keep it to the facts, give your opinion, and move on. And don't dive so deep into it to where you become the drama.
Yeah, listen,
Right.
man. Like when all the drama channels, like I said, I was a whore for all those drama channels back then that followed like all the crazy like makeup people.
Not a whore.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, man. I mean, at least I can be honest with myself. But like,
Oh my God.
they, you had people like coming out saying like, when everything was falling, like basically like the empires were falling, and people come to find out, people were like listening to the drama channels. They were being paid by the makeup artists or influencers or whatever they called, and they were running back to them to say, well, so and so said this about you, so they could put out a tweet saying this, but they manipulated it into thinking. And it's not just, I know it's not just drama channels. I'm just using them for an example.
Doesn't
But
everyone
I
use
mean,
them for an example though?
but apparently, like the true crime community on this platform goes at each other's throats too, because they're always accusing of each other stealing their shit, and it's like, I'm sorry, didn't think you owned a Ted Bundy story, like.
Right.
How many times can you do a true crime story and somebody else
Wait,
haven't done?
trying to-
It's not
they're
that
trying to-
Right. All
Yeah,
the stories have been told plenty of
but
times.
most of the people usually are dying by their spouse's hand. Somebody got mad or jealous because the other one was with somebody else and they killed him. It's a typical. True crime is not anything new. Like if I was doing, I ain't gonna get them though. I can get a little tidbit. You're gonna do a true crime channel, and then I'm gonna answer whatever advice King need. I'm gonna give them. Okay. You're gonna do a true crime channel. Fuck it. Don't do nothing that you have to research. ID Network and Oxygen put on fucking every channel. They got goddamn shows about everything. You can do celebrity style true crime. You can do it all based off of what you see on TV. All you gotta do is sit and watch the show and take notes. They got
Right.
4 fucking seasons of shit. Homicide Hunter Joe Kenda. They got Murder Chose Me. They got motherfucking swamp murders. Okay, niggas is just dying in a swamp. They got Everglades murders. Okay, they got disappeared shit. It's all types of shit you could be doing true crime over, and y'all mad because somebody did Ted Bundy story. Ted Bundy, one of the most prolific serial killers in the world. Everybody knows about Ted Bundy. Bitch, you don't own Ted Bundy? Personally, I wouldn't want to be worried about owning Ted Bundy, seeing as how he's a murderer and a psychopath. He was fucking dead bodies, bitch. Shouldn't you be more concerned about the victims that's dead? Rather than about the damn story you trying to tell on TV? See, I don't watch a lot of true crime stuff. The only person I watch is Bailey, because Bailey mind her business. She put her shit up there. And she going about her business. She ain't worried about what nobody else is talking about. She ain't starting no drama. Okay? I don't be having time for all of that. Y'all out here fighting. And the only reason why y'all start doing murder, mystery, and makeup is because your makeup channel ain't going nowhere. So you got to do this murder mystery shit so you can push yourself forward.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But if you don't have no content and if you can't get yourself over personality-wise, then maybe you need to change your career.
Right. And not everybody has the personality to do YouTube.
That's true. I mean, that's just the facts. The market is oversaturated, and you have got to be able to stand out. And unless you're going to be a protege of Jacqueline Hill, James Charles, Nikki Tutorials, and all of them in the beauty space, Jackie Aina too, unless you're going to be one of their proteges and work in that market and be like that, you're not going to go anywhere.
Right.
You just not. You might gain a small following enough to be able to receive PR. That might happen. That's why the girls went to TikTok. You see how the different influencers are on TikTok. There's a girl on TikTok. I think she's from New Jersey. I think her name is Michaela. That girl cussed like a sailor. But that bitch got millions of followers on TikTok. One review of a product and that shit sells out in minutes. She got a lot of motherfucking influence. And that's just from doing 1 minute videos of makeup tutorials and reviews on TikTok. And now she can do 3 minute videos. Okay? So it's not about where you are now. It's about your hustle and your grind and how far you're willing to go. If you believe that this is what you want to do and this is where you're supposed to be, then no matter how many people watch you, you'll be content with what you're doing. Because eventually it's going to pay off.
Mm-hmm.
But if your only idea is to be famous because you want to be like Nikki Tutorials and James Charles, they got big ass problems. Nikki Tutorials was getting blackmailed for years because she was trans. And she was trying to just cope with the fact that she was trans and she couldn't even deal with that. She had to come out and tell everybody she was trans because they were threatening her to reveal her and ruin her career.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
James Charles was out here talking to underage children.
Mm-hmm.
He got in trouble for that.
Nasty pervert.
And he still, and to his credit, I understand because people lie on the internet about their age. They do. But once James found out, he continued to have the conversation. They also call him a predator because he likes to try to turn out straight men.
And there's multiple proof of that. He did a video with what's her tits, Nikita Dragon. I don't know. And he they make fuck her. I don't like her. Her and her busted ass makeup line. Like my kid can make a better fucking makeup line than her.
Ugly.
Anyway, hey, Don likes this new me, so I'm gonna keep rolling with it for a little bit.
Harvey would make a better makeup line and it'd be more
She's a
successful.
boss bitch goddess.
But like he said, it was like a passing joke, and I would just recommend finding like compilation stuff that people have made about this, because like the James Charles downfall has been very interesting to me. I don't know why, but he made a joke with Nikita Dragon that they were both into straight guys.
Yeah,
and then
but that's
I'm just like, no one caught this.
Yeah, but they ignored it as it was a joke. And that's the way that they played it off. But see, here's the thing. When it comes to YouTube, it's only a dangerous world if you let it. You got to keep your circle small. And you got to keep people around you that you trust. And treat those people with respect. If you, let's say AT2, you get to have 1 million followers. I hope you do. You get 1 million subscribers.
You get into existence.
Manifest that shit.
You'll manifest that. You get 1 million subscribers. You get a lot of endorsements or sponsorship deals and stuff. All that stuff comes with the territory. But what also comes with the territory is people crying in your shit. People trying to tear you down. So, like I said, if you keep your circle small and the people around you, you treat them with respect. If you got to pay them, you pay them a decent salary. You're not trying to use them to get you where you need to be. As long as you do right by people, everything that come back to you is going to be good. It ain't to say that you're not going to have problems, because that is more than likely going to happen, because when more money comes more problems.
Mm-hmm.
But you will have
no money, no problems.
Right. Like you will generally have a good space because you've curated it to be. That's why I'm telling you, don't even address him no more. If he says anything else that's even more outrageous and outlandish as what he said this last time, if it goes beyond that, you need to take the necessary steps to protect yourself.
Right.
And stop him from doing that. And that'll also discourage anybody else from doing it, because people have to understand the internet, yes, it's Wild Wild West, but there are still rules to the West. And media applies now to the internet. You cannot defame anybody. You cannot slander them. That is illegal. You could be taken to court for that. And people don't understand that you could be sued and you can end up having to pay for the damages that you have caused.
Right.
So you have to be careful of how you move. I
Let
want
me
you to know.
I know you're in California, AT2.
Mhm.
What are the now? I just want to be honest with me, okay? Did you have a phone conversation with this person?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know you were being recorded?
No, I did not.
Well, that's
Okay.
illegal in California.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because it's a two-way. Yeah.
It's
Is this
illegal, so it doesn't matter where he is. In
because you
California,
were
you
in
can't be recorded like that.
right? Because isn't California one of the like they're really big on the no recording unless both parties know about it kind of
They have
thing?
Right.
they have very
Yeah.
staunch privacy laws. Yes.
Right. So, I mean, technically, I mean, I'm not trying to, cause any shit, but he illegally did something that's against the law to you, my G. Like,
He did.
just saying, I'm not trying to start any fires or some shit, but I mean,
Yeah, but you know what?
Don't
That
start the
video is
fire.
so
You started
old.
the fire.
Like I said, like I had forgiven him This is how we came back up because I forgiven him recently, and then he decided to work with someone that I don't rock with, and then try to take me down. And this is how all of this came back up again because I was all like, oh, black people, black unity, black power to the people, power to the people, and all that,
Mm-hmm.
and it ended up
Then it
biting
was
me
you
in the
abusing
ass.
women. Mm-hmm. Black people. Yeah, that black
Yeah,
nigga
I'm
was hitting
fighting
that
with
woman.
white
I saw
people
him
now.
do
I can't stand.
it. Hell no.
fine, we beefing now. Let's do this. Come on.
Right.
Let's do it.
Alexa's like, I'm sitting up here trying to help your black ass. And this is what you do. This how you do. She
See if
can't
I
say it,
ever
but
fucking
I
help
say it.
you again.
I say
Right.
it because she ain't gonna say it. So I say, your black ass should have known better. Don't be saying that shit because she's sitting up here white trying to help your ass. And you gonna say, well, I just don't walk with white people. I'm not fuck that. We know they have constellation pride. And you ain't gonna do people like that either.
Fix your shit with this guy, and then we can start fighting. Okay,
Yeah.
I want your
Exactly.
complete, total attention.
She's like, you ain't gonna come over here and fuck up my shit just because your shit fucked up. Okay,
You
kids.
get me either 100% or I'm not fucking doing it.
I'm gonna get back to AC2 in a minute, but you asked me for some advice. So it's 6 people in here, and all of us
Okay.
are
Oh,
trying
I'll
to.
go ahead and drop out.
Okay,
All right, I'll be in the comments, y'all. Thank y'all.
no
Welcome.
problem.
We still fighting, bruh. So don't think
I mean, I didn't do anything, but you're welcome regardless.
Y'all crazy.
bye.
I don't know what you're doing, King, but I had to get that out first because 82 be going through it. And then he be by himself. He don't know how to just tell nobody what the hell going on. Then he pop in the chat and be all late.
Ugh.
8 years late. He was like, hey, Bret Hart still wrestling? What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm still laughing at him asking where Braun is.
I can't see Bret Hart now. This is bad.
I'm still laughing at him asking.
Bret Hart just get a degree or something?
Yeah, like he just like a master's or something like that.
Yeah, he just graduated.
Good for Brett.
Yeah.
Wow.
He did. He got a degree from somewhere. I don't know what it was for or where he got it from, but he got it. He had his cap and gown on and he had the degree in front of him. I was like, go ahead. Never too late to get your education.
Congrats to him.
Go
Good for
ahead.
him.
Now
Now
come
tell
on,
your
King.
family to stop being so damn weird with the WWE. Either work for him or don't.
He don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
That whole
He
family's
said,
weird.
okay, all day my brother has been on my heart, but the thing is, I haven't talked or seen my brother since I was 5 years old. I don't know anything about him at all. It's very vague, but so you're gonna have to give me some more details to that. Why have you been estranged from your brother? Is it a family thing? Is it a personal thing? And And first, let me get that part because I need to understand the context, and then I can attempt to help.
Why the show didn't come on yet?
We might be able to help out a little bit on this one too.
She said we gonna be.
Beef. Want to make a YouTube video about it?
Yeah, we gonna do it. I'm like, man, we don't like AC2 either. He's always late. We don't even know where he's from. We don't even know where he's at most of the time. He's just late. And due to our fathers, we have met a messed up relationship. I mean, our father. Also, it's your daddy's fault why your relationship is estranged, okay?
Of course. Always the fault.
Okay,
toxic masculinity.
Okay, so why do y'all have an estranged relationship? Is it he said he ready to fight Alexa?
Oh, let's go! Let's go! So meet me in the middle. What's the state middle between Tennessee and fucking California? Meet me in Utah, motherfucker. Let's go.
Me and Don will be on commentary.
Alexa's gonna be the only one to survive. Gonna fuck around and be a Mormon. Don't do that shit. Do not do that.
That's what the mountain folk is.
Facts. I want to have a connection with my sibling, but I have no way to reach him, and it's been on my heart. Well, social media is an amazing place. It can be ugly and it can be beautiful.
All I
you know your brother name.
Is just
Find him.
Put it out there.
Yep. Find him. If you want to have a connection with your brother, and if you miss him, and if it wasn't your fault that y'all not talking no more, then you should be able to clear the air and talk to your brother. Now it ain't gonna be easy. Okay. People tend to hold on to the negativity long when you don't resolve it immediately, even when you're young. Because I believe you said you were 5 years old when y'all stopped talking. Yeah, you were a child. So I don't know how old your brother was. But ATC, you wanted to come back in?
Yeah.
Oh, he wants to talk shit? Okay.
Stop.
I came back. I'm feeling beefy, but no. I had seen the question, and I was the question, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I can totally answer this.
We all got.
Hold on. He said my brother's mom didn't tell my father that he had a kid, so it put a wedge between them. So that ain't even really your fault, and it's not really his fault. It seemed like the adults made the decisions, and y'all just went with what the adults said, which is fine.
Sins of the parents strike again.
Really, the only thing you can do, well, she's right. Only thing you can do is find your brother. If you know his first and last name, finding him, it would be simple. Start with Facebook because everybody got a Facebook. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna be able to find him on Instagram just by typing in his name like that. Most of the time, people's Instagram is connected to their Facebook. So you need to start with Facebook first. Type your brother's name in, go through the profiles, and just start searching. If you can't find him that way, then if your daddy is alive and he still talk to him, you need to tell him you want to be able to talk to your brother. If it's too volatile for you to talk to your father and you know where his mother is, find his mother, be as respectful as you can, even if you don't like her, and just like, I just want to talk to my brother. Can you please tell him that I'm looking for him? You uncover every stone you can till you find him, and you try to have a relationship with your brother. At the end of the day, your brother has to be the one to be receptive, though. And if he isn't, don't be mad at your brother. Just let it be what it is. And if he needs you, you be there for him on your terms and leave it at that.
Are they adults? Are they both adults?
King ain't no adult. King should be a teenager, 15, 14, something like that.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking, like, well, yeah, they could definitely, meet up now that they both adults and stuff. But okay, that makes it a little different. Yeah, then you are right. I would reach out to if he can't get the answer from his father, then reach out to his brother's mother and be like, hey, I would like to see my brother.
I mean, you could probably find him So like probably a learner's permit or a driver's license too, or something like that. If you know like an exact location.
If you have an idea, most people are public record. I mean, Google is your friend. That's the only way I can. He said, "I'm a teen. My brother is an adult." Okay, if he ain't in the mood
Oh,
for it,
then your
then
brother need to go and reach out to you then.
he
Yeah.
might not though. You have to understand. If the parents were the ones who structured the rift in their relationship, then the older brother might just be leaving it where it is. If especially if he don't know where his little brother is, if he is looking for him, that's fine. I say continue to look for him. If you
Mm,
find him and the dude is on some trash, then you're gonna have to make your peace with that and be like, I did my due diligence to try to make a relationship with my brother. But if he's receptive to being your brother, y'all take it slow and y'all can build a relationship. But just don't put all your eggs in one basket and think everything's gonna be perfect straight out the gate, because that ain't gonna happen.
Right.
So you need to be
yeah.
realistic. Be
Does his brother
realistic.
know about him?
Yeah, he know. He just
Okay.
said he haven't seen him since he was 5.
Okay.
Do you have any tips to talking to people without feeling awkward in public? Hell no, because I still feel awkward in public when I talk to people.
Honestly, just be yourself. I mean, when you start having, because I have this really big issue with people, just like honestly, I just start with like small talk, and then like people give more info about themselves without you really realizing that you gave that info.
But
And it's like you start feeling like real comfortable around the people who you just get
I think,
vibes from. And you know, you're
Yeah.
everyone's a little weird. So
Right.
don't
I
forget
am
that. But
too.
yeah,
as long as like they're not talking about like college football and you start talking about anime, like that's fine. But
unless they also
like
like anime.
I mean, like
or
it
wrestling.
like right, like it took me a while to start talking to these five right here,
That's
and
because Alexis felt like she was white, so she was the odd man out. And I told her that that is not true. And I'm like, everybody in this group is weirdos. All of us. What?
Right.
yeah, now I'm like,
Especially Mosh.
Yeah,
I am not a weirdo.
Yes, he is.
yes, you are. Make me look tame.
I forgot how I found Tiff. I think
I am
one of
not
Tiff
a weirdo.
videos popped up, and then I was like, "Oh, I gotta watch this chick. She's funny as hell."
oh,
I remember
I follow Tiff because of her coverage of the 2019 Women's Royal Rumble. That's where I follow Tiff. Because I forgot what video it was, but I heard her laughing, and I was like, her
It's
laughter
a
is
laugh.
cracking me up. I'm like, who is this woman? And I followed her because of that.
Yeah, I was all like, "Tiff is off the hook. Like, I gotta keep watching her."
I
But
remember when HG2 he did a story, and I woke up one morning and I had like all these messages, and I had got all these followers for some point. And I was looking at the stories, and I was like, I don't even know this dude. He was so nice. I was like, thank you. And I reposted it. And then I started following him. And he had a podcast of his own at the time. He was on Anchor. And
good old
Yeah,
Anchor
I
app.
was like so nervous to ask you to be on the show because this is before we really started talking.
I ain't nobody. So I don't
Because I was like, she's like a celebrity.
I mean, as long as you're not like Jaden, as long as you're not like trying to like be a creep on anyone, just be yourself. And best thing to do is like feel out the conversation, and then you'll know if like like. I know people don't like making small talk, but sometimes it's the only thing you can do, and then actually small
Yeah,
talk can lead to better conversations. Honestly,
yeah.
Yeah,
What
Right.
I would say is because I'm a natural extrovert, and what I would say is try to find a way you can compliment them and why.
oh,
Because
that's a
that's how
good
I
that's a good
usually get to
idea.
know people. Is
Yeah.
I find something like their outfit or their hair or something or other, and I'm like, and I find something that I like, and I find out the reason why I like it, and then I tell them that. So you can lead with a compliment, and that way they can be like, "Oh, thank you," or and that's how you can gradually get into a conversation conversation that way.
But you also,
Yeah.
and then
That
you gotta
works.
work on just being comfortable in your own skin, because sometimes being awkward in public, it usually is a direct result of you not being comfortable in your own skin. So
That too.
even if you're like an introvert or like Umbrico says, and you kind of are awkward in social settings, that's natural for some people, and of course, some people it literally is a part of their makeup. They can't help that, but
Yeah.
people who are more along the lines of the normalcy, they're insecure. So they have a hard time speaking to people because they don't want to say something stupid or look stupid. But you got to be
Yep.
okay with looking dumb, because I look dumb all the time. And
Me too.
I mean,
I
it.
mispronounce people's names. I
Mhm.
fuck people's names. Ugh.
Oh my God! The first time Tiff said my
Oh,
last name in real life, she goes, "I'm so sorry." I'm like, "What the hell did you just call
I
me?"
couldn't figure out how to say it. I was looking at it. I'm like, how the fuck do I say it? Fuck it. I guess
It's
I'll say it.
Decimal, right?
Is she?
No, this is my screen name, dude. I'll send it in
Oh,
the group
Hey,
chat.
but no, I was talking to her and Nicole, I think, and I said her name, and I was like, because I was sending her something, and I was like, is that how you spell it? She was like, hell no. I'm like, oh shit. I'm sorry. I couldn't get it right. I was trying to
I'm done. I can't.
It's
And like I will say, like
this
despite
is
being
the
an
privacy
extrovert,
thing that we talk about. Like everything I do on the podcast and on Instagram, that is a completely different name because there's people I don't want them to know what my real name is.
That's why I
right.
call her Alexis. I'm probably gonna meet her in person. Like, what's up, Alexis? What's up? She's gonna be
I'm
like,
excited. And then you're gonna probably mispronounce my last name.
no, I'm not.
but
Yeah. I always
I will say, with
said
being a
like I wish
natural
when I,
extrovert, yeah, I was very like because I like started following Tiff around 2019, and then I became like started becoming like a part of like the chat and the lives, but I was terrified to ever join in. Like I don't even know why. It's just like everyone just intimidated me, and it's just like sometimes you just gotta like take the chance to do it, even if it's like terrifying. Because I think the first time that I was a
right.
part of, we were talking about Peyton Royce, and like I barely said anything, and then I was like mortified when Tiff got kicked from StreamYard for no reason,
Right.
and I was like,
I
oh
was a
shit,
little
what do I
nervous
do?
jumping on Tiff Live because, like, when it comes to wrestling, we don't like, well, necessarily, like, we don't have arguments about AEW, but I'll say, like, an unpopular opinion, and, like, Tiff be like, no,
No,
that ain't right.
no.
It ain't right because of this, that, and that, and this. And I'll be like, well, you can't change my opinion.
Yes, I can. You need to change it right now because it's not right. It's wrong.
Then we fighting, and then we meeting up in Utah, and we fighting.
No, but I in the beginning before the Caleb dog account, I let everybody in.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I used to let everybody in.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be like little kids, they're like 12 and 13 years old, and then it was exhausting because I would be on live and all they wanted to talk about was just like school, and Don and the Caleb account would just be Don like, oh God, we talking about school again. And I'm like, let them say what they gotta say. He's like, no. He's like, no, I don't want to talk about them thinking it's the same shit. They just like coming in here so they can have some damn attention.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. And he had a point. He was right. But Caleb used to make the lives all about them every single chance they got, and it was
Oh, yeah.
it was
Oh my
always
God, yeah.
something overly sexual, and it was weird. And I used to try to shut it down, and then it got to the point where it was like, well, you don't ever let anybody have no opinions. I should be able to say what I want to say without you telling me to be quiet. And I'm like, all right, fine, say whatever you want. Then it got to the point where people was telling her to shut up, and like, we trying to talk about this, and then you bringing up this. Well, y'all, you just letting them say what you want to say. I'm like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have me police everybody else, but let you do what you want to do.
Right.
So I'm like, it's either you want to be able to say what you want to say and y'all resolve it yourselves, or you don't say what you want to say and let me run my live. Then they started doing shit like, oh, I run this live. This is my live. Tip only just the host. I let her host. I was like, bitch, you don't run nothing but your mouth.
Right.
This is
They
my
got
fucking-
way too comfortable.
Oh, then like if you got like she could offend everybody till doomsday. But God forbid you called her out on some bullshit or them out on some
it was
bullshit.
World War III.
Oh my God. So
Yeah.
okay, I know oh my God. So me and this account, I'm not trying to draw away from the actual question, but me and this account, that's this KDoc account, I'm gonna have to like sage my house so they don't come back into existence.
Hell no.
Really, like I have cedar. I'm gonna need some. What's the stronger shit besides cedar? Like fuck. So they me and her. I don't even remember what happened, but we got into it, and I lost my temper. Which, if y'all have noticed, I don't have a very much one of. And I called them a cunt.
Okay. This was when
As
they
you
were
should have.
fighting in the live, and it left
Multiple
the live.
times
It
we
was
fought.
because of it was her, Tirza, Caleb, me, and Doc. So you know Doc was Caleb and them at the same time, right? So I set up the group chat and I was like, okay, like we need to clear this air because what happened was Tears' brother came in alive and was talking about how much he loved Hulk Hogan and how everybody in here is on some bullshit. They bitches. Now Tears warned everybody that he was gonna come in and say that. So she was like, so prepare yourselves because if he's in here and we talking about Hulk Hogan, he loves Hulk Hogan, he's gonna go off. And Kayla was like, I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna say what I want to say. Fuck your brother, like, you know. But if you had said that about her brother,
Oh my God.
and she
Oh
was
my
like, my
God.
brother is sick and he got that and that, you know, and it was a big old to do.
Mm.
When the live, I ended the live because they was going off. Like she was attacking, Kayla was attacking me. Alexis was in the live trying to tell her, like, yo, like Tirza warned you and everybody else that he was gonna do this, so calm down. She went off on Alexis. She went off on Tirza. And Alexis was pissed. She sent me a message. She was like, dude, I don't give a fuck. She's not gonna talk to me like that. I don't want to hear that. I'm like, girl.
See, at this point, let me just set up the story here. Sorry if I'm echoey. I try to switch to headphones.
I think it's Tiff. I think it's coming through her mic. Tiff, mute your mic real quick.
I can't switch it because I tried to change it back and something is wrong.
Okay. When I first came in the Tiff's live, I was very quiet. You know, like new kid at school trying to figure everything out. And I was usually like real chill. Like nothing got to me. And then this was the first time I ever really lost my temper because I remember writing a message. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did I fix it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It
Like,
switched to my phone for some reason. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. I just remember, I wish I still had that account because that's a fucking add-on to the story here. I sent Tiff a message. There wasn't voice message yet, so I typed this all out. I'm like, and it scared Tiff because it was just like, fuck her, fuck this is bullshit. Who the fuck she thinks she is?
I was like, okay, wait a minute.
Like I'm like, who's this little fucking child thinks she's talking to? Whoa.
Let me go in there and get this worked out. She was like, you better do it before I do. I was like, God damn, I'm being pushed off by this little white girl. I'm fucking.
Wow.
I ain't gonna do nothing. I was like, okay. I'm like, look, y'all arguing and fighting over something. I'm like, Tirza and them are not wrong. She was like, you always taking up for him. Y'all in y'all little clique, you always taking up for them. I'm like, no, that's the truth. Like, she didn't do anything. And Alexis did not let me try to defuse it. She was mad. She was like, why don't y'all just say how you really feel? Alexis was like, oh, you want to hear how I feel? Fine. I think you're a little cunt. You always throwing the shit. I'm like, oh.
Did I really sound like that?
Shit, and then you want to sit back and act like everybody's attacking you. Well, you're a little bitch, and I'm sick. I was like, oh my god, like,
This is why Alexis is my favorite.
what is going on? And
I wish I still had this.
she's like, so you gonna sit there and let her calm down? I'm like, you the one who said you don't need me to jump in and say anything. She has a right to say how she feels. If that's how she feels, that's how she feels. All right, bet. All right, bet. So that's when she started going around telling everybody that me, Alexis, Tirza, and Nicole was in our own little clique. At that point,
I didn't even know Tears are that good yet.
no, I had talked to Alexis in the DMs twice. And it was once because she was afraid to come in the live because she was like, I don't have the same interest that y'all have. I don't have the same background that y'all have. I'm like, but we all got one thing in common that we all love and that we all watch, and that's wrestling. And that's why you don't have to be afraid to go in there. I'm like, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you. If they say something out the way to you, don't worry, I got your back.
And that meant a lot because I didn't really have we had just moved up to Tennessee, and I really had no friends up here. And a lot of the friends who I did have, after I had my daughter, they kind of dropped off because they didn't want to hang out with somebody who had a kid.
Wow.
So it was nice having that, like, okay, I don't know this girl, but she has my back in case shit goes down. And that meant a lot.
Oh, y'all about to make me cry.
Don't cry, we're about to fight, motherfucker.
Oh, these sentimental moments.
Yeah, I had to ruin it. So so day goes by, and I start getting all these weird, random fucking follows on my Instagram. I'm like, who the fuck is this person? And then the messages started.
Oh, you're a bitch. Why don't you go kill yourself? And it was just random people out of nowhere. Mind you, there were 2 group chats at the time. There was the main group chat that had it was 10 of us in there. Maybe it started out with 15. Don, you remember how many people was in that chat?
Wasn't it 15 people?
I felt like it, yeah.
It was a lot.
I remember that group chat.
It was a lot because it was teeny boppers in there.
Yeah, this was the original one that I wasn't in.
Right. When they created the second group chat, because we had the originals and then Doc was adding more people in. And I was just like, it's getting out of hand. These people that's in here, they doing too much, and a lot of arguments got started in that group.
Oh my God. It was every day it was something stupid. It was for a month all they argued about was Ember Moon's hair.
Yep.
And I'm like,
God.
what the fuck is this?
And then Alexis was
why were they arguing over Ember Moon's hair?
How bad it looked.
Yeah, and it was some people love
y'all going to hell.
Didn't care about her hair.
I know I'm going to hell. I'm just bucking for VIP seating at this point.
Some people,
that's what I'm getting at.
Some people
what is
like
there
Ember
to argue
and
about? We all know it was
cared
bad.
her hair was a mess, and others was just like, no, Ember need to fix her fucking hair, and it would just go from there. It was snowball, and don't bring up the Bellas. Oh my God.
Oh my God! I about stabbed everybody.
And then Alexa would come in y'all are some fucking wet behind the ear. Because
I'm the oldest.
Old for this shit. How old are you? And I used to be like, oh Lord have mercy. She used to be like, I'm the mom of the group, and everybody's in here acting like my 6-year-old. And I was like, y'all better leave that lady alone.
But she was like, Harley was 3 when I met you, so I'm like, y'all in here. My 3-year-old's more mature than you. Knock it the fuck off. I'm tired. I've been dealing with this shit all day.
She would come in the chat and read everything, cuss everybody out, and then leave. And then she come back it might be the next day if it was a long time, but she would come back later and be like, "The fuck is going on in here?" And you'd be like, "Nothing."
Quick, mom's in the room. Go do something else real quick. And it would just get to the point where I actually ended up deleting my original Instagram account just because of like I got these spam messages like every day. And then this catfish account, see, this is what I think is real funny. So Doc's on one account messaging me like, oh, we need to fix this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, I said my piece and she can accept it or she can shove it up her ass. I honestly don't care. Like, I don't need this. So while I'm getting cussed out by this catfish on one account, he's on another account saying, oh, don't talk like that. Oh, I respect you more than that. And I'm thinking, you said you respect me, but on one profile, but then you'll turn around and call me a cunt on the second one. That's not respect, motherfucker. That's you trying to play some emotional bullshit games, and I am not here for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that, Nika. That's messed up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nika. Oh, what was the one? Oh, this was because me and her, me and this account would get into it. It was right when Moxley left WWE.
Oh God.
Oh my! So you know where I'm about to go with this.
Oh my God.
So he came out with an interview saying that he felt at the time he was not happy in WWE, and he did it right because Renee was working for them at the time. He didn't want to fuck anything up for her, and he's just like, maybe I'll go back later. I don't know, but right now I'm not happy, and he's looking after that feeling. And he even said it. He goes, when you have a job that you really used to love, but then one morning you wake up for it and you just don't even want to get out of bed for it.
Yep.
And we can all respect that. We've all been there.
Yeah, and she said that he was it was not that.
Oh, he was a traitor.
It was Morrow. That's what started it.
Oh, okay. So it was him, and then it was Moxley.
It was Morrow because Morrow he has mental health issues. And
I was actually pretty proud of this one.
Corey was attacking him on Twitter, and the fans were getting emboldened by Corey. And to this day, I blame Corey for leaving. I blame Corey for Morrow leaving because Morrow Ranella would not have left.
Yeah, I remember this.
If he felt like he had a safe space, he didn't. And at that time, WWE wasn't taking mental health as seriously as they should have. Because I remember recently Jake Atlas said that they did do everything they could for him mentally to get himself together. So I was like, okay, so they are taking the mental health seriously. They are trying to help the fans. That's fine. Great. But during this time when Morrow was there, he was being attacked mercilessly online because, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that is a weird feedback.
You got a ghost in your headphones, but dude.
Hold on a second. Alexis, you can finish telling the story.
Okay, so he, and then this whole person here, the reason Tiff is explaining the mental health here is that this person set up this false narrative that they were going to school for psychiatry, that they want to be a psychologist, and they want to help people with mental issues, which on paper, for any decent person, okay, cool. Good for you.
Yeah.
She fucking, oh my God, I'm not mad. It's just like when you bring up an old memory that you don't want to revisit.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so she was saying that I can never pronounce that dude's name. So they were just saying he's a pussy. He doesn't have a backbone. You need to be tough to be in this business. I'm like, he's an announcer.
Yeah.
He's not like Samoa Joe. He's not like Roman Reigns. He's not like Seth Rollins. He's not like Chris Jericho. He's not like Sami Zayn. He's not like these guys and women going into the ring and getting beat up physically. And he has openly talked about his mental health. And I think him being there, a lot of people came out and started talking about, shortly after he came out and started talking about The Rock came out and was like, I have been diagnosed with depression since
2012 or something like that.
And Morrow's is real bad because I believe, and I don't want to misdiagnose him, I
He's
believe he's bipolar.
Yes, he's bipolar.
So it's bad. And it got worse because Corey was, he was online doing it. So
Corey's a bitch.
He would be, Morrow would be calling Takeover. And Corey would go, I wonder how many rap references Morrow's gonna make. I'm like, and this is the killer part about it. If Mauro Ranello wasn't who he was and didn't do what he did, he wouldn't have the job that he has now. Doing
Right. He is
big matches
dope.
in like UFC and in boxing. He does all of the calls for boxing now.
You guys realize we never got him in a video game?
Yeah.
We never got him in a WWE video game.
And that was because of him. It was because of
Fuck
Corey.
Corey.
He didn't want to take responsibility for it. He was like, I didn't do anything to him.
How is he still working there? How is he still working there? He's got to have pictures on somebody.
Because they don't care.
No, and it's fine. You know, whatever. He's not that good on commentary here. Corey sucks. We all
He's
know
trash.
that. He got some type of obsessive thing with Sasha Banks that I don't quite understand.
I told you.
And he's just weird. He's corny. He's corny.
But he was like heartwarming corny because like he would scream "Mamma Mia." This is the one thing I miss so much. And then it's like I saw something on Tumblr and they're like, "Did Morello just quote in the year of our Lord 2018? It's on like Donkey Kong."
Yes.
And I'm like, I love this guy so fucking much.
Deep cut rap references. You like, where's this white dude? What you know about big timers and motherfucking?
It would be so random, but he was on it though. He was on his shit.
I was waiting for him to start busting out Wu-Tang quotes, man. But like,
and the thing about it too is that like a lot of people don't address what JBL did.
What'd you say, Rico?
I think like the messed up thing about it too is that no one really brings up what JBL did tomorrow either.
Oh no, I forgot about that motherfucker.
I don't know what he did. What did he do?
What?
Because
Can you tell us?
Because I don't know the situation entirely, but I do know that when Morrow first got there, JBL was horrible to him. Like JBL, I think put him through the ringer, and I don't remember exactly what JBL would say to him, but I know a lot of people reference that JBL was like especially cruel to Morrow, and that it caused him to like take like some time off. And then when he came back, he was in NXT, and then the fact that Corey was dragging on him is what really broke him the second time.
Bradshaw was just on the same shit as Corey, and because he's Bradshaw, he thinks he gets a fucking. I am convinced. No, that's not Bradshaw. I am convinced Bradshaw and JBL are two different people. Like I really. Because I fucking love the Acolytes growing up, man. And I loved it when they were like, hey, you pay us beer, we'll be your bodyguards. And if they didn't like your beer or you stiffed them, they beat your ass too. Like, right. I mean, it was simple. I liked it. But, so it was just like, she was calling him a pussy, that he didn't have a backbone, that I think she said like, oh, if I was him, I'd hit Corey. And I'm just like, aren't you going to school to be a psychiatrist?
Right. And it got ugly when we were talking. I'm like, his mental health is delicate. He can't always, not everybody has the same strength as us. And she was just like, no, he's just a pussy. So Alexis goes, I suffer from anxiety and depression. Does that make me a pussy too? And she was just like, oh, here you go. Here you go trying to change it around.
How was I trying to change it?
You. And she was like, okay, whatever, Alexis. And she just kind of brushed her off. And she was like, but I still say that he's a pussy. And Alexis was like, you're a fucking bitch. Alexis just.
I just didn't care. Because, like, I mean, at that point, I think Tiff knew. And because we were doing the podcast at this point.
Oh, that's a whole
podcast. Oh my God. So like Tiff knew I had depression. And Nicole knew about it, but I didn't really tell anybody else. So that was kind of like me coming out saying there's days I don't even want to fucking get out of my bed and function. Like, I've gone like 2 days just feeling like absolute shit. I haven't even showered. Like, at one point, one time, Daryl had to literally like powerbomb me into the fucking shower just so I could get clean because I refused to leave my bed. And just for someone who's supposedly going into the field of psychiatric, like of psychology, and you're going to have people who are bipolar, that have anxiety, that have depression. Luckily, I'm one of those people who can control it with medication, but sometimes you have people who can't.
Right.
Schizophrenia, bipolar,
borderline personality
personalities.
disorder.
Okay, so what are you, I pretty much was just saying, so if you have that come into your office, are you going to call them a fucking pussy? And because I was coming out saying, like, there's days where now I understand a little bit better. It's just where I want to disconnect from everything. But I'm like, there's days where I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to do anything. I just want to be left the fuck alone. And then one day I could be like happy as fucking could be. And then the next day I'm just like, I saw a squirrel not get its food, and then I start crying. Like, it's the weirdest fucking thing. It's like, it's the only way.
It was funny.
It's the only way I can think about it. So then, I called her a bitch.
She was like, you're a fucking bitch. And I was like, oh, damn.
I think I called her heartless bitch.
She was like, he can't help it. I'm like, she's right. And she just went. You're
defending Alexis again. Why she's a grown ass woman. Yeah, I'm a grown ass woman that just called you a fucking heartless bitch. What the fuck you gonna do about it?
Kayla was the type where she would relentlessly attack. It was continuous. I don't know if she used to type so fast, but it would be the moment you would respond, the moment you would, come back and say something, she was right there, rapid fire.
Oh my god. So then when Moxley left WWE, Moxley's a traitor. Fuck him. How dare he leave Okay, so he comes out and he says he's not doing anything bad, bound nothing to WWE. He's actually doing it what you're supposed to be doing. And, I'm like, he wasn't happy. It sucks that he's leaving. But you know what? I'd rather see one of my favorites be happy and do what they want to do. And let him live his best life. And, maybe one day he'll come back. If not, we all know the Shield's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. So he'll be there and whatever.
She was like, no, fuck him.
No, fuck him. He's a traitor. Starts talking all this shit about him. And I'm just like, they're really going to let you talk to crazy people?
Right. Somebody who is crazy, they're going to let them talk to crazy people. Like, come on.
And it kept going.
Oh my
From
God.
there, it got worse because the downfall was what started it was Nicole got the idea that she wanted to start the podcast, right?
Yes.
And she was like, I really want to do this. She was like, who want to start the podcast? Who want to do the podcast with me? I'm like, fuck, I'll do it. I don't have anything to do.
And I said, okay, why not?
Like, hell yeah, I'll do it. So it was just me. At the time, it was just me, Nicole, and Alexis, right?
Right.
And we got the logo. We all put in for the logo and stuff. We got that stuff working. And the original logo I made for the podcast. I went to Canva and made it and sent it to them. We came up with a name for it. And we just left it like that.
Mm-hmm.
We started the podcast and we had to start the group chat for the podcast so that we could maintain the podcast, right? Because we couldn't discuss the topics in the group chat because it was so much traffic in the other group chat that we were just like, okay, Nicole was like, I'm going to start the separate group chat for the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And once Kayla got wind of it, it became instant shade. It was just like, oh, okay, like whatever. I don't want to be a part of no podcast. Like, who going to listen to y'all podcast?
Right.
And Alexis was just like, okay. Like, and Nicole is the type where she blatantly ignores anybody that she doesn't want to have anything to do with. She not even going to engage.
No.
She just going to ignore you.
Mm-hmm. That's a Scorpio vibe shit right there.
She was like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and set the podcast up. And then I had talked to AT2 because he had used Anchor, and I was like, okay, so do they have a site or whatever? He was like, no, download the app. You can record through the app. So we was doing a podcast. We got the podcast rolling. We put it out. We started getting viewers, and I started promoting it on my page because I had a big enough following to push it. And they would comment under it and say little sneak snide shit. But on the Doc side of this person's catfishing part, Doc would be like, "Hey, can I be a part of the can I be a part of the podcast this week? I really want to talk about wrestling and stuff." Okay, sure, great.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot he was on the show too.
Yeah, we still have that episode up.
Yeah, we had AT2 on there a couple times,
Mhm.
and we had Don on there.
AT2, you need to come back, AT2, because we had a blast recording with you.
Yeah,
especially.
Yes, I'm
And then we
down.
having Don on there.
You
Don
know,
wanted
you
to-
know I'm a celebrity, but I'm
Oh
down.
Oh my god. We'll pay you. We'll pay you your booking fee of $0, good sir. How about that?
Yeah, so Don used to come on there regular too. Like
Yeah.
after pay-per-views, we would have Don on there. But now, because of the way Don works, it's hard for us, and because of the way the girls work, it's hard to gauge how I can get everybody together for the podcast. But back
Right.
then, we was all at home. Nicole's schedule was a little bit more set. It wasn't so all over the place, and Janae wasn't a part of the podcast yet. So
Not
it was
yet.
just us three. And Alexis was at home at this point with her daughter. So we were all able to set our schedules up kind of around Nicole because she was the only one who worked at that point. So we was all just making sure the podcast would come out. I was editing the podcast and I was getting everything done. We was moving and shaking. And he always found some kind of way to weasel his way into the podcast. And I noticed that when the Caleb account would talk about the podcast, they would only compliment Doc.
Mm.
Only.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, Doc
Yeah.
sounds great. Like his voice is amazing. His voice makes me tingle. My coochie is wet because he's on the
Like really, just
It's
going.
like, damn. And now you think about it. When you think about it, you like this motherfucker was like getting around by himself. You nasty bitch.
Oh, let me say this too. Now, if y'all are new here, I'm white. Spoiler alert. I'm sorry. I can't help that.
You told me you were black.
I can't come up with a comment for that. Yeah, spoiler alert.
What
I'm
is
white.
okay?
Sorry for ruining that for everybody. And you know, I respect the culture. There's certain words I don't say because white people aren't supposed to say them. And I know that Tiff would fucking check me in the esophagus if she ever saw me in person. So, you know, I'm being respectful. I use motherfucker because it's gender neutral and it goes across the board. So, technically you're always fucking someone's mom. I don't know.
Wow.
Not me though.
Oh my god. Rico. No.
Lord have mercy.
Anyway, so Maj probably remembers this. They kept trying to get me to use the N-word.
Oh my
Well,
god.
I remember she kept.
And I'm not talking about the one that ends with an A. I'm talking about the one that ends with the A and the hard R. And I'm like, no.
They
And
was
she's
telling
like,
her, "Oh, you got a free pass."
I'm like,
it.
I'm like, no, because I grew up in an area where either you don't use that word, or if you think you got a free pass and you use that word, yeah, your ass got jumped. And I'm like,
they were trying to set you up.
And that's what I was thinking, because when they got exposed, all this shit came out that I wish we were joking. They have a fucking dossier on people in this group chat.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
They
every
had
time you
kept-
said something about somebody, they would keep a docket. And I remember because Don was asking, because they were the ones who had all of the photos of all of the they had all the photos and all the videos of all of the wrestlers leaked shit. So they had
Mhm.
everything. Like, I done seen some shit I ain't never wanted to see in my motherfucking life.
I saw Seth Rollins' dick, and
I've
I
seen
turned gay
Stone
for like a
Cold Steve
day.
Austin's dick. I've seen down fucking Austin Theory's asshole. I know what
How
the, I
come
know
they never
what
found Samoa Joe's nudes?
See,
What
thank
the
God.
fuck?
Because Samoa Joe is a family man.
And you've never seen Roman. Roman don't have no nudes. The Usos don't, as far as I know. And
He's
like,
always naked. He's always naked in front of his wife. That's why she's always pregnant.
it was so much that was flooded through that chat, and it was always coming from him. And
Mhm.
he would, and then what made me kind of look at Doc sideways once was Diamond. All of the shit that's like, he was like, he keeps sending in the news. Why, if you're not gay, why are you sending these news in here? And I was like,
why do you have these? I mean, it's
I was
like
like, you're right.
you can go on Google and type up Seth Rollins dick pic, and it'll show up.
Yeah,
I
because
don't want to look at it, but
Randy's been up there for years. His news been out. His news came out when he first separated from his first wife. So I had seen his. I was like, yeah, that ain't shit. Anyway, so when
Viper by name only.
right no, she's not lying. It's true. Well, after we kind of Don kind of clocked him a little bit. The nudes from him stopped, and they started coming through K Love. See, so K Love would go, and then she'd be like, "Well, I keep docs on everybody." So I was like, "What? Oh, I keep following everybody. I gotta follow everybody." Alexa was like, "Oh, never say anything else in here again." Alexa had left the group chat. She was done. She was like, no, because she.
Well, there was multiple shit going on, and I just wasn't here for it. And then when I saw that, because I'm a mom to a very beautiful little girl, and I don't think about it because you get comfortable with people. So I started sending pictures of Harley, and it's just like, look how cute my fucking kid is. I don't know how I got this one, but whatever. Like, here you go.
Yeah.
And I messaged Tiff privately, and I'm like, when all this broke, because I was crying, like I was so scared.
Like, I don't know what to do. My daughter's in the group chat. I had just to keep it so everybody doesn't be in people's business. It was a lot of personal information flowing through there. Don's personal information about him was in there. You had my personal information in there. Family stuff was in there because we had curated a space where the group chat was a safe space. So that's where people would go and they would vent and we would have conversations. And Rico didn't come in until this year, so he wasn't. He wasn't there when
I missed the entire K Love situation.
Yeah, and like mine was there.
Oh man,
mine was so in and out. He would not see everything. He would come in at the end. So and in his nature, Marquise is very, very kind. He's a kind-hearted person. So for him, he could see the good in anybody. He's just like, wait, maybe we should just wait. Like his thing was, maybe they not like this. Maybe it's something that made them do this, or maybe they just got upset. I'm like, no, like this person is not real. Like
they kind of set up they set up their own downfall, because like bit by bit, like when they said that, people were when they said I have files on everybody, we were like, what what normal person says that?
I stayed out of that group chat because I said I don't like going in it because I
was Maj was one of the first people. Maj left first, then Tirza.
Tirza left before Maj did.
Yeah, well, Tirza left, then Maj, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm out. I can't deal with this horse shit.
Nicole left because
and you know it's bad when you fuck up with Nicole.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they had set up a different group chat, and that's when K-Love had apologized to everybody. And I was like, it's up to y'all what y'all want to do. If y'all want to go back to the main chat, you can. If not, you can stay out of it. But I had got to the point where I wasn't going in there at all. I would clear the shit out, and then I just be on my way. I wouldn't know what was going on. I get a message from somebody at random where they done got into an argument with Caleb, and then they like, I don't know what to do. She keeps attacking me. She makes posts about me, and she would do that shit to me too. I wake up in the morning, and I kid you not, there'd be a whole post with like my voice and laugh remixed, and they would do shit like this Tiff new album.
Oh,
And it was,
with the Roger from
Yeah.
American Dad.
Oh, I
yeah.
remember they used to do
Yeah.
weird shit.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, please take that down.
And that's
No,
part of
it's
the
funny. You shouldn't be worried about that. Like, this is funny. This getting you people views. I'm like, what? I don't need fucking views, bitch. I'm not
and
asking
it's
you.
Right.
and
What
it's
are you
just
talking
like,
about?
But
you know,
you got to
she's
remember she never came on camera.
no, and that
No.
was the other issue because she was always saying her camera was broke. See, the fall of K-Doc needed to be documented because this shit was so epically like. So Caleb sets herself up where she's going to Australia to be in this prestigious. Don't make me laugh because I'll start laughing and get off course. Like this prestigious, fuck. Like she got accepted into some college in Australia, and she got an intern job, and like all this shit, and then COVID happened. So they
She
made
got
a scene.
stuck. She claimed she got stuck, and she
Right.
was trying to go back to the States. And then she says, I had to fly to London. I was there for a couple hours, and then we were like, okay, well, I'm gonna go live. She was like, no, you gotta wait till I'm there. I want to be there. I'm like, it's fine. You know, you'll pop in when you get here. Like,
And then, like,
not
they
even an hour later, she was on, and I'm like, did you make it? She was like, oh no, I'm sitting in the airport. And Alexis didn't like that. She said it sounded weird. And I'm like, does it? I'm like,
It
isn't
does.
Australia on a different time zone than us? She said,
Right.
yeah. She was like, hold on a minute. So she calls Daryl.
Well, no. There's this whole other stuff. There's this whole other stuff that adds up to that. Okay. So remember, because she apparently got herself a rich boyfriend.
Oh,
and she was gonna run. Yeah. So
was he in Arizona?
he was in Florida.
I think he was in Florida. Yeah, Florida.
Yeah. He was in Tampa, which is where I was born and raised.
Oh shit, I
I
remember
lived in
that.
Tampa for
So
like 9 months.
Alexis get real defensive.
Don't talk about my motherland, okay? So like, so she like played up that I know this is supposed to be therapy Thursdays. We're sorry, Tiff.
This is
and so she says she hooks herself up in her little fantasy story that she has going on that she has this rich ass boyfriend. Okay. So they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go stay with him. Like they were together before she went to Australia. She set up like a whole relationship in her fucking head with some guy.
It wasn't even real.
It wasn't even real. So she's sending us pictures of like, she's like, oh, I'm going down Bayshore Boulevard, a road that I have gone down millions of times. They start sending the pictures. I'm like, that's not Bayshore Boulevard.
Lexus, literally,
like,
she's like, that's not the street. And she was like, I know the fucking street, Alexis. And Alexis was like, well, that's not the fucking street. She was real adamant about
like,
it.
I grew up around there. Like, I delivered a pizza to John Cena's house there. Okay, like I know what fucking Bayshore Boulevard fucking looks like in Tampa.
I was like, did you go in? Did you go in?
I did, but he wasn't there. It was some dude watching his house. But it was like, it was so cool because like when you first walked in, it was like all the belts that he had won in WWE. Like when you first walk in, and I'm like, I'm gonna steal
right at the door.
Yeah, like I'm gonna steal this shit. Like, I'm about to risk it all. And so she starts like just some places that she's saying it's not adding up because I lived in Florida till I was about 30 years old, something like that. So, you know, like she's like, oh, I'm in downtown Tampa, and I'm like, oh, rad. And then she started sending these pictures, and these pictures weren't adding up. And there was a whole other drama before it too, but this is just the nitty gritty of it because we'd be sitting here all night talking about this shit.
Facts.
like let's just say it was she got into a bad no. Was it her or the brother got into a bad car
It was her
accident,
brother.
Yep.
and then the other brother got COVID.
Yeah.
And you know what the fucked up thing is? I told Tiff this. I'm like, I knew I had this deep gut that somebody I knew was gonna lie about having COVID or know someone that someone they know had COVID. They're gonna lie about it.
This was like no, it was Sabu. Sabu was like he was like Caleb can't take it, but she can dish it.
Right.
And that was like trying to turn everybody against Sabu. It was like, see, I don't like him. See how he is. Look how he treat people. I don't like that. I ain't never liked him. And he was dead set against Sabu, right?
Yeah, I remember that. And
where the breakdown came at was with Don and Keelan.
So
Don came on the chat because this was before Alexis. It was after Alexis came to her discovery with this Caleb account. But I'm gonna let her tell y'all, and then I'll tell y'all how it ended.
Okay. So Caleb, again, they set themselves up. So she's posting these pictures and all this, and then it was as I like to call this chapter, the Last Supper.
So extra.
I try to be. It's the Leo in me, okay? So
Yep.
She posts these two pictures of her supposedly having like this great like Mexican fiesta at her rich ass boyfriend's house.
We figured out the time zone thing though. Like,
right.
That was after because she had posted that she was in London.
Okay, because a flight from London to Florida is 8 hours long.
Right.
What I had done was gotten a hold of my friend who was in Spain when COVID became a big thing. She had gone there for her birthday and they were evacuating people out. And I said, hey, weird question because something's not sitting right with me here. A, are you getting out? And B, where are you going? She's like, yes, I'm being told to leave Spain and I'm catching a flight straight home. I'm like, oh. So you don't have to go to England? She goes, insert real name here. Why the fuck would I be going to London? They want people to be out of here as soon as possible.
So everything was flight, and I didn't know that. None of us knew because we were sitting at home trying to figure out how we were going to get through this fucking pandemic.
Right.
And Alexis just goes, she was like, wait, I'm going to ask Daryl something. So she talked to Daryl, and it was about the ticket situation.
Right. Okay. So my husband used to work for an airline. It was ExpressJet, and they unfortunately closed down due to COVID-19. And I don't think they're ever going to reopen, which sucks because they took good care of us for 3 years. So what we used to fly for free. And the thing is, you would have to be on standby. You would have a ticket, but now international flights are different, but it's a whole anyway. I got them. So with Daryl, he could add a few other people. He could add like up to 3 people, and then any other people would be like an additional $100. So like me, our daughter, and him got to fly for free anywhere in the U.S. Same. International, you have to pay a certain amount, but international planes are also bigger, so you're more likely to get there also because planes don't like leaving being empty. So I asked because it was It was her cousin
or her brother was a flight attendant. She said
right. Her brother was.
He said he got her the flight tickets for free, and Alexis goes, "Wait, where are you going again?" Because she thought she was going to fly from Florida to Arizona, which is, I think it was Arizona because she said that's where her mom and her brother and them were.
Yeah.
And Alexa's like, wait, are you going to Arizona? And she was like, no, I'm going back to Australia. And Alexa's like, so you're going to fly for free? And she says, yeah, my brother's a flight attendant. What did you think? Alexa's like, huh.
Wasn't that her brother's partner? So it was somebody's partner. It was like her uncle's partner worked for the airliner.
He had a boyfriend that was a flight attendant. Okay. He said he could fly them wherever they wanted to go for free.
That's what it was.
Goes, okay, wait. She was like, this doesn't sound right. So she's like, she says, Tiff, something don't sound right. And I'm like, about what? Because I ain't know shit about that. I don't do nothing with no planes because I don't like being in the sky and I can't touch the ground. I don't like that shit. So it
Well,
wasn't I was outside of my scope. So Alexis was like, she was like, hold on. She calls Daryl. Daryl tells her no, like she has to pay.
Right. Like
And
you can add family members, but any additional family member after that would be $100. And you don't, and it's wild because you can't automatically the chances of getting a ticket that fast though is also very, airlines are weird. Like, I'm just going to be straight up.
Yeah.
She was just like, well, she was like, something ain't right, Tiffany, but I'm just going to keep my eye on it because I don't like this.
So then she posts these pictures of when she gets back into the state about this big Mexican fiesta thing that her boyfriend's having with his family. And in one picture, it looked like
a restaurant.
Well, she posted a lot of shit, and it was like people were kind of like, wait a minute. Like one picture,
yeah, because she said she cooked it, right?
Right. Yeah. Like one picture actually looked like something you would go to like someone's house and they would set up like, the table and the
like
spread and all that shit.
Cook the food. Like a family get together, which would have made sense, right?
Right. So remember that.
I made this Mexican dinner for my boyfriend. And I was like, this is a big ass spread.
But see, like right around that point though, we were all starting to be like, what the fuck is going on here? Like we can't, none of us wanted to be the first ones to say it, but we were all kind of like, what the shit's going on?
No, for real. She's right. Because I would talk to Jared and I'd be like, AJ, I think this girl is a liar. And he was like, Tiffany, you gotta say something. I'm like, every time you say something, she finds a way to turn the whole group against everybody.
Or she makes it about her.
Or she'll find some kind of way to be the victim, right?
Right.
And I was just like, I'm just going to keep my eye on it and I'm going to be low key. Meanwhile, Alexis was thinking the same thing. Don was thinking the same thing. And so was Nicole.
Well, Nicole was the first one because like then you go from that picture where it looks like, someone who cooked the spread and they set it out. And then you flip this picture and it gets very bright. It looks like an advertisement for a grocery store.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, contrast wise, this is really wild because was I working at the grocery store at that? No.
You were. You started working and then you were at the deli, if I recall.
No, this was way before that. But that was after this. Yeah. But I mean, you've seen grocery store advertisements when they set up like a spread thing and it's just like the paper's really glossy and you can tell. And then the next picture supposedly was the kitchen. And you look at it and you're like, it's a fucking restaurant. And me and Nicole, who have worked in restaurants, we're fucking looking at this and Nicole's like, that's a restaurant. And I'm like, that's a seat. And it looked like it just started falling apart after that.
So it was like she's just lying. We all thought she was just lying about the food and shit, right? And then like Don, where it came to head is Don was on the podcast for, oh God, which was it? Was it Money in the Bank last year? I mean, the year before last? I can't remember. But it was for one of the pay-per-views. Don was there, and so was Doc.
Is that when they threw is that the one where they threw the hissy fit because Don was going to be on the show? And they're like, no, Doc was supposed to be. I'm like, I don't remember us scheduling him to be on the show.
Yeah. Yeah, that was when they had a fit. But Don was on there, and he said that's when he realized, because I think Don fell asleep because he got high. But anyway, Don. He realized that Doc and Caleb were the same person because they had a separate group chat where it was him, Keelan, and a couple other people that were in their own group chat outside of the main one and the secondary one that we had. They were in another group chat. And they had called Caleb talking about her boyfriend.
Hello.
So that's how they was able to correlate who was who. Keelan figured out that Doc and Caleb were not real and that they was catfishing us because they was in the group chat going back and forth, and Doc and K-Love started tag teaming against him. And that's when he started to think, okay, you and this person are one and the same. And I was like, when y'all figured it out, y'all should have told me. And Keelan was like, we didn't know how you was going to react. I'm like, at that point, I had already had suspicion that something wasn't right because they kept finding ways to attack me. It would go a month would go by, and then I would get bombarded with messages attacking me about my weight, what I look
And
like.
these fake accounts too.
Yeah, it was just out of nowhere, but it
alive. We
hasn't
coming
been
alive and do that
happening
shit.
since that K-Love account has been gone. I haven't gotten those texts. Except for once from that little boy Julian when he got his feelings hurt.
And since then, like a lot of these weird burner accounts don't come in her life either. And so we all start talking, and we just all start putting stuff like two and two together. And that's when I called Daryl, because we were on Skype, and he was home. He was home because I remember yelling like downstairs. I'm like, I gotta take a phone call for work. I'll be down whenever I get done. And he comes running up when he hears me screaming, "What the fuck!" I told him it was crazy.
Alexa tried to. She was like, okay. She talked to Daryl, and that's when we were able to put the pieces together. So what we did was we created this separate group chat to try to trap them. Okay. Now Rico fell asleep the last time we told the story, so I hope you stay awake. So you
stay awake. Awake. Be awake.
This story is too Zoom good. Before all that, though.
What?
Didn't we do the Zoom before all that happened?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't there. That's why I didn't remember it.
Because she couldn't. I don't know. I think you had to do something with Harley, but Alexis didn't come in the Zoom at that point.
You were because you guys were having Zooms at like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I couldn't do that because I had to be up at 6:30 to get kiddo to school.
Yeah. So what we did was that night we had all decided to do the Zoom. Alexis was like, "Well, I gotta go to bed in the morning. Tomorrow, kids going to school. We're gonna bust them because we're not holding it anymore." Don gave me one fucking day. Don said to me, "I'm gonna bust them." I'm like, "No, we can't do that because they gonna just deny it. We gotta have evidence." He was like, "I don't give a fuck about no evidence. I'm finna bust them." I'm like, "Y'all gotta let me do my magic. Let me get my work." He was like, "All right, I'll give you one day." That nigga gave me one day.
24 hours. He's like, "No, what was it? It was like 6 o'clock." And he's like, "Bitch, if you don't do anything by 6 o'clock tomorrow, I'm coming for him. I'm coming for him." And I'm like, "Oh shit."
Them out in the group chat, all my stories. I'm telling everybody. I'm like, "All right, fine. I can deal with that." By then, I had already paid for the background check because I had his first name and his last name. So I knew who he was. I had all his information. I knew where his grandmother lived. I knew about his uncle in prison. I knew about his father. I knew about where his siblings are, his parents. I know everything. I still have the paperwork. Don't I still got the paper? I put him inside in the cedar chest.
I think so.
I still got the papers.
I don't remember.
Because I don't know when I'm going to have to use them. So I put the papers up. I told Alexis and Nicole, I was like, "Look, I paid for the paperwork. I got it. I know where he lived at." So they was like, "All right, so we know that that this Caleb account is not real. So how are we going to do this?" I'm like, "First, we going to have to catch him off guard. So the way we going to do it is we're going to set up the Zoom and we just going to chill. We're going to invite Caleb to come in, but they not going to come." So I'm like, "We're going to invite Doc." So Alexa's like, "All right, y'all tell me what happened." We set up the Zoom. Everybody came in there. Maj came in there. Don was in there.
I would never forget that.
Nicole.
Maj
Did anybody record it?
In there.
No, no one recorded it.
What happened?
No, because at the time I didn't know you could record in Zoom. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
Let Maj tell the story about the Zoom.
Wait. When we got in, everything was smooth, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was when we started, because we just brought up random topics. Now, mind you, like I said, we invited Kay to come in the Zoom. And I was like, everybody come in the Zoom. We can see each other's face and we can chill. Then you can go off camera, right?
Right.
Which is what we did. Everybody came in. And most of us, Maj had been on camera with me before. Don had been on camera with me before. So it wasn't no big deal. But K-Love didn't want to come in. See, she was like, "Nah, I gotta go see about my brother. You know, he still got COVID and he's a drug addict and stuff. So I'm gonna go check on him." I'm like, "Well, I hope he gets better, and we just gonna chill in the Zoom." So I said I had added Doc in the group chat, like, "Hey, Doc, we set up the Zoom. You know, we still working out the kinks on how to use the Zoom, but you know the Zoom is cool. Like, come in the Zoom."
Mm-hmm.
So Doc came in the Zoom. Maj was in there. We was all in there chilling. We was talking and having a good time. We got on the topic of Nicki Minaj. Now, just to preface it before Maj comes tell his side of the story, Maj don't like Nicki Minaj. Okay, in fact, Maj could see a picture of Nicki Minaj and he'll partially throw up. So he just
Let me change my avatar real quick. Hold on.
You ain't shit.
Shady boots.
I'm fucking.
All right, Maj.
What happened?
No, it's your turn. Your part. Your part.
You're up, buddy.
No, because at that time, the whole pandemic, my mother had COVID, so I was basically dealing with her, taking care of her. So when we were talking about Nicki Minaj and we were talking about AW Sunny Kiss, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I had said I don't really care for Sunny Kiss, but I won't discredit that he's a good wrestler. That's when everything went crazy, and he was like, "Well, you're problematic. You're always starting problems in the group chat. Caleb puts you in your place. She schools you here and there." I'm like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" Like,
and then he went to, like, he was like, "You got the same disdain for Sunny Kiss that you have for Nicki Minaj." And I was just like, "Well, Maj, you do got a point there." You do have a disdain for Nicki Minaj. She was like, "I do, but that don't have nothing to do with this." And then I was like, "Okay." He was like, I'm like, "Well, we talk about Nicki Minaj and you kind of brush it off like she ain't contributing nothing." He was like, "Well, to me, I don't really care for her." So we had got to the point where we was just like, okay, he's entitled to feel how he feels.
yeah, because I had said, how come every time I say I don't like somebody, it's always an attack against me because I don't like them?
Right.
I never come at people for not liking who they like.
Right.
And everybody, Don was just like, because you be on some bullshit when it comes to Nicki Minaj. And I'm like, yo, like, they not lying. Because you shade the fuck out of her. He was like, I don't like her. Like, Ross was just very straight. I don't like her, so I'm not going to be nice when you bring her up. And I'm like, all right, bet. Doc didn't want to let it go. He took it as a personal attack on him, and he directed all of his venom towards Maj. And it was weird because Maj didn't say anything out the way to him. He was just like, you're very problematic. Like, you always saying something ignorant. And it was just like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you like this? And then I was like, okay, let's just call it a night. And Maj was like, all right, I'm going to bed. Like, I wish I had Marquis's ability to just shut people out because he just goes.
Him and Dawn have that superpower. They can both do that.
Or he'll fall asleep. Like, he'll literally be in there arguing, and he'll be like, "All right, fuck it," and he will not say anything else. He's quiet. Next thing you know, he sleep. I'm like, how are you asleep? After somebody just cussed you out like that. He does not care. He don't have no genuine reaction. They don't mean anything to him at that point, so he blocks them out.
Right.
We're like, oh God, I wish I had that superpower.
So like 6:30 the next morning, I jump up because I'm like, there's some bullshit that's about to go down today.
No, because we were finna bust her, and I had to go in the group chat and set it up first. So after it was over, what really triggered it was mind you, you have to remember, Maj and Doc are the ones who got into it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
We go back in the group chat. Everybody coming in. Kayla, the first one. Because you have to remember, Doc and Kayla the same person. So she pops up because she goes offline while we're in the Zoom. Nobody can get in touch with her.
Dun, dun, dun.
And while I was like, I had sent a private message in the Zoom, and I'm like, I was talking to Kenny because Kenny have a habit of being in the private message of the Zoom. And if you ever go in the Zoom Go into the private messages of the Zoom. That's where Kenny will be at. If she ain't talking, she in the Zoom.
But
She in the
she's
Zoom in the
listening
private
though.
message cutting up. And that's why I be laughing because she be in there cutting up. Okay.
She
But
do.
Kenny sent me a message. She was like, "So what's going on?" I'm like, "K-Love is not responding in the group chat." So I'm like, "That's my information right there. Doc and K-Love are one and the same." And I'm like, Don and Keelan were 100% right. So
Yes.
we get into the group chat and everybody is talking. Everybody like, "Okay, we finna go to bed." So K-Love was like, "Well, what happened?" I'm like, Don and Maj got into it, but Doc and Maj got into it, but it is what it is. They figured out a way to resolve it, and it's done, So I'm like, I'm gonna go to bed. She's like, "Oh no, I feel like something else happened. Y'all lying, That's why I didn't want to go in the fucking Zoom in the first place. Like, really going off." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, nothing happened in the Zoom other than Maj and Doc going at each other's throats, and Doc was the aggressor. Maj was just sitting there chilling.
And it was always Doc being the aggressor with Maj. Maj and Don are both very sarcastic assholes, and that's what I love about both of them. And
Right.
but they are like, they're the ones like, Don is always so quick with the wit, and Maj is just like the first one to call you a stupid motherfucker. And like and then they'll just whatever, and it's like that's the worst they'll do. I think like the worst they'll do is like say you look bad.
Oh,
They know
Donna
that.
hurt your
Yeah, I've
feelings.
never heard them actually get angry.
Like Don would really. I've heard Don angry through this. Like he will actually hurt your feelings if he's feeling up to being like that. But like,
And it's not even him being mad. He just nonchalant hurt your feelings.
he's just not here for the bullshit. Same with Maj. They're not here for the bullshit. So we're trying to figure all this stuff out. Tears is like, hit me up when you guys finally figure this out. I wake up the next morning. I'm like, there's fuckery about to be done, and I am here for it. Let's go.
She was ready.
Because like the first thing I said was like, did you guys call him out? Did you guys call me out? Because I was gonna be mad. I'm like, y'all did this without me. But
So we got ready to. I went to the group chat that Keelan created, which is the one that everybody's in right now.
Yeah.
And we was all in there, and I was like, "Listen, I got the evidence. I'm finna go live right now." Don like, "Let's go," because I was finna bust his ass last night. But
so
you kept telling me to stop.
Well, she waited till because my mom picked up my daughter because she usually does. Our daughter, I keep saying mine, but my husband had a little bit to do with it. But a lot of it. Okay, so I'm like, look, wait till I'm like, if you guys can wait till after like 2:30, make sure Harley is with make sure kiddo is with my mom.
Because Alexis wanted to be there. And Don was like, all right, you going live.
I wanted to be able to go off, but I know if my darling little then 5-year-old was sitting there listening to mommy probably say expletive she'd probably never hear again. It's a lot different when the kiddo's not around, like, oh, anarchy and bashing the system. Hang on, let me try to find a fucking babysitter first. Like, it's like it's like, can you guys I had to plead with Don. I'm like, just wait till 2:30. Wait a couple more hours, because at this point, all they can do from now till Tip calls them out is dig their grave even deeper.
And Don, I was like, Don, just get out the group chat. He was like, she was like, he got one time to say something out the way to me. Because the way Don stopped messing with him is they were getting into it in another group chat, and the K-Love account basically, outed him about his financial situation. And was just, like using that as a dig towards him. And he was like, if you're my friend, you don't do that to me. Like, it was rough for me. You and I talked on a personal level. You knew how it was. So why would you go out and tell my business to everybody? So I was like, oh, that's fucked up. They in our group chat going back and forth. And she like, he want me to get on my knees and beg and plead for his friendship. He was like, no, I'm telling you what it is. You decided how you want this to go. So I'm telling you right now, no, we're not going to be friends like we used to. I'll be cordial. We can talk, but you are not going to be in my personal space. Don had made it very clear. I'm cutting you off. I'm done. She was upset and took it as he wanted him to grovel and all this other stuff. So he said, I never said any of those things. He was very straightforward, and he made it very clear what he wanted from her, which was nothing. And so the K-Lo kind of was like, oh, that kind of took him aback because Don was very nonchalant and he just
Right.
didn't care. And they was like, well, they don't care and we supposed to be friends and I'll be his friend. And he begged and pleaded for Don to be his friend again. And he said, no. He said, I'll be your friend, but only on the level that I want. And what I want is to not let you in my personal space. You and I have nothing to talk about while we're in the group chat. Yes, I will go back and forth. But other than that, we don't have nothing to discuss. Our friendship on that level is over. So when I got ready to go live and Alexa finally cleared it, I went live and I was angry at that.
I remember because she
Yes,
called
I
me and
remember.
it's like fucking like we were in like soldiers and they're like, has the munchkin left the vicinity? Yes, Roger, Roger, drop the
Right.
bomb. Like it was like
I was like, I'm going live right now. It's over with. I'm done with this. I went
because
live.
and the group chat was like quiet.
It was dead
Because
silent.
like all day, because like I had been up at 6:30 to get the kiddo ready for school, from 6:30 to 2 o'clock. Besides that little thing that Dawn had with Caleb, so between 6:30 to 2:30, no one said a goddamn thing.
And that group chat rock at 8 o'clock in the
No,
morning.
right.
So
And it's just like Caleb like sending stuff and no one's responding to her. So
no,
because
like,
she's
what's
not
going on? Where's everybody at? Nobody said anything. And I just put in there real quiet. I'm about to go live. Y'all should come in live.
I should have screenshotted that shit because oh my god, like she
goes,
dropped that.
oh shit, it must be a problem for you to go live in the middle of the day. I'm like,
We're like, bitch, you wish. You
So
about to
I
learn.
went live. Alexis, when I did live, when you go live on your own account, you can see when people pop in, obviously. Alexis, Don, Tirza, Nicole, Keelan, first people that pop up. I'm like, okay. I'm going live because we got some shit we got to talk about. Now I'm like, some of you motherfuckers is out here being fake. Y'all catfishing, and I don't like that shit. And I want to know why y'all decided to target me. And so she was like, who are you talking about? Oh shit, who is this? Who we need to go after? I'm like, well, since you running your mouth, why don't you tell everybody that you're not a real account? Why don't you tell everybody how you're not real and how you've been catfishing us for the last year? And she was like, I can't believe you would accuse me of this. And I was like, oh no, don't run now. Because now you getting called out. You want to leave. Like, fuck you, Tiffany. I can't believe after everything I shared with you. I'm like, yeah, what you shared was some bullshit.
Oh, and Tiff was yelling at her. She's like, you want to plead your case? You want to show that you're innocent?
I was like, bring your ass in here.
Get on camera. Get on
So I
camera.
went ahead and I sent the request. She declined it. I don't have to prove shit to you. I don't have to prove anything to you. I'm like, that's what I thought. You was a lying motherfucker. And everybody.
Oh man, Tirza jumped in. Like Tirza jumped in and she's like, I always knew you were a dirty bitch, blah blah blah. And then like I remember because I was in, and this is Tirza. Tirza never really goes off, but she like went off. And then I remember I was in the car with my husband getting Burger King.
Yeah.
And I was pissed. Like I was just really mad because like
I came in and was just like, you
I had
know
told
shit about my family life. You know shit about my daughter. And she was like, I swear to God, if anything happens to my daughter or anything happens to my family, I'll kill you first.
I'm glad I said it.
I'll help her bury you. I will. I surely will.
Well, because I hadn't told Daryl. Daryl is my husband. If y'all have been playing along at home, I told Daryl what was going on, and I'm like, look, I may have said some shit to her and sent her some pictures. And he's like, I'm not mad at you because you thought it was someone you can trust. I go, it wasn't anything like super crazy, but she knows what you look like. And then the realization hit me again. I'm like, she knows what her child looks like.
Yeah, and she was in tears. And I was like, you have to calm down.
It was Dawn.
And she was like, I can't. She said, I did it to myself. I fucked up. I'm like, first of all, no, that's not true. I was like, calm down. There's nothing going to happen to you. I got everything. At that point, they did not know I had did the background check.
No, we did it. That was her ace in the hole.
So Alexis was like, what am I going to do? I'm like, you're not going to do anything because they're not going to do anything. I know where he lives.
So Dawn's trying to calm me down. Tiff's trying to calm me down because Tiff didn't tell me she had done the background search. She was like, that was her ace in the hole that nobody knew about. And I'm driving to Burger King with my husband, and I told him everything that's going on, and I'm like, I gotta go on. I gotta go on, and I gotta save my peace, because if this motherfucker cuts and runs, I need to get this off my chest. And he's driving the entire time, and his hand is on my thigh because he knows I'm about to cry.
And she was just, I felt so bad. She was angry, but she was crying.
I went from
and you're done, and you're doing all this. She said, why? I just want to know why. By then, the K-Love account was gone.
Oh, she deleted her account. Every single K-Love account was gone. I went in there, Tirza called her a dirty bitch. People were just coming in, getting their shots in. And same thing Tiff said. I said, if one thing happens to, what was the thing I told him? If I even see a piece of hair of my daughter's, a piece of hair of my daughter's on someone else's profile claiming they're them, I will track you down and nobody will find your body.
That's what you're doing.
Because you guys have to know.
I went from crying to psycho in a matter of seconds.
And Tiff never to get her to calm down.
I was, Maj, do you remember that? I was crying all day.
She was raging.
I was asleep when she did that live thing.
Damn, where you at? Are you in the archive?
I didn't see the live until after, because that's when
Nicole,
Instagram started saving them.
Yeah.
And then Nicole, I wish it was saving at that point. Because then Nicole jumps in. Nicole's cool as a fucking cucumber. Nothing gets to her. She's pissed.
Nicole said, if anything happens to Alexis or Harley, I'll kill you myself. She was like, because that girl, she's like, we didn't do anything for you to come in here and do us like this. She said, we were nothing but nice to you, and this is how you repay us. She was like, no. She was like, I don't give a shit about me, because you ain't going to do shit to me. But that little girl didn't do anything to anybody. Now, all of us was rallying behind Alexis because she had the most to lose. Okay? And I was just like, I'm like, you see my nephew. My nephew's autistic. I was like, I promise you, if anything happens with the pictures I've sent of my nephew, or if any information that was put in this chat is out, I will hurt you myself. I know where you live. You're not that far from me.
And they know that I would have, me and Tiff would both show up at their house being like, see, it's not me and Tiff they would have to worry about at this point. It would be your husbands they would have to worry about at this point, because the husbands would be the one trying to kill them before we do.
Yep.
And so I'm trying to calm down Tiff and AJ. They're trying to calm me down. Everyone else is just emotionally frazzled. And then here's Nicole, fucking Scorpio vibes for fucking days. She's just
everybody calm the fuck down. And
she's just look, I know you're probably seeing this from your 1500 catfish account, but we traced your IP. We know where you're coming from. And if any shit goes wrong, we know where you are.
That's what she said.
And she was so calm about it. And I'm just, meanwhile,
I let her out because Doc was like, let me in so I can explain.
And this was when Instagram only allowed one person in at the live at the time. Right. Can you imagine if they, oh my God, could you imagine if that happened?
Yeah, would have been like that.
He would not have joined that live. He would not have joined that live.
He wouldn't have.
So I let him in. He was like, I just want to explain. I'm like, you don't have anything to explain. You need to tell the truth. I'm not K-Love. I promise you, I'm not her. I'm like, yes, you are.
He's know like, that you are. I promise. I swear.
I swear on my grandmother's grave. And I'm like, your grandmother's rolling in the dirt.
I'm like, you're wrong. I'm like, you played on our emotions. And then on top of that, you turned the live against me and made it seem like I was somehow stifling everybody from speaking their truth and making it seem like I was the only one who could say anything. And what I was trying to do was keep my lives peaceful. And I'm like, you turned my people against me, and I don't like it. I feel used. And I'm like, you can't. And he was like, I'm not her. I swear to God, I'm not her. And I was like, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear it. But at that point, I had cussed K-Love's ass out. And everybody was just sitting in the damn comments like, what the fuck? And I'm just like, I'm like, do not do that to me. And I'm like, you're going to sit here and lie keep lying. I know where you live. I will come to your house.
And the whole time I'm fucking sitting there cussing him out, calling him every name in the book in the group chat and like in the text part of the live. And I'm like, oh, like I was
and the
like,
comments are coming in so fast, I can't see them.
I saw the replay because somebody posted it in a new group chat before. Somebody posted it. It was Keelan.
Keelan posted it.
Yeah,
Keelan probably still has it somewhere.
Keelan only has a piece of it, and he sent it to me, and I saved it. And he posted it in a group chat once before, the piece that he screenshotted, but he didn't screenshot the whole thing. And at that point, the lives used to go in your stories, and you would watch. You could watch the live in your stories for 24 hours, and then it was gone.
Right.
So I couldn't keep anything. I wish I had that live though, because
that's some good shit.
Was.
I think that was the first time, like, because Tiff had heard me angry, but I think that was the first time any of y'all had ever seen me angry.
It was.
I think so.
Like
it was bizarre. Like she, and then after I shut the live down, my dad, he came in. He said, "What is going on?" Like, cause I forgot my father was here, and I was just cussing people the fuck out. And my dad was like, "Tiffany, what happened?" I'm like, "They pissed me off. I don't want to talk about it. I'm gonna get myself together, and I'll tell you about it later." Gerard was at work because he wasn't working from home yet. And I called him and I told him, he was like, "So it was a catfish like you thought?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But I'm like, I fucked up because I didn't say anything when I thought that it was a catfish from the beginning. He was like, "You can't take the blame for something they did." He said,
because here's the thing. Here's the thing, Tiff. They did that to us for a year, and we can sit here and kick ourselves in the ass for it. Every single one of us in that original group chat had beef with her.
Yep.
So if someone had came for, like, especially me and her, because y'all saw us fighting back and forth, like, a lot of times. So if I came forward and I said, "Guys, I don't think this Caleb account's a real person," would y'all have believed me? Because they'd be like, "You know what? This is probably just her and Alexis getting into another fight, and she's finally just being petty and blah blah blah."
I probably would have brushed it off because at that point, that's how I handled a lot of things. But after the last time we got into it and I didn't talk to her for a while, I would have believed anything because I was tired of it. It was emotionally exhausting and it was draining all the time. And it was like, it should not be this hard to be somebody's friend.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was like hard. Over a year this has done it, and we were so desensitized to her behavior or the way that they were acting. It's scary when you think about that. So we are like, basically we just came down from like a real high emotional crash. Like that's the group chat was quiet again because Caleb was gone. I mean, the only thing we were telling was like, "We need to message this account because they fucked with her, blah 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 blah," you know.
Yeah, so we found out who the girl was. They went and found the girl. Taylor and Keelan found who the girl was.
Right. I forgot about Taylor being in there. But here's
there too. Taylor got into it with Caleb too.
Yeah. Okay, well, hold on. There's something happened before all that.
Oh, okay.
Couple hours go by. We're all just kind of trying to whatever at this point. Tiff sends a message into the chat. She's like, "Guys, Doc wants to talk to us."
Alexa said no.
I said, "Fuck him." That's exactly what it was like. I'm like, "Fuck that piece of shit." Like,
Tirza said, "I'll hear him out." She's willing to hear him out. Nicole was like, "Yeah, I want to hear what he has to say for himself too. That way he can't deny it. We all was in there together." And again, I did not know that I can record in the Zoom. Okay. Otherwise, I would have recorded that shit too. Don was like, "Fuck it, let's go in there." He was like, "I'm gonna tell him to his face because I didn't get to say it to his face since everybody was in the live. Let's go in here." So Keelan was in there, Tirza, Alexis, me, Nicole. Maj was at work, I think, at that point.
Yeah, Nicole is just bored at this point.
Yeah, she was like, "Let's go in there. Let's see what the fuck you gotta say." So we went in there, and he's just like, "I'm telling y'all the truth. I genuinely thought that Kayla was real. I have her phone number. I text her often. I was just talking to her and like she, I didn't know that she was fake. I'm like, Don is
He's
in
still lying. We
Don
caught
is
your
in
ass.
there.
He's still lying.
Rico, I swear to you, Don is in there. I had to mute his microphone and Keelan's.
Oh my
Because
god.
every
Keelan.
time that nigga started talking, he like, you are a fucking liar. We know that you and Caleb are one and the same. I know your voice. I heard your voice. Don was relentless. He did not let up.
Don snapped.
And he was like, you are a liar. You a lying ass bitch. Like, stop lying. And let's just go on. Then when I muted this microphone, the
He
motherfucker
unmuted
took a
it.
piece of paper and wrote it on a piece of paper. On some bullshit.
Oh my
And it was
god.
on a
Fuck
piece
with
of
Don.
paper.
I
And
love
I
Don.
said, Don. He was like, I don't care. He was like, you can go to hell. And I didn't want to laugh, but I had to mute my microphone and I was crying. And he was like, you can go to hell because you're lying. And I was just like, oh my God. And he was like, we know that you are, and K-Love is one of the same. Like, nigga, you can't recover from that. Just tell the truth. He was like, I'm not K-Love. I swear
Oh,
on my grandma.
and
Like,
then
I
he was
swear.
like, going to Tirza, and he was going to me, and he was trying to go to Nicole and Tiff, and he's like trying to be like, guys, come on, Alexis, I respect you, blah blah blah. And that's when I told him, I said, so you can tell me to my face that you respect me, but then you go behind my back and call me a cunt. How the fuck does that work out?
Yeah.
Exactly.
He was
But
like,
I guess
didn't
he
say
thought
those
like
things.
because I was a lot more sensitive back then. I mean, like it was only a year ago, but still.
Hey, a lot of
And
growth can happen in a year.
Well,
know,
I had to tell her
and
because she really took that to heart. Like, she had got to the point where she didn't want to be on Instagram anymore. She shut down her page.
I was done.
She,
I locked everything down because Tiff and Dawn and Maj told me don't delete it because if anything goes crazy from here, they're gonna know something's up. Just lock your account down.
yeah.
Don't say anything about being on private and just continue trying to act normal.
But
And
she didn't want to be online anymore. And she was like,
I
I
was
can't
so
do this.
done.
She's like, I can't do this. I'm like, I feel bad. Like, I put my child in danger. It was my fault. And I had to talk to her. I'm like, you can't let people get to you to where you cower and run away. They won when you do that. You can't do that. I'm like, he hasn't earned the right to make you feel like you aren't deserving to be anywhere you want to be. And I'm like, you're
Right.
strong enough to be able to defend yourself and your child, and you got all of us. Like, we're all right here. We're in the same place as you.
Didn't I
And
pull out Daryl's switchblade when he came on? I want to feel like I used a switchblade for something. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Online, oh Lord.
Well, no, because he's trying to get sympathy from the girls. That's where he was like, he's like, oh, you guys are female. No, bitch. No, we've had enough. We've had enough of your shit.
Message to a couple of people about, oh, he's sorry, he was bullied.
Oh, what?
Shit.
Yeah, he
That
sent
was
all of us
that
a
was
message.
after this. That was
Yeah.
after this.
That was after
So
the
like,
Zoom. He got off the Zoom, and then that morning, all of us got this message, and
I
then
didn't
he
get that
deleted
message.
his
no,
doc
because
account.
I didn't get that message.
remember, because I don't think he sent you one.
No, he hated me from what Don told me. He hated my ass.
I
So
think
like,
he didn't. I don't think he said Don one either. But I think
No,
he
said
had
Don.
issues with himself because I think he was gay, and he wasn't coming out about it.
No,
right?
he sent Don a message. He sent Don a message.
He just
I don't
didn't send
remember
Maj
him
one.
sending that
But here's the
message.
thing. So in that Zoom call, he finally breaks down and admits that he's this catfish page. Okay? And he's like, y'all have anything to say to me? And a lot of us were like, this is the last conversation and the last thing that we're ever gonna say to you. And it was like, you would think we would just been like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like people were like,
I was like, everybody say what y'all got to say. Alexis just went, I trusted you. And but she was like, even before, like when it was just me and Caleb going at it, she said, I respected you and I thought that you were genuinely my friend and you betrayed me. She said, I'll never forgive you for that. And especially if she said, if anything happens to my child, if I see any pictures of my child, she said, I'm coming for you. And then she was like, I'm done. She left. She was gone. And I was like, oh.
I just remembered what was it, Don or Maj or Keelan making fun of me because I was sitting there crocheting a blanket because it was the only
Yes, she
thing I could do.
was.
My hands were so
Yeah.
fucking like shaky. It was like the only thing I could do to like
She
keep
was
it.
mad. And I
Cause
had to wait
I
until
mean,
Gus
cause
came in there. And they was like, what are you doing? Are you knitting sweaters? What the fuck is going
they're
on?
like, look at
I
Alexis
remember
being the
that.
mom.
I remember that. I was like, you knit me a sweater, please.
Right.
I flipped them off. I'm like, fuck you.
Now we lost
But like,
too. He'll be back. Because I might
but
get off
like that was the thing because we were just I think at that point, wow, we really got off topic. But like I think it just got to the point where we were just sick and tired of the bullshit and the manipulation, and we had already done the yelling and screaming. And what's the only thing you could do besides yell and scream at the end?
Just
You're just
tell the
like
truth.
your anger. It's like mourning a death. Like
Yeah.
pretty much. It's like
It was sad because we all were closer than that. It felt like we were closer than that. And because we have to understand is with this particular catfish, with catfishes in general, they're gonna try to get you to be on their side. They're gonna tell stories that are outlandish, outrageous, and sometimes they're off the cuff. They are usually off topic. We're talking about one thing and then they come in and they tell a story that's like tragic,
right.
and it's always a car crash or some type of death.
Oh, what was
or
it that we
something.
told? What was it like? We were taking Harley to Oregon to see the Aquabats, which is like her favorite band, and we were like, yeah, she's really excited. This is her first concert. We're really excited to take her to this, and it's not the day we fucking leave. Her brother gets into a life-threatening car accident.
Yep.
Her mama's cussing out the doctors. Her mama's cussing out the nurses.
Or her mom was like, and then her mom was like down the hall because her leg was broken. So she had to go see her mom and then go see her. It was just so much. And you just like emotionally draining. And what happened in the Zoom was everybody got to say their say. And then they, one by one, they left. And it was just me and him. He was like, I swear I'm not Caleb. And I'm like, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't believe you. And I'm like, you killed the opportunity for you to have real friends because of how you treated us. When all you had to do was just be yourself. That's all you had to do. You didn't have to lie. You didn't have to pretend to be anybody. You could have just been yourself.
Now, see, I can be friends with the backstabbing motherfucker because I know what they're about to do, but I'm not going to fucking hang out with a lying backstabbing motherfucker. Because at least if I know you're going to backstab me, I'm going to have that on high. If I don't think you're going to if I don't think you're going to backstab me, I'm going to get too relaxed around you. If that makes sense.
It's highly unlikely, but do you think this person will try to return one day and make peace? I don't know. I don't care.
No.
They can rot. They can fucking rot for all I care. They're a horrible, miserable person. And, I even said it to him. I said, man, you and me had good conversations. He went live a couple times. I talked to him in the live. We talked about wrestling.
He used to go live on his page when I wouldn't go live. And,
and I'm like, I really liked you. And I really thought of you as a friend. And then you made the mistake of fucking with people who care about me. And then more importantly, you fucked with my kid. You know what my kid looks like. You know where we live. I don't know you. I thought I knew you, but I don't know you. And what makes me think that you wouldn't try something? And he's like, I would never hurt your kid, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, how the fuck would I know? How the fuck would I know?
You're not going to do nothing because I promise you, if something happens to her, I will make sure that we find you. I know where you live. I went live again the next day because I had already told Alexis that I had all this information. That helped her calm down because then she knew that I had him just like he knew where she was. Because, Alexis was very comfortable. Like, we knew everything. Like, her new house, we knew what it looked like. We knew where it was. We saw everything.
Yeah.
And she was very upset because she was like, I did this to myself. And I was like, no. We're not going to do that. I had already paid for the background check, and I had everything. And I went live, and I was like, I know you're watching this live. I know you can see me. I held the papers up. I know where you live. I know where your family lives. I know everything. I know your government name. I know what high school you went to. I know your phone numbers. I know it all. So I'm like, if you think for a minute that I'm going to allow you to fuck with me or anybody else that was in that chat and you're out here spilling information or attacking people, fine, try me. I'll put your shit out there as quickly as I can. Or I'll come and see you because I know where you live. You're not that far from me. And he never said a word. I haven't seen him since. And that's why I try very hard to be nice to people. But like I told AT2, there's only so far I'm going to go with people.
Exactly.
I can't have you in my space because you can't be trusted. And I don't want to have to go through another situation like that because it used to keep me up at night. And John's like, you gotta let this shit go. And I'm like, it's nagging at me.
Right.
You know, and it's like I could have prevented it. I could have stopped it. And he was like,
well, you weren't the only one, dude.
I know.
Yeah.
At that point, I was at a point where I feel like because it was my life, I was the one who allowed it to happen. And he was like, Tiffany, you was just being your normal self. You didn't know people was out here trying to use you and be mean like that. You didn't know that. You was just out there having a good time and just enjoying other people finally liking wrestling because it's a small world in wrestling. Okay.
Yes.
There's not a lot of people who like wrestling. It seems like it's a lot of people that like wrestling, but it's really not.
No,
it's really not.
Like most people are talking shit about us because we're arguing on the internet about Stone Cold and The Rock. And they're like,
on the forum.
Like,
on the forum. Oh my god, I'm fucking old.
They're like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, The Rock is an actor. What do you mean? Why are you arguing? Like, because I know he's the great one, and everybody's looking at us like we're crazy. Like, you know, those matches are predetermined, right?
Or
Fuck
you know,
man.
like
Fuck
what is it like? You go to a party and you get 2 beers and you slam them together and you pretend you're Stone Cold, and they're like, "What the fuck is this dumbass white girl doing now?"
Yes,
like,
yes.
what?
It's just.
Or when you talk about Ric Flair and they bring up the song.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh my god.
It's just like you're trying so hard just to be able to have some peace and be able to have a good time with this genre of entertainment. And then you're like, oh, I have friends, like people who actually watch this with me. We can bond over that.
Right. It's
that's the cool part about it. And then it just seemed like they ruined it. And I was upset. And for a long time, I didn't let anybody in the live that I didn't know. If I didn't know you, I hadn't seen you, my rule was you can't come in. I let Rico in because Rico was coming around a lot, and he made valid points that I agreed with, and he was funny, and we would be going back and forth. And I'm like, Rico, if you want to come in, you can come in. Because I asked him what his name was. Because I'm like, I'm tired of calling you so what? Okay? I'm sick of that. Just tell me what your name is. Give me a nickname or something. And then he was like, my name is Federico. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Spell it out. Spell it out.
I'd spell it out. Oh my god.
He literally put it in syllable by syllable. And I was like, okay, but see, I might mess that up and call you Frederico. So I'm just gonna call you Rico.
He'll check people, like, mispronouncing it.
Okay, I'm just gonna call you Rico just because it's safe.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna mess nobody up. And he was like, okay. So when he came in, everything was fine. He blended in. And after a while, I was like, do y'all mind if Rico come in the group chat? And it was like, no, Rico could come. Because
I was so shocked when that happened.
And I was like, Rico, you can come in the group. I sent him a personal message. I was like, you can come in the group chat if you want. I'm like, it's cool. You don't have to worry about being, because they ain't gonna do nothing to you if they do something.
I got a confession. I got a confession to make. I was like, because I wasn't really around in the lives at that point.
She did not.
So when because I'm old, leave me alone. I'm shaking my
She was like,
cane
what
at
do
you.
we
You just
know?
can't
She was
fucking
like,
see
what do
it.
we know everything about Rico? Yeah. I'm like, he's been on
No.
camera.
Like, because I was like, who the fuck's this guy? Because I don't know why I wasn't around as much as because I think it was like Harley and all that crazy shit was going on. Anything that has to do with my kiddo, it's like, yeah, I can
Yeah.
record at 10 o'clock, and then I'm like, hey, she's throwing up. Go on without me. You
Right.
know,
No,
like,
that was the time. Like it was. Alexis was exhausted because I remember it was rough because it was mid pandemic at that point, and
oh my
Alexis was
Yeah.
god.
just
This was
mentally,
around March.
yeah,
I
she was,
think.
Oh yeah, because that's when I got COVID,
yeah,
right?
she was
Yeah.
Yeah.
mentally exhausted, and she was just like, I need a break. So we stopped recording on the podcast for a minute. Well, she took a break from the podcast completely, and then she stopped coming in the lives, and she kind of took a break from wrestling too. And I would send a message to check on her, and she would pop in the group chat every now and then. But she had went off the grid for a minute because
Yeah.
the pandemic was getting to her, and she just was like, "I can't take this anymore. I can't go nowhere. I go outside. I have to put a mask on." And then all the shit with the police killings was happening back to back to back to back. And Alexis
Yeah.
was going to the protests and stuff. She was doing that stuff, and that was mentally draining. And she was like, "I just want to be a good ally. I don't want to watch this because this is shit." And she was just like, "It's coming at me from different ways. I need to take a break." So I told her, "It's fine, take a break." At that point, Rico was coming around regularly, but Alexis
Yeah.
wasn't in the group chat that often. So when he popped in, he had been there for a minute. She didn't know because her ass
I
wasn't
was
in
like,
there.
I
Like,
told
who the
Tiff
fuck
I
I
is
go
thought
into
you did.
the
I
I
thought
was
you
like,
did know,
what?
Alexis. I thought
I
you
go
did because we all voted. I remember that night. We all
I
voted.
don't remember because this is when like you guys go at like 2 o'clock in the morning. But like I go in the group chat for the podcast. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy?
She came in the group chat and she goes, "Timmy, there's some dude named Rico in there." I'm like, "Yeah, he's supposed to be in there." She's like, "Who the fuck is that?" I'm like,
Who
"What?"
the fuck is this guy?
I'm like, he's been in the group chat for a minute. He comes in the lives all the time. She's like, "Oh, no one fucking told me." And I'm like, "Yes, you did."
She thought it was infiltrating.
I didn't
She
get
was like, "Is this another K-Love situation to check in? Did you check?" I'm like, "Yes, I checked." We were on
okay.
live with him
Could you fucking
before
blame?
everything. She was not. She was like, "Okay, if you say that you check," I'm like, "I checked. God damn it, I checked." She did not believe me. And I was like, when the first time Rico came in the Zoom, I don't think Alexis came that time
No.
No, because
No.
because she was gone, and she was
20,
going to bed.
2020, the beginning, like 2020 and the beginning of 2021 was not a good time for my mental health.
Yeah.
And weird shit happened, and I became a witch and all that kind of crap. But anyway, but no, because it was just like I never met Rico before because I had just started like whatever. I
And
just
she
need
was
to go to
real heavy on TikTok.
yeah.
So Alexis was very in and out because she enjoyed the cosplay part. And I loved her cosplays. I would watch them all the time. I thought they were funny. But she would do the cosplays all the time, and she would be in and out because she was keeping herself up doing that. And
Yes.
that's how she got herself together. So I didn't bother her, and I would just be like, "Hey, did you watch wrestling this week?" She's like, "No, I was, practicing my TikToks and I was looking at some other stuff." And I said, "Okay, cool." So
I
we,
still say my MJF cosplay evolve has been
yeah,
great. So
Oh, that's been so
I
good.
hate that little bastard, but like I actually can do a really good cosplay of him. I hate it.
it got to the point where I was like, we got a little community, and that's where I'm gonna leave it. And then I always have the massive community in the live, which is usually pretty calm and chill online until someone comes in and ruins the day. Like that's why I said like to AT2, like I'm not telling you how to run your shit. I'm just trying to give you advice. You just can't let everybody in your circle because
Yeah.
they're gonna do everything they can to take everything from you. Like people are energy vultures. They
Yes.
want your energy. They
Mhm.
want They want to feel better about themselves, so they find some kind of way to tear you down so that they can feel better about themselves. And
Oh
like
yeah.
you can't leave yourself open to that vulnerability. And I know that it's not just a knee jerk reaction for him to just be nice. And I totally get that because I'm like that. I want to help everybody. Like if somebody says they're hurting or they're in pain, I'm always like, oh, well, tell me what's wrong. Do you need somebody to
Right.
talk to? Do you need somebody to vent to? Maybe I can help. And like, it's all well and good until somebody's using it to tear you down.
Right.
So
Yeah.
And
yeah, you have to be careful. And
like
that's why I was just like
this person, she like I keep saying she, but it was a guy.
Yeah.
He if it held truth that they had info on all of us, like I don't want to say destroyed because that sounds crazy, but it's like in the amount of power and pull that they, because like here's the thing, boys and girls, we weren't the only people she was harassing.
no, it was other
Yeah.
accounts that were bigger. That Day One Oos account, they
Yeah.
used to attack them on the daily. And then they would send them messages talking about I was talking about them, and therefore they would contact me and they're like, yeah, I heard you was talking about me. I'm like, I don't even fucking know you, dude.
And then
Like
I'd start
I don't even know
I
you.
would get like messages from accounts like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, and they were going. It was different from like Bella fans. Like
Oh, I can take a Bella fan, but people were coming like, we heard you talking shit about us. I'm like, dude, I don't even know who the fuck you are.
never seen them, never heard of them, and I
Never
would get
interacted
shit
with
like
them.
it'd be like I get into an argument with that account, and then within days I'm getting attacked, and I'm getting called all types of names. I'll have my live going, and then it'll be like 7 accounts in my live calling me names and really attacking me. Like I'd be called everything from a fat bitch to
Hmm.
one of them called me a fat nigger bitch. I was like, damn.
That set me off.
I was like,
Like,
Jesus. Like I've been called everything you can think of, and the word fat been in front of it. To this point, I don't. It doesn't really bother me to be called fat. It's just you can't think of anything else other than I'm fat. Great. So I hear that all the time. And when they were around, it wasn't random, it was like planned. It'd be like a couple weeks will go by, it's quiet, I'll get messages from a bunch of people. And it'd be random accounts. And then
right.
like one time we were protecting Caleb because we thought that people were just going at her neck because she did stuff on Instagram. Like I talk about people on Instagram. I genuinely do it in kayfabe. I don't attack anybody outside of that. I'm not going on people's pages. I don't at them. I'm not trying to make myself noticed by them.
Hi,
Yeah.
Riddle. Hi, Matt. Hi, Lisa.
And I know that she used to do that all the time. Like she got real excited because she had a Naomi fan account and Naomi started following it. She was like, oh, thank you for being a fan. She messaged her. They spoke, and like Doc was like really excited because he was running that account, or Caleb was. And
She
she had
she
a
started
friend,
making those pictures, remember? Like
them graphics.
yeah, and then
And
like
he had
sorry, go
no
ahead.
problem with the other Instagram account, with the Wicked Grams account and the A-List Dreams account.
Oh God, what the fuck happened to A-List Dreams? They still around?
A-List Dreams is still on there, but
They're still around, but I think they like not deactivated it, but they like
they don't
temporarily
use it.
locked it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I forgot they existed.
they do Wicked events in Wicked Grams now. They don't really use the A-List Dreams account, but that Wicked Grams account had like 25,000 followers on it, I think, and it was growing. And he was like, Doc was stealing from his account. So you know how like Taylor's very quick to post everything. And I
Yeah.
don't be having time. Like I don't be I
That's
direct
how
you to
when I
Taylor
don't want to
page
watch a
and
show, I
edit.
go to Taylor's page.
Yeah,
I'm like,
right.
I don't watch the show. Taylor got all the clips up there. He done gave all his
Hmm.
synopsis of what done went down. He don't be playing. He moves very quick. And Taylor got over like 10,000 followers, more than that, like 10,000 plus followers. He got his graphics for his page be dope. So I'll be, I'll be like, okay, dude, live your best life. Like I don't care. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And Doc used to steal from A-List Dreams page because they would post wrestling news over there, especially when it regarded to the women. And I started posting wrestling news on my page to kind of keep up the interaction on my page because all I had was the commentary at that point.
You know
And,
what the fucked up thing is? I just realized this. So, like, when did we start the podcast? Like 2019?
yeah.
Okay, so we started our podcast 2019, and I'm just thinking with all this shit. Got a fucking ghost in my bathroom. I wish they'd fucking stop. I'm just thinking like all that shit that she was trying to get on us. I mean, this could just be my ego talking, but whatever, because we did grow big time in 2020. But it's like, would he have, just because he was so damn jealous of what, like, we're not big. I mean, everyone's dreaming about their podcast being big, okay? We're not even gonna fucking front about that. But like, we're doing good. We're very proud of our little baby. And I just think sometimes I just sit there and think it's like, if she tried to get us on all this bullshit, or he tried to get us on all this bullshit just because he's jealous that the attention's not on him, would he have tried to take our show down?
Yeah.
Maybe.
You really think so?
Yeah, because he was that petty.
Yeah.
Then
Attention points, no bounds.
Then start your own damn podcast, dude. We don't do anything special. We just yell into a phone. Like, that's our recording equipment. We got $0 budget here.
His problem was we didn't invite him. That's what he was mad about. It wasn't that we started a podcast. It was that we didn't think of him to do the podcast with.
Didn't he try to take, like, because, like, all this stuff's coming back to me now. Didn't he try to take, like he was the one who suggested we start a podcast?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I think he said something like in passing. He's like, yeah, if it wasn't for us, like, wasn't for me, you wouldn't. I'd be like, no, because other people in this group chat have said that me, Tiff, and Nicole need to have a podcast together.
I'm like,
Nicole was the one who's like, okay, I'm gonna fucking do it. Someone needs to do it with me.
She was like, I need a co-host because everybody don't like me like that. She was like,
and Tiff's like,
under my voice, and I was like, I'll do it. And like, Nicole and Alexa said, shoot, do it. She was like, I don't have shit to do. Let's do it. I'll fucking do it. I got all this knowledge. I need to use it somewhere. I was like, okay, cool.
Let me be useful at something. Like, I'm better than you. Like, no shit. Half the fucking planet is. Let me do something great, okay?
It was fine. Like, you know what's the cool thing about it though? After everything went down and we finally got some peace, like, everybody was just able to be closer together, and we're just friends at the core. Yeah. Everybody's just friends. Like, it's rare that we get into a fight.
Oh, me and you go at it sometimes.
And I always argue with her, but I always tell her, like, I'm like, just because I feel the way you feel and you feel the way you feel, it doesn't mean I hate you. It just means we disagree. I am allowed to disagree. Like, you can disagree with me. I'm okay with that. She's like, I know you're mad at me, Tiff, but just hear me out. I'm like, I'm not mad at you. I don't understand why you think that. But she, like, because in wrestling, it can be a passionate thing. Oh my God. When you love something and you're watching it and it's not giving what it's supposed to get, I understand where she comes from. I just disagree with her assessment of it. And then she's just like, but I see it this way. And I'm like, I understand. And then she'll tease me. She'll go, I know Tiff's going to come back and be like, see, Alexis, if you would just look at it this way.
I did that impersonation one time.
I'm like,
one fucking time.
Okay, because I'm trying to help and you're hurting my feelings. Okay, don't mean to me.
No, me and Nicole were hosting a show because this was again before Janae showed up, and Tiff was doing something, and I do this like perfect. I can't do it now. This fucking sucks.
I hate her.
I can't do
so
it.
much.
And I did like this perfect impersonation of Tiff, and she's like, the next morning I wake up to a message like, "You fucking bitch, I fucking hate you."
We're like, I leave you.
Suck, eat a dick, eat a bunch of dicks.
One time, and you're out here just making fun of me, you petty bitch. You could have waited. It was spot on though. It was like, oh fuck you. That was
let me see if I can do it. Hang on.
I hate
it. No. Well, okay, Alexis, look, I love you like a sister.
There she goes.
No, I can't do it.
You see how she do me? I be trying to keep her calm because she be going off. And I just be sitting there. I be listening to the voicemail, and she's like, "I fucking hate Charlotte, and I know what you're gonna say, Tiffany." And I'm like, "Listen, I love you like a sister. Remember that. Remember what I'm saying, okay?" But and then she's like, "No, but I don't care. I hate her. She gets on my nerves. She's just stealing opportunities." I'm like, "Yeah, she is, but she is good at what she does. That's subject to opinion, and she always talk on me." Oh, and I'm like, come on. Like, you can't say that the girl doesn't try. I don't give a shit. I only see other people, and you're just making excuses. And I'm like, yeah.
Why did you just sound like me?
She'd be like, yeah, but I'm like, just remember, I still love you, but you're wrong. And she'll go, no, I'm not. You know what? I need a break. I need a fucking break. I'm like, okay, take a break.
Fuck off. Eat a dick.
And I was like, okay, when you come back, just remember that you're still my sister and I still love you. And then she gets mad and she just leaves. Then she'll come back and she'll be like, I know we're not talking, but I'm like, I never said that to you. Where did you get that from? You didn't say that.
I'm the little sister, okay?
She goes, I know you're mad at me right now. And I'm like, I'm not mad. Like, I'm not mad at you. It's been 3 hours. I haven't been talking to you in 3 hours. And I can't. It's the funniest thing because the conversation happens often.
Oh God.
And it's not necessarily anybody's fault. It's just the way the conversation goes. And she just gets very enraged when it comes to certain people. Especially
I don't get enraged. I get passionate. There's a big difference.
Listen, enraged. Charlotte Flair that woman grinds her gears. She does not like her. She don't want to see her. She's like, I need a fucking break from Charlotte Flair. I'm like, we had a break. And we all were saying that Charlotte needed to come back. Yeah, but not fucking like this. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm telling you. I am telling you. She needs to be there. I don't think she needs to be there in that capacity, but she needs to be there. And she's like, you know what? Fine. And then she'll leave. And I won't hear from her for like 45 minutes to an hour. And then she'll come back. And by then, the conversation's changed. And we're all moved on. And then she'll comment in the chat. And then we have the podcast group chat. And she's like, are we good now? I'm like, yeah, we've been good. We just haven't been in here for 45 minutes. So she was like, okay, fine, fuck it. So yesterday, and I'm like, yeah, there we go. Let's do it.
Why are you reading me like this? What the fuck?
That's what she is. I didn't do anything. I'm like, I don't mind sparring with her when it comes to wrestling. Alexis is always at the ready to talk about wrestling, and she is going to give you all that she got. And that's probably one of her best qualities is that she ain't backing down from shit. She don't care how you feel about this person, how much you like, no, fuck you and fuck that. Okay?
She just said that perfectly.
She's like, this is how it is, and this is the way you just don't want to see it. You're ignoring it. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. Because I like Drew McIntyre and literally
the fucking aliens.
That wasn't me, man. I had to check my audio.
Huh.
I love Drew McIntyre. They hate him.
No,
They hate him.
that was
And
Janae. That was Janae.
I got proof. I left it in the podcast on purpose because no one believes that Janae is a little jackass and she does shit like this. Okay. We were on the damn podcast to do the roast session. The roast session was not about Drew McIntyre. But we had just watched Raw. I think I think we recorded Monday night because Nicole had to work Tuesday.
It was either Monday or Tuesday. Either way, it was still fresh.
We had just watched it and Drew had came out to go after Big E. They were living. Nicole's like, no, fuck him. I don't want to see him. I'm sick of him. He needs to go away. Janae did an impersonation of Drew for almost 30 minutes.
It was awesome.
And I was like, so you're just going to keep going too? Like, I'm Drew McIntyre. And I
No,
was
yeah,
and it's on the ground. And I was like, I fucking hate you.
Like, you got to do the Scottish accent. She's like, I'm Drew McIntyre with my, I can't fucking do
This is my big sword, Angela. And she's just like, we're going to put Angela in the ground and we're going to make the sparklers go up. I'm like, I hate you. I hate you. And
she said, like, my baby oil chest and hair.
Right. And Alexis is just living her best life, dying. Dying.
Go listen to the podcast. It was funny.
And
I almost died because I choked on something.
I'm like, why are you torturing me? What did I do to you to make you do this to me?
Because it's Janae.
And she ignored me. She ignored me first
You
of all.
put the bitch on mute and then she unmuted herself.
And then she unmuted herself and kept going. And I was like, you petty bitch.
I love Janae.
I hate her so much for that.
When I throat check her in the fucking esophagus, I'm in the wrong.
She wouldn't stop. And I was like, I swear to God, when I see you, I'm going to rip your esophagus from your throat. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because you're a horrible human being. And Alexis is just rolling. I could not get Alexis to stop laughing. I'm like, so, podcast is going to start. Let's go. Alexis is cracking up. And Janae is just going off. Nicole didn't say a word. All you kept hearing every now and then was, oh my God.
or you.
Oh my God. Oh, hell yeah, Drew. We fucking hate you, Drew. I'm like, I can't
Tiff's like he's been gone for 3 weeks and Nicole's like, not enough.
Not long enough. And I was like, fuck you. I was like, fuck you and fuck you too. And I was sick of it. I was so mad.
You called me a heifer. Like, what the fuck was
I'm on this podcast with these 3 heifers and they keep messing with me. And we trying to do this damn show. We didn't even get the show started on time. When I had to do the playback, I edited out at least an hour's worth of shit before we got to the point where Janae was messing with me about Drew McIntyre. I was like, God, like we literally
don't be hating.
This podcast is a mess.
It's probably one of our most messiest episodes.
It's gonna get worse as it progresses because they're never gonna stop. And then especially if anything goes down and Drew McIntyre happens to gain a championship.
Oh my God.
If he gets the title from Roman,
she's gonna lose her shit. I can't do it. Here's the thing with Janae. Janae can be funny, but she doesn't even she doesn't crack.
No.
That's the funny thing. And it's like so wild because it's like I hate the sound of my laugh, but I'm sounding like a fucking pack of hyenas when she's just and Tiff, she's getting a reaction from me. She's getting a reaction from Nicole. She's getting a hell of a reaction from Tiff. Fucking straight face. Does not laugh. Does not break. Nothing. And I'm like, God damn, you would she's like, I could never be a wrestler. I'm like, promo wise, you would probably kick ass.
Hell yeah, she would.
Like me and Janae are not allowed to be in the same room by ourselves.
No, hell no.
We have to have adult supervision even though we're the same age.
I'm not gonna be in there with them. Nope.
Just
they gonna be
roll out on a tank like Shotzi Blackheart. Tiff's like, where the fuck did you get the tank from? We found it.
She fires the little airsoft like little pellet.
Yeah.
It's like, look what I can do.
Hits Nicole. Nicole's like, the fuck?
Right.
She's like, this shit's a wrap. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah. that is exactly how she is. She'll just leave. Or she'll just be like, okay, guys, come on, we need to get started. Then they'll calm down and they'll go, okay. I'm like, how come when I say it, y'all just laugh? What is going on? Why do y'all do me like this?
Because if it's bad enough for Nicole to say to stop it, then that's how you know it's time to move on.
Nicole won't say nothing until she's ready. So they'll go on for like 30 minutes.
Oh no! Because see, this is the best thing. Like the friends that you can talk trash to. I think that's the best kinds of you need to make sure you can have people who have a sense of humor and can kind of when they know you're being playful and when you're just being a straight up dick, because then Janae throws it in Tiff's face. She's like, Tiff's like, well, I don't talk about Dexter Loomis, that fucking psycho. She's like, yes, you do.
You do.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. No, I don't. No, I don't.
All the time. I was like, no, I don't. That's
you talk about him on your live. You talk about him in your stories.
I was like, you're a liar. You're a big ass liar. 100% lying. She was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I got proof. It's on your live right now. You can see it. It's proof. You do it. You're just mad because I'm making fun of yours. You don't like it, do you? You don't like it.
And Nicole gets a reaction, and I'm like, I can't get into this conversation with the people who I've simped over. So I'm out because I know one damn thing I say wrong. I know who Tiff's coming at me with. Don't you talk about him like that.
When she gets mad, I'm like, yeah, no one said anything about Joe. We'll say nothing about his thick ass. You sit up here talking about mine. Well, let's talk about yours. She's like, oh,
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about your ass.
She'll go to the jugular. She's like, oh, so you want to go at Joe? Fucking Cody Rhodes. And I was like, this bitch.
No. When she makes me mad, I call her Mrs. Rhodes.
It's so wrong. It's so wrong. On so many levels.
You were on some bullshit one day, and I said, I don't remember what it was, but you were just like going off. I said, okay, Mrs. Rhodes, do I have to go get your husband? And she's like,
oh, fuck you.
See, my favorite moment was when Tiff put Dexter Loomis and Cody Rhodes up against
each other, God.
And Cody lost. And Cody lost.
You know why? Because Janae has ramifications. So I couldn't put Cody Black up there. She would let me.
Cody Black.
Because that's what he has his black hair. And she wouldn't let me put him up there. Like,
Tiff won't let me be great. Tiff won't let me be great. She's gonna hear this.
That's cheating. I'm like, he's going up against Dexter. What do you mean? She was like, no.
See, and if Tiff really wants to go for the jugular, because she knows Samoa Joe, I'd die for that man. Because no one ain't talking shit about. Yes, Samoa Joe's thick. Okay, he got a nice ass, and it's just like.
It was one.
Thank you, Jesus.
He's digging at me because we did top 5. We used to do top 5 last year.
We need to do top 5 again. That was fun.
This top 5, I think I was in New York when we did that top 5. I was at my sister's house, and it was like the second or third top 5 that we did, and I picked Cody. And I was like, I liked Cody when he had dark hair. I thought he was attractive. And they were like, and Alessa was like, ew. Fucking Cody, are you kidding me? I'm like, you wanted to fuck Jericho.
Okay, hold up. No, hold the fuck up. I'm gonna man, your live went fucking sideways, dude. I said
we've been up here for 5 hours.
Yeah,
Jesus. I said 2016 Jericho.
She made it very clear. It was the era of Jericho. I was like, I don't care how you sugarcoat it. It's fucking Jericho. Okay.
Well, now that I know about him, I ain't doing shit with him. How about that?
But it's what makes it bad is because I said very clearly, I just want to bone once, and I'll leave it alone. And they're like, you would fuck Cody Rhodes now? I'm like, yeah, I don't care. It's one night. It's one night with Rose. What do you want me to do? Like,
One night with Rose.
Get your
gonna be
tissues
one
because he
night.
looks
such a
like an
bad
ass.
fan
I'm not
fiction.
trying
No. You know the one. You know the one. The one that I told you, and you were like, oh, Alexis, no! Like, you were like, just, you know
I don't
who.
remember.
The one that you're like,
Give me the.
when I told you, and you're like, really? You like, and you talk to me like your friend who had like a really bad choice, and you're like, you could do so much better. He's an ass. Like your exact words were like, he's an asshole, and he's gross. What the fuck?
I can't remember which one.
And he's gross.
I can't remember which one it was.
MJF.
Oh yeah, I said no. All people, like I'd rather you fuck Jericho.
I don't want to touch. I don't want to do anything with Jericho now. You.
MJF, I feel like he fucks you like a frat boy. Just
Oh
like,
my
just
God.
like he's the only one being satisfied.
Ugh. Well, I mean, I can't go back and listen to that because wait a minute, was it the one night stands?
Mm-hmm.
No, we did that one back because we did record one with Janae, but you said the audio got corrupted.
It did. The one night stands one was just us three.
Damn.
Because oh man, I can't. Cause, oh my God, some of that stuff's like.
We record our top 5 with Janae because she wasn't in it.
We need to redo it, but like, yeah, I listened to that a couple weeks ago, and I was like, ooh, these were bad choices. A lot of them were on me, but this is some bad choices. And like, oh, what was the one?
Glad to know that wrestling's advanced enough to know that like there are better men.
I picked Mance Warner, and they thought I was a freakazoid. I was like, he's not that bad. And Nicole was like to me, are you fucking serious right now?
Hey, I saw Mace Warner in person. He's not a bad looking guy. He just he looks like a country boy.
I was like, he's not that bad. I think he would probably give you what you need.
He looks like a guy who's from Tennessee.
And she was like, at the time, it gave me all types of shit about Mance Warner. All types of shit.
Oh man, who's
like,
the one?
Hell no. She was like, hell no, Tiffany. Really? I'm like,
look, I can't look. The reason I can't get into this is because I used to love Jimmy Havoc, so I can't say shit about anybody. Okay,
but he was kind of like her aesthetic, so I wasn't mad. And like, we used to mess with her because every time we do top 5, like she has a type. We were just like, yeah, it's definitely gonna be probably Jimmy Havoc, probably Sammy Callahan, or it was always them. She didn't like Darby Allin like that, so Darby never came up.
Darby Allin's a child.
She likes MJF when she picked MJF because MJF was a complete 360 of what she actually likes, and I was just like, wait a minute. I was like, Alexis, do you need something to drink? Are you okay? She was like, I'm fine. I'm just saying, like, you know, if I was gonna go that route, he'd be. I'm like, why? He's a dick. What is going on? Are you sad or something? Like, what is
this bitch. Look, okay, I'm sad. Okay, so we had an episode of Top 5. Y'all should really go find these episodes.
No!
Yeah. We had an episode where it was top 5 wrestlers we would marry.
Oh my God.
No. So this heifer, let me tell you what this hoe did. Okay? Let me tell you what this hoe did. I said number 2, I would marry Roman Reigns, and her exact words were, no fucking way. And I'm like, really? And she's like, I would pay to see that happen. I'm like, fuck you.
Money.
Fuck you.
I would pay fucking money.
And I'm like, what? And I was doing like Batista, Cesaro,
you were
Mox.
trying to get set for life.
Right.
Yeah. Like Mox. And then it's like Roman Reigns. And she's like,
no fucking way.
And I'm like, well, what the fuck's that supposed to mean? She's like, no. I'm like, what the fuck's that supposed to mean?
No.
No.
I was fully expecting her to say Sammy Callahan. Me and Nicole both were like,
y'all lost money that day then.
We already know who it's gonna be. Like, come on. This bitch swerved us clean. Yeah, I would marry Roman Reigns. I'm like, no fucking way. I was like, you're lying. She was like, no, I'm not. I would marry Roman. He looks like he would take very good care of you in the best way possible. I'm like, you petty bitch. You know,
Coming in with that.
You ain't trying
Coming in
to
with that
marry
slide.
Roman Reigns. She was like, what the fuck is that supposed to be? It was real strong. I'm like, exactly what the fuck I said. You know you lying. She said, I'm not. I really would. I'm like, oh hell no.
I would like my mama would divorce my dad right now and marry Roman Reigns.
Every woman would.
I'm pretty sure a couple men want to marry Roman Reigns.
Okay, except for mine.
Except for Maj.
Maj is all about Seth.
He's too dark for Maj.
Oh no, come on.
God! Oh! Fucking kill shot.
He ain't defending himself.
Elise said Samoa Joe would have been number 2 on my list. I thought it was gonna be Sami Callihan or Joe. She had Joe on her list, but
Joe
he was
number
very
1.
low. And I was like,
Joe was number 1.
No, you picked Roman.
No, because the top 5 went Batista, Cesaro. Hold on. Batista, Cesaro,
Roman.
Mox, Roman, Joe.
I'm gonna go back and find it.
Okay, I bet you $20. That's what it fucking came out to be.
See,
hold on, I gotta
Big
have
E
$20
tops
in
my
the bank.
list, but Tiff said I can't have him.
I ain't got 20.
So.
Oh, we broke. I ain't got that 20.
She got on my ass. I think what was it, like last week when I said that I would marry Big E.
I married Big E.
Oh, I would marry Big E.
Tiff has some strong opinions about me taking Big
Absolutely
E.
not. You're not taking Big E. No. Find somebody else.
There she go.
Find somebody else.
I'm just gonna creep over to Shayna Baszler and see how she's doing.
Shayna looked like she got good game.
So I was on another podcast. It's called Kings of the Ring podcast. Go check them out. They're actually very nice guys, very good friends of the show. Total sweethearts, and all around, I love them. They're New York wrestling fans, so I have a soft spot for New York wrestling fans because they don't give a fuck. I love it. Because they asked me, they're like, you know, a lot of girls apparently have a thing for Shayna Baszler. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, why do you think that is? And I'm like, I think it's more along the lines of just like, she's a badass. And there's just something about a woman that could possibly kick my ass that I don't know. Now I remember my brother, like when Terminator 2 came out and Linda Hamilton had like the fucking arms of fucking goals, like that she was ripped and she was always carrying like a big fucking machine gun around and shit. He always liked that. And I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. Chick just carrying around a huge gun. And then like later on in life, I was like, oh. Wish I found this out when I was 20, but thanks. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Shayna would be on Stunt TikTok.
Oh my God, she is fucking like, I found this photo set of her on Tumblr and it's just like, step on me. Just step on me. Step on me, please.
That's like Warped Tour language.
Not Warped Tour language.
I've had friends who went to Warped Tour.
The episode she's talking about where Cody was the one that I picked, that was Love Him and Leave Him. Because I had picked Adam Cole, I think, on that one. And
yeah, because you said he looked like a crier.
He looked like he's a crier, and everybody started laughing.
You do?
And I said, he looks like he cries in bed. Like, if you put it on him right, it looks like he shed a tear. And they were like, what? And I'm like, he's a crier. And they just started laughing. I think I picked Cole. I picked Cody. I picked somebody else.
You picked Adam Cole. You picked Cody. Damn,
I can't remember, but I haven't listened to those episodes in the playback.
Who? Nicole said Kenny Omega,
Yeah.
and now I don't think she
Ramen
would
noodle
touch Kenny. Yeah, Clyde's the one. Like, I don't think she would touch Kenny Omega now if her life fucking depended on it.
Mm-mm.
No.
No, we haven't done a top 5 in a while.
Yeah, we need to do that. I don't remember who, because,
I think
okay,
it'd be funny.
it's
And
Havoc.
Nicole was a mix. She had girls and guys in hers.
Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, some of that stuff didn't age very well. Yeah.
Only because we didn't know. So I don't really take it that bad, but I don't know. Like I'd marry, and I know in the married one, I picked Biggie. I picked Roman.
Because you said he reminds you of your husband.
He does. It just dries, not as buff as Biggie is. So,
what does his titties look like?
They don't look like Big E's. Big E titties bigger than mine. I'm like, look, we gonna have to find you a bra.
That man just sits there, fucking split-legged, not even fucking caring, just know. And I'm like, oh my god.
And you know what's the coolest thing is? Biggie went to the fight because he did the intro for Tyson Fury and for Deontay Wilder. And there was a reporter there, and the reporter said that there was somebody next to her that was really handsy. So he switched seats with her to help protect her. And I was just like, that's my Biggie.
We fucking stand.
That's my Biggie right there. Like, nobody can
See, this is what I'm talking about. Biggie just sits there, single as hell, and we can't have him.
No, you're not allowed.
That ain't right.
When we say not all men, when you say not all men, you're right. Because Biggie would never.
Exactly.
Biggie and Gomez Adams.
Not gonna be skipping down the road with my Biggie and all happy and shit, fantasizing.
Why won't you let me be great?
Trip the bitch, steal her shoes, and run.
No, pick one of the Usos or some shit. Fuck.
I don't want the Usos.
They're both married. Oh my god.
I'd have their brother though. I don't know if their brother is married. Is he married? The new one that's coming in?
Oh my god.
I'll take
they probably got 6 kids by now.
Oh, 100%. That's the thing with the Samoans is that they're fine as hell, and then you Google them and they're all married with like 10 kids.
I don't think their little brother has any kids. Isn't he about to debut in NXT though?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He just
changed his name to something.
It's a joke. I just there's something about a Samoan man, like, oh my god.
He literally just had a vignette in NXT this past Tuesday, I think it was. So he's about to debut soon.
No,
I would have said I would say Duke Hudson, but I saw like the backstage segment when him and Kyle O'Reilly got into like a brawl. I saw that he was wearing flip-flops, and that took him off the table.
Flip-flops, really?
I'm like, because the rest of his outfit was fine, but I'm like, you're gonna show up to a backstage segment, and you're gonna brawl with Kyle O'Reilly, and you're wearing flip-flops. I was like, first of all, I made the mistake of dating a white man who wears flip-flops once. I ain't doing that again.
What the fuck is wrong with flip-flops?
Listen, you can wear flip-flops, okay? It's different for women, but when a man chooses to wear flip-flops just like as like a choice, and like,
say your next words. Say your next words wisely, because my husband wears flip-flops.
Listen, I understand when there's like a need to wear flip-flops, but if there's no need to wear flip-flops, you don't need to wear flip-flops.
Now, what kind of flip-flops we talking about? We talking about slides or thong flip-flops?
Thong flip-flops.
What the no. You have no taste, Rico. I swear to God. No. First, you won't date a guy because he's under a certain height.
Well,
now you won't wear him because he's wearing fucking flip-flops. Like, what the fuck, dude?
She got a point.
Listen.
Listen, Linda.
Blame my mother. Blame my mother.
Why do I need to blame your mama?
Because she also has shitty taste in men.
Oh.
His name is Zion. It's XYON. And he is very
Zion
attractive.
Quinn. So he is. I think he's also married.
They're all married, probably.
Flip flops
I
make
know.
sense. Like you could beat him in a fight by stepping on his feet. Some people who wear flip flops all the time, that shit don't work. Like
No, like you
they're
should see.
used to that.
You should see the bottom of Daryl's feet. They are absolutely fucking disgusting, and I no, no, no. He's like he's like I love you, but I'll never ask you to rub my feet. I'm like, thank God, because you wouldn't pay me enough.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's like Rico always gets mad because I tell him to leave Biggie alone because everybody wants to
Okay,
go with Biggie, and I don't
hold
know.
up,
No one
hold
can
up.
have it. No.
What was this thing with you and Janae with Dexter Loomis?
Ew.
Well, me?
Yes, you.
Listen,
No, the
me
other
and
person.
Janae agreed to jump Indy's ass in the parking lot. Okay, we agreed to it. We agreed. And then what happened?
Jumper.
The ring was put on the finger, and then suddenly she's like, "Oh, I don't want to mess with that girl's wedding." Backed out, and now she's just lusting from the sidelines. That don't sit right
You
with me.
could have still jumped her in the parking lot.
That's what I said.
Right around.
That's what I said. And Janae was like, "I don't want to mess that girl's wedding up." And I'm like, "Oh, now you have a conscience. Now you have a conscience."
Janae has a conscience?
No.
Apparently, she didn't want to mess with that girl's
doesn't.
wedding plans. And I'm like, "Oh, so you're just gonna get our baby Dexy just get scooped up like this?"
Don't ever call him that again.
By
please.
Miss Samantha DeMartin. Okay.
Baby Deck. Don't ever fucking say that again, or I'll punch you in the fucking throat. No, what did you say, Tim? I'm gonna just like thumb you right in the fucking esophagus.
Right in the throat.
Do it Umaga style, just spike you.
Oh, there's pictures of Seth Rollins and his baby girl Rue.
So but yeah, now every time that Janae brings up Dexter Loomis, I'm like, oh, now you want him.
Bitch. I think you two are the only ones who want him, so you can fucking knock yourselves out fighting over him. Good job.
At one point, I backed away from him because I was like, listen, if I have to go up against both Janae and Indy Hartwell, I'm going to lose.
See, Janae's the kind of bitch that will fight dirty.
She would. And I'm like, listen, Indy's got at least, I want to say, she's got at least, 5 inches on me height-wise.
Yeah, she
can curb stomp me. She could curb stomp me with ease. Janae knows how to work chainsaws. I had to fight both of them for Dexter. I'm losing.
You do know how to work a chainsaw. That's a crafty bitch right there. Crafty as hell.
She knows how to run a chainsaw.
I'm not about to get dismembered for a man. That's not me. That's not my style.
You're not gonna get dismembered for a man that will probably dismember you later.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I am gonna go to bed. It is 2:30 in the morning.
Oh shit!
In the morning.
Oh fuck! My old ass needs some sleep.
I have to watch Raw and SmackDown tonight and do commentary. So I gotta get up and I have to work this morning. So
I gotta take a quiz. Oh lord!
I've been on here for 4 hours.
I gotta do shit tomorrow. I don't remember what I gotta do, but I know I gotta do something.
So I gotta do shit tomorrow.
I gotta do something. I don't remember, but I guess I gotta do something.
That sounds like something Kenny would say.
God bless that child. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Kenny, if you go back and rewatch this, I almost did something really shitty to her today. Because where she posted that coloring page, she's like, look at my homework. And it was like the coloring page. I almost went, now Kenny, what comes after what?
Oh. I'm going to
Night, y'all.
Y'all have a good night.
Night.